Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, September 15th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It's great to be here on a lovely Monday in New York City. Nothing quite like New York City in September, right? I mean, it's just absolutely gorgeous. Hope you had a tremendous weekend. I sure did. Can't wait for today's show. So much to discuss. Went to the Bills game yesterday, and yes, I stress Bills game at the Meadowlands, at MetLife, which is a bit of a dump of a stadium, if we're being honest. I mean, it's not great. It really isn't. It's kind of amazing that they spent $1 billion on that stadium, and it's going to host the World Cup final. It's not very nice, and it's pretty young as well. It's not that old. Anyway, Bills laid the smackdown on the Jets. Got to meet my guy Deion Dawkins. Eric Wood took the kids there. Saw Josh Allen. Like, he was literally like me to this camera. That's how close he was to us. We did not dap. We did not high five. We didn't do any of that, but we felt each other's presence. It was a great time to be alive, and very grateful and appreciative for all these blessings, and grateful and appreciative that on a Monday like this, I can show up to work. This is my job, and I get to talk about the wild and wacky world of combat sports. And dare I say, my friends, now more than ever, the Venn diagram that is combat sports. How many times have I talked about said Venn diagram? Maybe we need to make Venn diagram merch. It has never been more intertwined. That middle part has never been bigger than it is today. MMA, boxing, wrestling, it's all intertwined, and it was all on display this weekend. So we have a lot to talk about, my friends. We have a lot to get to. I do have to mention off the top, a lot of people asking me, a lot of people wondering, got a ton of tweets, a ton of comments, a ton of questions regarding this. I can confirm via sources that GC is alive and well. GC is alive and well, everyone. He's okay. He disappeared in the middle of the night. He's alive. A lot of questions.
Yeah, we probably should have addressed it on the show. Yeah, your boy just wasn't feeling great. Had to make a quick skedaddle.
Jordan flu game.
No, it wouldn't even be the Jordan flu game because I didn't make it through the fight. Yeah, I was doing a lot of math in my head. Some people kind of started noticing it on the rewatch. Got a little labored breathing. Started getting a little more quiet. Yeah, I had to make my way to the old porcelain throne and deal with some
good though? You good?
I'm all good. I was honestly good by like the time the fight was over, but like I couldn't just hop back in.
At that point, Rick was drowning. You just said like let him just go.
No, Rick was killing it, man. I was like, man, this guy doesn't need me.
He took the baton.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
He took the baton and ran with it.
It's good that it happened then and not during like the King Callum Walsh fight, because then he really would have been drowning.
That could have been tough. Yeah.
I am all good though. I appreciate all the concern. I'm all good.
All right. Well, great to hear, and great job by the two of you. We have a lot to discuss as it pertains to this weekend. At the very top, we have to mention the tragic passing of the one and only Ricky Hatton, the hitman who, in many people's eyes, is one of not only the most beloved, but also one of the most talented and successful boxers to come out of the UK. At one point, he was the fighter of the year in 2005. His win over Costa Zoo, a moment, a fight, a time that everyone who watched it, who witnessed it, will say that it was one of the greatest moments in the history of British boxing. A former IBF light welterweight champion, a former WBA light welterweight champion, a former IBO light welterweight champion, a former WBA welterweight champion. The man who was beloved, who was revered for being the everyman, for being one of the lads, as they say, the pride of Manchester, the devoted Manchester City fan. He bled Manchester City blue. He walked out to Blue Moon. He sold out the MEN time and again. He brought 20 to 30,000 people over from the UK to Las Vegas for when he fought Floyd Mayweather. That particular 24/7 is my favorite. The closing scene, which I tweeted yesterday, is my favorite. the dichotomy on display with their two personalities, the juxtaposition of those two gentlemen, one from Michigan, who grew up with very little, who made it as a pretty boy, and then turned into Money May, Las Vegas, jewelry, planes, flaunting money, against the hard hat wearing, lunch pail holding Ricky Hatton of Manchester. It was brilliant. The song, There's Only One Ricky Hatton, legendary. Everyone adored him. Very open with his trials and tribulations, very open with his struggles with mental health, but would always be willing to talk about it, would always be willing to be a role model, would always be willing to try to teach, especially the younger generation, some of the lessons that he learned during his career, post-career. We wake up on Sunday morning coming off that brilliant Terence Crawford performance, settling in to watch another brilliant boxer, Naoya Inoue, do his thing over in Japan. And in the midst of all of that, I see a tweet from our guy Darshan, Everything Boxing, saying that Ricky Hatton has passed away, according to the Manchester Evening News, at the very young age of 46. And I thought it was like a fake Darshan account. So I clicked on it. I was like, oh, wow, this is real. Go to the Manchester Evening News page, and there it is. As of right now, cause of death, not officially confirmed by the police. They did say nothing suspicious attached to the death. But it's just a tragic thing because our minds are going elsewhere. We're wondering what led to this. How did this happen? There was talks of him fighting again. He came back in 2022 to fight Marco Antonio Barrera. And he appeared to be in tremendous shape. Of course, there were always the jokes of Ricky Hatton. He played those up. He leaned into them. Again, he was the everyman. If you never watched him fight, the scenes were incredible. We talk about the Tommy Aspinall scenes here. I mean, it was times 10 with Ricky. Legit 20 to 30,000 people would travel from the UK to Vegas to watch him fight. He only fought in Vegas 3 times, but those scenes were unbelievable, in particular the Mayweather one and the Pacquiao fight. And so later in the program, we'll talk to Tris Dixon, longtime boxing writer, who's written several books, including the Ricky Hatton book with Ricky himself, Hatton War and Peace, it's called, a very close friend of Ricky Hatton. He'll join us at around 3:30 to remember the late, great Ricky Hatton, who tragically passed away yesterday at the age of 46. We'll also talk to Eddie Hearn about Ricky, about everything going on in the world of Matchroom boxing. He was in the news as of late as well. We'll talk to Yoel Romero at about 2:30 about his BKFC debut, a successful debut over the weekend. We'll talk to Gable Steveson, the former 2-time national champion, Olympic gold medalist, about his successful MMA debut. He fought on the LFA card on Friday night. And at about 2:15, the man of the hour, the star of the weekend, the man who is now the first male boxer to win undisputed titles in 3 different weight classes, the second after Clarissa Shields did it on the women's side of things. Unbelievably, Terence Crawford is now the super middleweight champion, the undisputed super middleweight champion after his win over Canelo Alvarez. We will talk about that with him, and we will talk about that fight and the broadcast and the week throughout today's program. Now, Frank asked me to do something. There's the lineup. What is this? I'm sitting here trying to get deep, and Frank is at. What did you ask me, Frank?
You took care of it.
Oh, that was it.
That was it.
Would you think that was the best time to ask me about it?
It's in a text for you to consider at some
as
other
it pops up. Not a lot of activity.
Walk in on the camera.
In retrospect, maybe wait 10 minutes on that one or 5.
Frankie?
What?
I'm eating my ego right
wow. Okay. Well, did I get what you needed me to get?
Perfect.
Okay. I just want to make sure I got everything. I never thought that we would see a better performance out of Terence Crawford than the one that we saw 2 years ago against Errol Spence, because everyone has talked about that being virtuoso, being unbelievable, being a masterclass. I never thought he would top that one. Getting up there in age, getting closer to 40. Never thought. He's fighting once a year now. Didn't look amazing against Majumov. I did, for the record, on the record, pick him to beat Canelo from the beginning. Started to waver a little bit last week, I won't lie, but in the end, when it had to be said, I stuck with him. I never thought we would see a better performance. On Saturday, we saw a better performance. We saw a better performance out of Terence Crawford against a man who is way bigger than him, jumping up. People say 2 weight classes. I say 3. I know his last fight was at 54. As of late, he was a 147-pounder. He went from 147 pounds to 168 pounds and thoroughly outclassed Canelo Alvarez, who, yes, I know Canelo's getting up there in age, but wasn't showing any real signs of slowing down. His last few fights weren't going to be in his top 3, 4 greatest, but this is still Canelo, who a lot of people thought was going to win, who I do believe was the betting favorite going into the fight in a more comfortable weight class, 168, where he is the undisputed super middleweight champion going into this fight. Terence Crawford went in there and showed that he's on a different level. We always talk about Terence Crawford having to switch stances all the time, and not even having to, does it so effortlessly, probably the best in boxing right now. He didn't even have to do that on the night. For the most part, just kind of stayed at southpaw and did his thing. It was unbelievable to watch. Amazingly, 7 hours later, we saw Naoya Inoue fight, who's a little bit younger, 32, Crawford 37, Usyk 38. He beat the man who a lot of people thought would be his toughest test, at least of the last 3-4 fights, MJ Akhmadaliev, in a very, once again, one-sided dominant win. Back in July, we saw Usyk do his thing against Daniel Dubois. We are living in a time, my friends, I hope you all appreciate this, where you have 3 generational greats, all undefeated, all in their 30s right now, all winning undisputed gold in multiple different weight classes. And it's almost like when this guy fights, he now becomes number 1. When that guy fights, he becomes number 1. I don't even know if there's a real debate to be had. If you have Usyk as your number 1, I agree. If you have Crawford as your number 1, I agree. If you have Inoue as your number 1, I agree. I almost think it's 1A, 1B now with Usyk and Crawford. But it was just an unbelievable performance to see him do that against Canelo Alvarez on a stage like Netflix, to see everyone talk about it, the way in which they were leading up to it, the pomp and circumstance of TKO getting involved, how big the press conferences were, how big the weigh-ins were, how big the venue was, Allegiant Stadium, 70,000 people sold out. I could always kind of tell when a fight is really big when people come up to me at my kids' soccer games, parents at school ask me, who's going to win the fight? And they don't have to say anything more. On a weekend where there was other fighting as well. Obviously, Noche UFC in our world. There was a great fight over in Belfast. Lewis Crocker and Paddy Donovan. Inoue fighting on Sunday. BKFC on Friday. Gable Steveson on Friday as well. Like, there was a lot going on. I obviously knew what they were talking about when they would ask me about the fight. And this one was one of those that broke through. In the end, we don't know as of right now how many people watched. It's a big deal. It felt big. Thank God for Netflix. Boxing, as of right now, is not on linear television in America. Does not exist. DAZN is the undisputed global home of boxing. They are. But they're behind a paywall. And then there's another paywall, at least until they get rid of pay-per-view once and for all, to get the biggest and best. To get this, Netflix feels like basic cable at this point because almost virtually every person on the planet has it in some way, shape, or form. I know it's not free. I know it's not CBS, ABC, Fox, but it almost feels like the closest thing because it's available all over the world and there's over 300 million subscribers. So it feels as mainstream as it gets. To be able to pop that thing on and get a fight of this magnitude is pretty damn special. And it feels big. And so far, this is their 3rd foray into the world of boxing, and they've all felt really, really big. And they've all felt like they've broken through. And so now it remains to be seen what happens with TKO and Netflix, with Zuffa Boxing and Netflix. How many of these are going to happen on the platform? We know that the next one is Jake Paul versus Tank Davis. Netflix is so big that they can pick and choose. Netflix is so big that right before the Terence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez fight, you'll get a commercial for Jake Paul versus Tank Davis. And Dana did not want that. But they call the shots. They're that big and that powerful. And so I want to talk about all of that But so much has happened since we last spoke. And that's why I said on social media, I wish we had 7 hours today. So much has happened since we last spoke. I almost want to go through everything chronologically, but talk about certain topics in their own little bucket. Do you get what I'm saying? So much has happened since we last spoke with all the intertwining of MMA and boxing and wrestling, but I'm going to put them into buckets here. All right? So you'll recall last week on the program, on Wednesday, we talked about Dana White's interview with Amber Dixon of the Vegas PBS. And that really kind of set the tone for his first full week as a boxing promoter. Interestingly, this event didn't really feel like it was being promoted as a Zuffa boxing event. There was a little promo for Zuffa boxing coming in 2026. It really did feel like a Ring Magazine Riyadh season card. But Dana White, front and center, doing all the media, actually did more media for this than we've seen out of him in a very long time. Was at the press conference, was at the weigh-ins, was front and center at the event, in the front row, next to Turki Al-Sheikh and Mr. Beast and Marky Mark and others. So it did feel like his fingerprints were on it. It also felt like they were bringing in the best of the UFC production staff and the best of the WWE production staff. It felt like a Super Bowl type event. But one really interesting storyline that was happening throughout the week was a little feud that we've never really seen so far. For the most part, since they started talking about each other, it always felt very nicey nice between Dana White and Eddie Hearn. But since the announcement that TKO and Turkey were going to form this boxing promotion back in March, little things continued to be said. And that really got, I thought, amped up last week. But what's interesting about what Eddie kept saying about Dana and TKO and vice versa, what Dana was saying about Eddie and the boxing establishment, everything is always prefaced with like a nicety or tagged with a nicety. So it's not like full-on war, but we've never seen this type of, this type of banter, this type of friendly trash talk, maybe. This to me is now one of the most fascinating storylines in the world of combat sports. And it all really started last week, in my opinion, when our very own Pete Carroll was in Belfast covering the Lewis Crocker-Paddy Donovan fight, which I still believe a few days later that Paddy Donovan won, should have won. In the end, he did not. Close fight, split decision. I thought he did enough. 2 knockdowns for Crocker, but still I thought Paddy had it. Anyway, Pete was there front and center, did a tremendous job. I urge you all to listen to his post-fight pod. It's on our podcast feed right now. Brilliant stuff. He did a great job. Shout out to him and his producer, Oscar, on that one. Wrote a great article as well. He asked Eddie Hearn at the pre-fight press conference about what Dana White said to Amber Dixon about what Zuffa boxing is going to be, which, in case you forgot, he called it a sort of like contender series to the Ring Magazine events. A little different than what we were told back in March. Here's Eddie Hearn's reply to that.
Dana White did an interview with PBS yesterday, and he has now said essentially that his side of this new thing with TKO and Turki Al-Sheikh, he'll be like the contender series to the ring cards. At least that's what it sounds. What do you make of all of this? It seems to have changed from what we first thought Dana and Turki.
It's what I said the league was. It's lower level fighters and young prospects who they believe they can build into big stars, to big pay-per-view stars. I don't think it works, but will it, these guys are very powerful, they're very clever, and I'm sure they're going to come up with something compelling. But in boxing, that's not a new format. That's been done before. We're all trying to build stars. Now, to do it in a league with some different kind of marketing and profile and storylines, yeah, maybe you can unearth a talent. But people want to watch the big stars fight. That's the reality. They want to watch great fights between people they know. So, yeah, it is what I've always known it to be. I'm sure TKO will have a different, they're obviously involved in the fight this weekend. That's a massive fight. So, but yeah, the league, I think it will be a great format. But I don't think it's really going to, start dominating boxing.
Okay, so when I heard that, I was like, okay, this is interesting. Eddie's old guard, his dad, his old man, Barry Hearn. Shout out to them. They've got their Netflix series premiering on Wednesday. Can't wait for that. It will air here in North America, which I was wondering about. I was like, okay, here's Eddie. Maybe the only guy that can compete with these guys. And sure, he has his relationship with her, but here he is sort of sticking up for the old guard, saying, hey, I don't want a Matchroom title. I want the WBC title to be defended on my shows, the IBF, the WBO, the WBA. I thought that was interesting. Then I heard Eddie on with Charlie Parsons of the Stomping Ground, who always does a great job, saying this about TKO. And I do want to add, earlier in the week, Max Kellerman did an interview, and we'll get to Max in a moment. Max Kellerman did an interview with Dana White, essentially asking him, like, hey, you want to... Max knows better than this. Max knows that Dana White is not Roger Goodell. He knows that he's not Adam Silver. This is a tired mistake that people have been making for 15 years. Dana White is an owner. He is not a commissioner. He is not a CEO of a sport. He is the owner, president, CEO of a promotion. He doesn't control a sport. He doesn't oversee a sport. It may be dominant. It may be the biggest, but there's a big difference between Stern, Goodell, and White. White is more Jerry Jones. White is more Mark Cuban. He's more James Dolan. And even those comparisons aren't the greatest. He's more Vince McMahon, if you get what I'm saying. And anyway, in that interview, they talked about him being the CEO of boxing, overseeing boxing. You heard this narrative throughout the week. Anyway, here's Eddie's response to that.
Wants to be the CEO of boxing.
Almost as if he is with the CEO of the UFC.
Yeah, because they're trying to get the Muhammad Ali Act changed. You're not going to see me slagging off Dana White, not because I don't want to upset him, because I respect him. The one thing that I would really like at this point in my career is to go head to head with him and to take him on. I want to compete against Dana White. I want to prove that I'm much better than him as a boxing promoter. So I'm excited for him to come into the space. That doesn't mean we're going to fall out, by the way. Competition's fantastic. But you're not going to come into boxing and steamroll the game. It's not going to happen. Let's see how it plays out.
You're not going to come into boxing. By the way, that's Dana's tagline there. That's his catchphrase. Let's see how it all plays out. You're not going to come into boxing and steamroll the game. It's not, hey, let's work together. I want to compete with you. Them's fighting words if you're Dana White. And Dana White was asked about those fighting words on the Jim Rome show. Take a listen.
I'm not arrogant or cocky when I say this. My guy, Eddie Hearn, whom I love, and I respect him. And I saw him today. He's out there talking smack. He's like, I look forward to, Dana's wrong. He can't do this. And what's he doing that's different? Everybody's doing the same thing. And I look forward to competing against him to show that I'm the best boxing promoter in the world. I love I love this stuff. So
you love that, but your response to that was what?
I look forward to it too, Eddie. I can't wait.
First off, phenomenal question by Jim there. Yeah, you love it, but what's your response? I look forward to it too. Fantastic. Love the fact that Dana's watching the crack. Tremendous. Also referenced the Stomping Ground. Those two clips he combined into one. I look forward to too. Again, they may love each other. They may respect each other. They take photos. They invite each other to their events. But these guys are competitors, and they don't want to play in the sandbox with others. Now, Eddie does so because he has to in the world of boxing, and that's the way it has always been. You work with others. Dana does not have to and does not like to. And so you're starting to see something develop here. Also, by the way, Dana's not backing down from anyone in the world of boxing, because in that same interview with Jim Rome, he talks about the fact that he promoted two of the biggest gates in boxing history, patting himself on the back, and sends a little message to the old guard, to the establishment. Take a listen.
Dana, what about the negotiation? This is different. This is new, at least boxing from a boxing standpoint. Was it a hard negotiation?
Well, the beautiful thing for me is I stepped into this fight. It was already negotiated. Sheikh Turkey negotiated this fight between these guys and then asked me to come in and be the promoter of the fight. So for me, and all you boxing guys out there don't want to talk crap and talk all your smack, three of the biggest fights in boxing history, Pacquiao Mayweather, McGregor Mayweather, and now Crawford Canelo. I've been a part of two of the biggest three fights ever in the history of boxing.
You and I have
Suck on that one, boys.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to Sheikh Turkey. He's sticking with it. Also, when I first heard that, I thought, oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good because we all know that he just let Conor McGregor take that fight against Mayweather. Initially did not want that. And, did he take 40%, 50%? That's the number that's been discussed of a very big number. Even when he was talking to Amber Dixon about the $100 million, not all of that went to Conor, by the way. Some of that went to the UFC. And so, okay, that one, but the production, all the promotion, that all came out of, Showtime, Mayweather and stuff. And then this one, I thought, all right, yes, they are promoting it, but like, if you actually looked at the event and the promotion, it wasn't actually that much different than the great ring/Riyadh season events that we've seen over the past 2 years that have all been big. Some have been deeper. Some have been in massive venues like Wembley, right? Like it didn't seem that much different other than his involvement and the other TKO members. So I was like, oh, I wonder how this is going to be received. And then on Saturday morning, there's Eddie Hearn responding to IFL TV. Take a listen.
Dana White, I saw your interview with Parsons. He had a little pop at you. He says that 3 of the biggest fights in the history of boxing, he's been involved in 2 of them. What do you say to that?
One of them was Mayweather-McGregor. I mean, that's not one of the biggest fights in the history of boxing. That's an exhibition fight, as far as I'm concerned. And Canelo against Crawford's not even his fight. It's Turki Al-Sheikh's fight, and he got invited to be the promoter. So, not sure. But listen, as I said, I don't think we're going to be going backwards and forwards. He also said that he respects me and he likes me a lot, and the feeling's very mutual.
But the competition is there.
But I want the competition. And when I say, I saw in an interview he said, Eddie Hearn said it won't work. I never said that. I said I think the league can work, but I don't think it's anything different. I don't think it's going to revolutionise the sport. So yeah, I look forward to the challenge.
So this is, to me, the most fascinating thing in boxing right now. Eddie Hearn versus Dana White. And again, they're not, as he just said, they're not cursing each other out. They're not wishing harm on each other. But look at how quickly he wanted to respond to that. He was invited by Turki Al-Sheikh to promote the fight. There is something... Guys, am I wrong back there? Am I wrong? Or is there something brewing here? Something that we've never seen before from these two guys.
Those fighting words.
There's definitely something brewing. And as you said, in the past, they've been very deferential to each other, right? Like, it has been very respectful. Eddie has always talked about how Dana's a great promoter and wants to, adapt portions of what they've done. Dana's always been pretty respectful to Eddie, but now they're on each other's turf. Now Dana is entering the game, so...
Well, they're still being respectful. They're like, I love the guy. And then they go on to insult each other or say that they're not going to be able to do anything like that.
It's no offense, but.
Yes.
It's like, no offense, but I'm about to offend you.
Yes, exactly.
How does this play out? Because I feel like... Oh, yeah, by the way, that is a tremendous shirt. I was actually going to go the whole show without referencing it.
We'll talk about it later. We got shit to get to. Let's talk about it later.
Here's the thing. At some point, does the first part of the sentence before the but go away?
Yes.
How soon are we getting there?
look at Dana and Turki. They've only been working together for so long, and you can kind of see like some friction forming between the two. Like, it doesn't seem like they're all buddy. If Eddie and Dana are going head to head, they're not even working together, I think the respect will fall away quickly.
Well, that's a great segue. That's a tremendous segue because, yes, it does seem... Look, Dana White is the kind of guy who's going to go in there, as he always likes to say, guns a-blazing, right? He loves to go in there to talk about guns a-blazing. He uses that term all the time. And so he's not trying to be friends with the likes of Eddie Hearn. He doesn't necessarily need Eddie Hearn unless he wants to try to co-promote, which I don't think he wants to. I think he gets up for this. Here's the thing. Dana White is missing that in MMA. He had that in MMA when the Gary Shaws of the world were trying to come after him, when the Bjorn Rebneys of the world were trying to come after him, when the Prides way back when were coming after him, when the IFLs were coming after him, when the Cokers were coming after him. Who here in our sport, in MMA, comes after him? And I hate to even call it our sport because we cover all combat sports, but you get the point. Our bread and butter, if you will. No one comes after him. He doesn't pay attention to anyone else. There is no competition for him. And he's right. The gap is so big. So he loves to go back to 2001 Dana White, where people are doubting him. This is what gets him excited. I would imagine this almost gets him even more excited than Power Slap because here there's actual people. In Power Slap, he's kind of like fighting no one. He's fighting us who are just sort of saying like, we don't really care. Can you leave us alone? There's actual established players in the world of boxing that are doubting him, that are poking him, that want to pick a fight with him. And that applies to the promoters, to the old guard, if you will, and it also applies to the media. Because as we all know, over in the world of UFC, they have done a great job of not being very welcoming to the media. And I'm not just talking about myself. Look at who's in attendance at these events. Look at the kind of questions that are being asked at these events. Are there good journalists? Yes. Do they ask good questions at times? Yes. But this ain't 2015-16 when the very best who are still covering the sport were going to almost every single pay-per-view, every big show. They have not made it worth everyone's while to go there. From the media days to the types of questions that are being, welcomed at the press conference, to the lack of access, to all these things. And so over time, these fight weeks have felt a little bit hollow. Again, I'm not trying to take shots at the people who are there. There are a lot of people there who do a very good job and do the best that they can given the circumstances. But you're lying to yourself if you're saying it was what it once was. It's not. Boxing is more of the Wild West. The same rules don't really apply. And that was on display at the press conference. There was a reporter named Sean Zettel who got up, open mic, in front of everyone, and asked Dana White a couple of questions in an exchange that has now gone viral. And I thought the exchange, and in particular Dana White's response, was very telling. Telling of what he hasn't been challenged with over the last few years, and telling of the way in which he views media, which, by the way, isn't new, but is sort of a stance that we haven't heard from in a while. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, here's the clip.
Couple questions for Dana. Dana, this fight, as you said earlier in the week, is set to be the third highest gate in combat sports history, the second biggest gate you've promoted alongside Mayweather-McGregor. The top five
by the way,
gates in
pause
combat
right there.
sports
Great
history
job by
come
Sean.
in boxing, and they.
Great job by Sean, by the way. When you want to ask a question like that, great job to sort of preface it with compliments, which he did there. So you sort of drop the guard if you're the person being asked the question, and then you come back with the question that you want to ask. So that was actually a really good job on his part as a question asker / reporter. I know he has been doing this for a while. He doesn't need me to give him props, but I thought that was very notable and interesting. Go ahead.
Come in the last 10 years. So my question to you is, why then do you want to make sweeping changes to the Muhammad Ali Reform Act that is meant to protect fighters to bring about a business model that currently has your company already paid out $375 million in antitrust lawsuits and has 2 potential pending class action lawsuits on the way as well?
Well, this is obviously a long discussion. If you want to talk to me about that, set up an interview. This isn't about me and my business. It's about these two guys
Can we pause
on
it right
Saturday
there?
night.
But keep the shot up. Keep the shot up, please. Turkey looks very bored from this particular topic, which I thought was somewhat interesting. Dana White, as you can see, a little bit stumbled, did not expect that, I think, and is explaining that this isn't the time nor the place. We'll play it out, and then I'll share my 2 cents.
My follow-up, Dana. Earlier this week, the California State Athletic Commission had a hearing about TKO trying to bring those changes to the Ali Act, and it was postponed 3 months.
Listen, I get it. You want to showboat right now. Set up an interview with me if this is really what you want to talk about.
It's America, baby.
If you have
First
questions
Amendment.
for these two, ask them, and you can set up an interview with me.
Dana, my follow-up is, if TKO
Pause
can't
it
make
right there,
those
but keep
changes
this up.
to the Ali
Keep this up. Keep this up. The look on Dana's face there where he tells him, set up the interview if you want to talk about something like this, and he goes, my follow-up is, and the look on his face like, this motherfucker. Now, I kind of wish he never said it's America, baby, First Amendment, because that feels a little bit like what he's trying to say there, like you're trying to make a moment. But up until this point, all the questions, in my opinion, accurate, fair, and timely. What more can you ask for? This is the fight week for the first show that he is promoting. The changes to the Ali Act is a massive story heading into this new promotion, TKO Boxing, Zuffa Boxing. Where else but there? He has not always asked questions about the people up there or the fight that he is promoting. Go through the history of press conferences, and he will answer questions and very rarely have this stance unless they are critical questions, not positive questions, if you get what I'm saying, to the promotion. But the fact that he views questions like this, like it's showboating or being an asshole, as he'll say here in a second, just goes to show what he thinks of media and what he thinks of proper journalism. That's not showboating. You're asking, if you're going to ask him a question about, I don't know, if John Jones is going to fight on the White House card in this moment, yeah, that doesn't pertain to this. But these are Zuffa boxing questions that are very timely, very fair, and very appropriate, if you ask me. We continue.
Will you still invest in the sport of boxing? Will you compete
Also
in the
another fair
market?
question.
Listen, if you want to be an asshole, let's do it in private and we can do an interview.
Yes or
if
no?
you want to showboat, I get it. If you have questions for these two that are fighting on Saturday, that's a different story.
Fight.
This isn't a discussion to have at a press conference for these two that are going to fight on Saturday, two legends. If you want to set up an interview with me and ask me these questions, let's do it one-on-one.
Sounds
and
good.
You can ask me anything you want.
All right. Well, Terence and Saul have a good fight.
Yeah, do you have a question for these two?
No.
No? Beat it.
And so there you have it. Being an asshole and showboating is asking good questions, pertinent questions, not how was training camp questions. And I get it. They want to promote the show. The whole press conference wasn't filled with questions like that, but those are really timely, fair questions, in my opinion. And it was very telling by the way in which he responded. It was very telling when you juxtapose questions like that to the questions that he usually receives, at these UFC press conferences. And the fact that he views that as being an asshole and showboating is very telling on what he believes the role of the media is at these events. Now, Sean got to go to the event. I know there were people joking, oh, he's going to be banned and all this stuff. I would like to think that they won't do that. And I don't think you see that much of that stuff anymore. I know that there's an issue going on right now with boxing scene and Riyadh season. And I think that's a whole complex issue unto itself. But I think it would be a really bad look if you took away this independent media member's credentials for asking those questions. I think they were very fair. And it was just classic Dana White to say something like that. All he had to do was, we're making changes, we're lobbying for changes, we'll see how that plays out. Right now I'm talking about these guys. And the question of, hey, if you can't bring about these changes, are you still going to invest in the sport of boxing? Are you still interested in being a part of boxing? I thought that was a phenomenal question. Because what they're trying to do is change the structure so that it's easier for them and more favorable for them to do it their way. Come in, change the structure, change a massive part of the sport that has been intact for about 25 years so that they can do it much more like how they do it in the UFC and WWE. That's what they're trying to do. And so these are fair questions, in my opinion. It wasn't the best press conference for Dana White. And it wasn't the best press conference, if we're being 1,000% honest, for Max Kellerman. I have said that when I got into this, I wanted to be the Max Kellerman of MMA. I have great admiration and respect for Max Kellerman. He had not been in the game for about 2.5 or so years, buyout from ESPN, left First Take, just kind of sailed off into the sunset, was very quiet, wasn't on social media, did nothing. And he has now reemerged with this, Zuffa Boxing Ring Magazine deal. But it was noted by a lot of people in the build-up to this press conference and this fight week that, if I'm being 100% honest, there was a lot of D1 glazing going on. The type of D1 glazing that wasn't necessary because you're Max Kellerman. What you say is gospel to boxing fans. They missed you. You didn't have to go over the top. But for some reason, for whatever reason, I don't understand why, he felt the need to go over the top, not only with his praise at the press conference, but also with his praise on the broadcast. Did it multiple times. We get it. You like them. They're your friends. You respect them. We get it. It's very nice. You don't have to do it time and again, time and again, time and again. And while doing it, disrespecting the sport that loves you so much. Here's what I'm referring to.
And for the first time in so long, the people bringing you this present love boxing. Let me start with His Excellency, Turki Al-Sheikh. Let me start with him because if he's never born, none of us are here right now. This was his idea. And then Dana White. Dana White is the greatest combat sports promoter in my lifetime. He built an institution. You know why boxing's not as popular as it used to be anymore, right? UFC is really popular. That's because of Dana White. He built something like the NBA. Stop now, because he's about to do it for boxing again. For boxing now. You want an NBA or an NFL in boxing? Here it comes. Because
Pause
he
for a
knows
second.
how to build
No
an
one's asking
institution.
for an NBA or NFL in boxing. Boxing has just had an incredible 2-year stretch, in large part because of Turkey, who we talked about seconds earlier, saying if he wasn't born, we wouldn't be here. No one's really asking for any of this, right? And so to stand up there at a press conference and tell the boxing fans, the hardcore boxing fans, that this guy is your savior when boxing is in the midst of a pretty damn good stretch, yeah, of course. It's not, it's not on ABC in front of 70 million people. I get it. It's not on HBO and Showtime. They're not in the business anymore. But who is arguing that boxing hasn't had a really good stretch over the last 2-3 years? No one. It's been a pretty damn good stretch. Forget comparing it to yesteryear. It's different. The NBA was nothing back then. It's now something. Things change. Things change. Crawford versus Canelo would have been a massive show, a massive gate, just like Fury Usyk was. 1 and 2, Bivol, Beterbiev, all the shows that they've had over the last couple of years, with or without Dana White. So to suggest that we're all here and we're all going to be better off because he's standing here is craziness. They could have promoted this show without him. They had the keys to Canelo and Crawford without him. Crawford's been on their shows. Canelo was a part of that deal back in May. Anyway, speaking of Canelo, he comes in to save the day as the babyface that he is.
And how do you do that?
Hey, Max. Boxing is always bigger and bigger. Don't say boxing is not big enough. Boxing is big. You know how big is boxing.
Should it get bigger, yes or no? Should it get bigger, Canelo?
Yeah, maybe it's gonna be bigger, but look, boxing is always big and big and bigger and bigger and bigger. We need to talk about that too. Boxing is boxing.
I love Canelo in English, by the way. I love it.
Boxing is boxing.
No lies.
No lies.
So how do you do it?
There.
I mean, to have the hubris to be up there and shit on the sport in front of the hardcore fans that are at a press conference on a Thursday, just to, I don't know. I like to, you're already in, man. People already love you. People already miss you. I don't get going over the top like that. And by the way, being that MC guy, I've done it. I don't particularly like it. It's a tough job. And I understand if you're trying to be impartial. The difference is he's actually working for them. I don't when I do it. But the point is, to be that guy, you do have to be a bit of a promoter. I get it. But this was over the top. And so to have Canelo up there and like have to say, yo, man, boxing is big. I've been a part of some of the biggest shows in recent memory. What are you talking about? Don't play to this, crowd. That's not a thing. I found that to be a very strange stance. And if I was a boxing purist, a hardcore fan, I would be insulted by that. That's our guy shitting on our sport. Makes no sense. By the way, at the end of the show, or the press conference, there was this scene where Turkey said that Dana was going to have an announcement, and then the announcement never came. Perhaps this is part of the reason why GC said what he said earlier, which is it seems like, not that there's friction, but that it's not, they're not in tandem all the time. Take a look.
There is big surprise from Dana White. He will announce it now.
Thanks for coming out tonight, everybody. We appreciate it. We're going to face these guys off for photo ops. We'll see you at the weigh-ins.
All right. So there was no surprise. And that obviously fell a little flat. Now, the following day on the Stephen A. Smith show, Dana White said, what he was referring to was that we're going to give $100K to the fight of the night and performance of the night, and they ended up doing that. Now, if I was a UFC fighter who has been in the promotion for a long time, I'd be like, whoa, your first show, you're giving $100K, and we get $50K? On the rare occasion you bump it up when it's like UFC 300, first show, $100K? Golly, what do I have to do? Anyway, also on that show, on the Stephen A. Smith show, Dana White talked about getting into the boxing business, and I thought he made a really, really interesting point. Not one that I agree with, but an interesting one nonetheless. Take a listen.
Nobody has a television deal. DAZN is doing some fights. I will come into 26 with a great television deal for boxing, and I'm gonna come in. A lot of people are gonna talk smack, and everybody's gonna. We'll see how this plays out over the next couple of years.
I got your back. They ain't gonna do that. They ain't gonna get away with doing that. Me and you've been talking about boxing. I've been trying to get you to do this for years.
Yes, he's been behind it. The interesting thing about that comment is he says no one has a deal. DAZN's doing some fights. Wait a second. Matchroom has an exclusive global deal with DAZN. Queensberry has an exclusive global deal with DAZN. Golden Boy has an exclusive global deal with DAZN. MVP has a deal with DAZN. Misfits has a deal with DAZN. Boxer now has their deal with BBC. We'll see how that plays out. Top Rank doesn't have a deal. He's right about that one. He didn't mention them. But this idea that no one has a deal and they're going to be the first is actually 100% false. And it has been reported and talked about that they might get a deal with Paramount. They're going to get a deal with someone, 100%. Who wouldn't want to be in business with them? Dana White and Nick Khan and Mark Shapiro and TKO and Turkey. Like, it makes all the sense of the world. Will it be with Netflix? Will it be with Paramount Plus? Will it be back on ESPN? That remains to be seen. But he's sitting there talking to someone who maybe just doesn't know these things. I don't know. Or just hoping that we don't know. Boxing does have a deal. Boxing promoters have deals. For the most part, it's with a company called DAZN. And by all accounts, they pay pretty well to these promoters. They've been able, like Eddie Hearn, left Sky Sports to go to them. Some, like Frank Warren, left TNT Sports to go to them. So he might be talking about the state of boxing in America, which surely isn't as on fire as perhaps in the UK. But to say that no one, has a deal is patently false. Now, what did you guys make of Dana's demeanor at this event? Because once we got to the event itself, worth noting, he didn't go to the post-fight press conference, didn't meet with the media afterwards. Terence did, Canelo did, others involved did as well, but he didn't. And there were a couple of instances where he was shown on camera where people hypothesized that perhaps he wasn't loving it. I don't know. What did you guys make? There he is, just kind of sitting there. That's just a picture. I'll say this. Turkey looked like he had the time of his life. There's Jason Statham there. Mr. Beast, front and center. Notable boxing fan.
Every time they showed Turkey, it was like a revolving door of celebrities that came in. At one point, it was Mark Wahlberg. Who else was up there? Ari Emanuel was in there. It was a revolving door of the biggest names.
Dana there with the belt. What did you think? Is this, I've seen some people talk about this. I don't know who the two gentlemen were in the middle there, but did you feel when you saw him that he wasn't having a good time, or was that just people,
I mean, he didn't look like he was having a great time. He wasn't really smiling or anything like that, but I don't know if that means he actually wasn't enjoying himself or if he was angry about something.
Usually when you see him at these UFC events, he's got the headset on, he's looking down, maybe no headset, but he's always looking at a monitor and he's like right there. It was interesting to see him more in the sort of like luminary section as opposed to, it feels like he's working when he's at a UFC event. You know what I mean?
I was just about to say, it even further highlights the point that this wasn't necessarily his event, right? That this is an event where he is involved, but not necessarily his.
So can we talk about that? Because for the longest time, all of us that have been covering him for the last 10, 15 years, what did we always hear from Dana White regarding boxing telecasts? They're too long, they drag. He always says that there's podcasts in between the fights, right? And that they're a little top heavy. And I agree with you, Rick, because unless he completely changed his stance, all those things were kind of in play on Saturday, right? The event went a little long. There were breaks between the fights. Now, they tried to make up time in the middle, but there was musical acts and stuff. He historically does not like that sort of thing. And let's be honest, it was a little top heavy, right? So that all led me to believe that he wasn't really the puppet master here. This wasn't his vision. It didn't feel like this was the Dana White debut show as a boxing promoter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this did not feel like Dana White presents boxing. It felt more like Dana White is a part of this larger production, but also, the spotlight, quite literally, like especially if you look at the ringside angles, is right on Turki Al-Sheikh. He's the one in the middle. He's the one who's stirring the drink and running the show. I imagine that if Dana felt super strongly about something, I imagine he could have some voice in the discussion. I think it should be made clear and not, twisted in any way that I'm not saying Dana White was not involved in this, but this did not feel like Dana White's version of boxing that he had promised in terms of fixing all the things that you outlined.
Yeah, it makes me very curious as to what the Zuffa boxing show is going to look like next year, because it was all the things that you just mentioned. Like, it didn't help that every fight went to decision, all 4 on the main card. None of them had any knockdowns. They were exciting. The Mbili fight was fantastic.
Yeah.
But all the fights kind of dragged out, and they were all sort of one-sided affairs other than that Mbili fight. And it was like a few rounds in, you knew who was going to win, and then you just kind of had to watch it go to a decision. In between the fights, it didn't go that long. We had the timer up in between each, and it was like 11 to 16 minutes between each. But then from the co-main to the main, it was like 47 minutes, 45 minutes from the end of the Callum Walsh fight to the main event starting. I can't imagine that's what a Zuffa boxing presentation is going to look like.
And it was very notable because he has told us for the longest time that he's always felt that these shows drag too long. Like, that wouldn't happen in a UFC show. Now, Canelo and these guys, like, they kind of decide. They're the promoters here. Like, they decide. If he doesn't want to walk out, he doesn't walk out. As opposed to in the UFC, they say, like, you're walking out now. And so who knows what exactly happened, but you're 100% right. Now, they had a little bit of bad luck. The last fight on the prelims went long, so when they went to the start of the broadcast, you could see when they went to the desk that the fight was still going. There was still like 3-4 rounds left. And then they went to Anik and Ward and Kellerman. I would imagine they probably wanted to start with those guys, but they couldn't because they were calling the prelims. Now, I do have to say this. I thought the star of the show was John Anik. John Anik coming over as a UFC guy for the past, what has it been now? 12, 13 years, something like that. It's crazy how time flies. I think his first show was UFC 155. I could be wrong about that off the top of my head. But the point is to come over on a stage like this, a lot of pressure. There's a lot of people watching. There's big names involved in the main event. I thought he was phenomenal. I thought he seamlessly crossed over. I thought he was tremendous. And other than, the glazing at the very end, this is the best version of Max Kellerman. The Max Kellerman that is sitting there opining and breaking down as the fights are going on and also has the historical knowledge. This is the best version of him. Not the one at the press conference, not the one hosting shows and doing all that stuff. This right here, in my opinion, is the Max that everyone fell in love with on HBO Boxing and prior to his time at HBO Boxing. And I think that Andre Ward is the very best fighter turned analyst in the game. All to say, I thought the booth was fantastic. But Dana has talked about like going to the desk and all this stuff. And they did that. And so that's why I thought that, is he really running the show here? Or is this just the debut and maybe like Zuffa Boxing, the Contender Series show that he talked about with the reporter Amber Dixon is going to be a completely different thing. It's going to roll kind of like Contender Series or a UFC event. It just did not. I was talking to you guys, like, to me, almost as interesting as the fights themselves are how it's going to be presented. And it felt like a Riyadh season show, which I'm not saying is good, bad, whatever. It just didn't feel any different than what we've seen over the last 2 years. When he came in and talked about sweeping changes, I didn't see many of those changes other than personnel, other than the people involved on air. I didn't see those implemented.
Yeah, it certainly felt closer to what we've come to expect in the boxing world and not in the UFC product. I will say, maybe that wasn't necessarily the objective, right? It would be smart if I were in Dana White's shoes. It would be smart for me to get a lay of the land and then try to like tweak from there, right? You don't necessarily know the things you don't know, and you also don't know what you're going to be able to do. Like, you have to kind of test the thresholds of those things. But at the same time, if you have been talking as you have been about boxing for this long, you would hope that at least some of those things kind of get implemented, and it didn't seem like we saw any of it.
It was surreal to see him sort of like plopped into a boxing scene. What
That's
I mean by
right.
that is the weigh-ins being so crowded. He's always talked about that.
Yeah.
But there he is. The ring being so crowded after a fight. He's always talked about that. And there he is. You know what? I always envision if he ever got into boxing, like it would look exactly like a UFC event. You know what I mean? Where there's no one in the ring, where it's just him. You did not see that sort of thing, which I thought was really interesting.
That's what makes me so curious about the Zuffa boxing next year. Because if it looks like what we saw on Saturday, then it will almost feel like he's not really even running it and he's not making these calls.
Right.
You mentioned it was like a similar to the Riyadh cards. Another thing that I found interesting was how much they were pushing the ring belt. I know that that's Turkey's outlet and that's his thing, but it felt like they're making a clear push to make that be the most important belt in
100%.
boxing.
100%. I remember when they made the announcement, Ariel Helwani was here in studio, and if I'm being 100% honest, this is where it felt like, you know, the relationship between Turkey and I did not continue as it was, which was really good over the last year and a half. We were talking about what the belt was going to be. And it was actually Ade who talked about how, you know, the WBA and the WBC and the WBO, that has history. And, you know, I was saying, you know what, in the UFC, we've seen promotional belts and everyone's okay with it. Maybe this is a new way. And then he quote tweeted that clip that we put out there saying, you know, we have the ring belt that's 100 years old. And he's right. And in the moment, I didn't think of that. I didn't think that they were going to use that because I thought these were going to be separate entities. But it does make sense to use the ring belt as their belt because A, they own the ring, and B, it does have the prestige. It's kind of viewed as the undisputed title, if you will, the unified belt. And it's the one that, why try to establish something new when you already own the historical one? And it doesn't look like your traditional UFC belt, but it's very clear that that is going to be the title that they are going to push as their own, which they easily can because they own the property. By the way, what a weekend for Turkey. And when I talk about that Venn diagram, I mean, he is right there in the middle. We've never seen anyone like this in all my years of covering and watching combat sports who extends from one to the other. MMA, boxing, and pro wrestling, because on the Friday before Canelo Crawford, the previous day, there he is with Triple H, Paul Levesque, with The Undertaker, with Shawn Michaels, with Logan Paul, with Liv Morgan, with Bianca Belair, and others, announcing that WrestleMania 43 2027 is going to take place in Riyadh. For the first time, WrestleMania leaving North America. It has only taken place in North America, twice in Toronto, the rest of the time in the United States, going to Riyadh. Something I think we never thought would happen, not just in Riyadh, but anywhere outside of North America. Because of the time difference, because of all the other stuff that happens throughout the week, this is going to be a fascinating thing to watch unfold. You know, a big part of WrestleMania, all the activity throughout the week, all the people traveling from all over the world. Will they do that? Will there be a litany of indie shows throughout the week? That's part of the WrestleMania week experience. Will all the media go? Do they even care if the media goes? I saw some people suggest that AEW should do a show that same week in America and invite all the indie promotions and be like, hey, we're the place here. But here's one thing that I had not seen suggested, and maybe I'm just pie in the skying this, and maybe I missed it. I didn't hear them reference 2 nights in Riyadh. Is it possible, guys? Is it possible that they do maybe night 1 in Riyadh and night 2 in America? Is it possible they do night 2 in Riyadh and night 1 in America? To appease the American fans, but also have a mega show in Riyadh.
I almost feel like you go all or nothing. That almost feels like splitting the baby, because
you get an insane site fee to go in Riyadh, and then you get a big one in America.
But then just if you're going to do that, just go to Riyadh for the whole thing and then go to America for a different event. Like, it just feels like you're almost getting a lesser of both. I don't think the combination
It also feels
helps.
like if Turkey and Saudi are dropping insane money, that they're not going to accept just.
I was just wondering because, look, they're not sitting there reading the internet. They're not sitting there reading YouTube chats and Twitter. Like, they couldn't care less. They're very, very, very smart businessmen, shrewd businessmen who are going to do what they think is best. And more often than not, they succeed in doing that. But there's no denying that a lot of people were upset about this, in large part because a lot of people don't have the funds to go all the way to Riyadh. And there are also some people who don't agree with it, and there's people who don't like it, and there's a litany of reasons to feel some sort of way about it if you feel strongly about this sort of thing. And so I was just wondering, not because they're going to try to appease the internet fans or the vocal minority, but I did notice, and again, I might have missed it, so I could be completely off here. They never said night 1 and 2 nights in Riyadh. And so then I was thinking, I wonder how they I don't know. I wonder how they spin all of this, for lack of a better word.
Well, you see this thing where Saudi has gotten a lot of sports. Live golf. They get these tennis tournaments, everything like this. Now they're getting WrestleMania, which would happen with or without Saudi. And so fans seem to be a little bit more upset. They don't have the money to get out there, everything like that. Whereas with boxing and potentially in MMA, they're making these fights that wouldn't happen without the Saudis. So you're seeing this juxtaposition of WrestleMania is happening either way, whether the Saudis get involved or not. And now that they are involved, a lot of the American fans feel like they're getting it taken away from them because they can't go.
Yeah, that's going to be a fascinating storyline. And again, to have one individual really at the center of all of this, controlling all of this, is nothing like we've never seen someone control MMA and boxing.
The power he has is insane.
And now it's MMA, boxing, and pro wrestling. It's a fascinating thing. And yeah, anyone who does any kind of list about who the most powerful person in combat sports is and doesn't have him at number 1, that list means nothing. I mean, it's not even close at this point. It is not even close. By the way, at the same time on Saturday was Noche UFC. And here we are an hour into the show. So much is going on. We do have to mention Diego Lopez had an unbelievable win over John Silva. We do have to mention that it was an incredible fight, an incredible finish, maybe the fight of the year, certainly the best round and a half of the year. Frenetic pace, unbelievable action, bloody elbows. And now everyone's saying, once again, the fighting nerds are dead. That's now 0-3 in the span of 7 days. Mauricio Hufi, Caio Borralho, John Silva, all losing. Lopez kept it pretty cool, calm, and collected throughout the week. Silva was very emotional, picking fights left and right. And Lopez has really turned into one of the best fighters at 145. That win by Volk over him has aged really, really well. And so now things have gotten really interesting at 145 pounds. By the way, a great scene back home for Diego, his neighborhood, in, I do believe, Brazil, reacting to the win. Do we have sound for this? Look at that. Beautiful stuff. And you see right there, that's when Silva pushes Diego Lopez. Pushed, punched, who knows? Not quite Paul Daly versus Josh Koscheck, and I don't want anything to happen to him, but obviously not a great look for him. Lopez going up to his team afterwards and talking about all the crap talking before the fight. Just not a great night for John Silva. A really good night for Diego Lopez, a really bad night for Silva, and a really bad stretch for the Fighting Nerds. They are not done. They'll be back. Anyone celebrating their demise, you're doing it very prematurely. They're very talented fighters. Just look how Carlos Praças bounced back. So chill out. But anyway, look at John Silva's face. Look at his head the following day. He posted this video. Look at this. Hey, guys, check this out. Cut here, cut here, cut here. Look at my eye. Well, unfortunately, emotions ran high yesterday. I was doing well in the second round, but I went all out eager to finish. I ended up playing solo, disconnected from my team. The loss is entirely on me. It was supposed to end with 13 seconds left, and we're out. You're right about one thing. We lost 3 fights in a row, referring to the Fighting Nerds. We must be making similar mistakes. We're just fighting really tough guys, by the way. So we'll definitely have a meeting, me, Caio, and Hufi, to identify and fix these issues. Like it or not, I'm sorry, but we'll be back. And I have no doubt about that. In the aftermath of all of this, you've seen a jockeying a position from Lerone Murphy and Aljamain Sterling on Twitter. Lerone says he's next, and I agree with him. He should be next. It's on. Let's go, Volkanovski. That was a great fight, though. Sterling replying, wait a minute, bruv. Lerone then tweeting again, Diego's done amazing against Silva, but not much changes in a rematch against Volk. The people want to see new matchups. I'm 17-0 for a reason. It's my time. Yeah, I agree. That was just one fight ago. I think it should be Lerone versus Volk, Diego versus Movsar, Aljo versus Yair?
Or Diego versus Yair and you. But then you're running back Aljo Movsar. So you're getting a rematch no matter what.
run back Aljo Movsar. That's fine.
Too soon.
No,
I
get
love
outta
Diego
here.
versus Yair. You also have Arnold Allen in the mix there. I don't want to forget about him. There's a big drop off between Arnold and the rest.
Where's Arnie at, man?
Yeah, I saw him. He looks jacked. Did
He
you
looks
see him?
amazing. Let's get a fight booked.
Yeah.
I miss him.
I miss
Diego
him too.
versus Yair. Just do that.
Do we all agree it should be Lerone versus?
Yes.
Yes.
It has to be, right? He's got the momentum. He had the great win. He's got a similar streak and record. There's no hype. There's no push right now behind Movsar. No buzz whatsoever.
No. It should be Lerone.
That's the fight. 145 pounds. Make that
1000%.
fight. Now, will we ever see at 147 pounds Terence Crawford versus Ilia Topuria? Maybe at 154 pounds. This is how it starts, my friends. This is how it starts. This is how it started. A couple of tweets, Conor and Floyd, a couple of mentions. Here's Ilia. Who wins in a fight? A little hello, how are you? This was to start fight week. Topuria then adds, I won't talk about what would happen between me and Crawford in an octagon. I'll talk about what would happen in a ring. I put him to sleep in the first contact. Terence Crawford, fight week on Wednesday, was asked about this tweet. Here's what he had to say.
Ilia Topuria says that if you guys ever boxed, he would knock you out basically the first punch.
That dude drunk, you know. And, you know, a lot of MMA guys, they drink a lot, so he must have been on that alcohol that day.
But this crazy comment right there. Reminds me of the old Floyd Mayweather comment about MMA fighters have tattoos on their head. Crazy 2005 type comment. Well, that's Terence talking about Ilia. And then at his WOW FC press conference, which is the promotion that he runs, Ilia then responded to Terence. Take a listen. When you want to test your technique, your skills, here I am to demonstrate, because lately it bothers me because there are many boxers who come out and interfere with our game. They criticize us and they try to put us down. But the truth is, there have been many MMA fighters to go to boxing and test their skills. But I don't know of any boxers who talk so much actually test themselves in MMA. Anyone who wants to, I'm here. That boxing jump, would you be willing to fight him in boxing? Yeah, that's a goal of mine, he says. So I would love to do it. And if it's against someone like Crawford, much better. But first, he still has the fight to win. And of course, he did win that fight. Dana White was asked about this potential fight at the aforementioned press conference on Thursday. Here's what he had to say.
You're now officially promoting boxing shows. We have UFC lightweight champion Ilia Topuria saying he's going to knock out Terence Crawford. Can we expect some crossover boxing matches like you did with Mayweather McGregor moving forward?
I certainly hope not.
Two things about that. If I'm Ilia Topuria, I'm like, yo, man, where's the faith? And secondly, in that interview with Jim Rome, he's touting the fact that, you know, he's a part of two of the three biggest gates in boxing history. And here he's saying, I want nothing to do with it. Well, are you proud of it or are you not proud of it? Because the other one did really, really well. And throughout all of this, I was kind of like listening to it and seeing it. I'm like, this is never going to happen. But then there I am, Leonardo DiCaprio meme and all, watching the fight on Saturday night. Musical acts. Frank is losing his mind because I think Tool was playing. Was it Tool, Frank?
Yeah, half of them.
Why would someone of Terence Crawford's stature on such a big stage, on such a big platform, showcase like an indie band like Tool.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
The speculation is that he's a fan, but we haven't been able to confirm that. Maybe he'll confirm it later on.
In 5 minutes, I can ask him.
All-time bad
Look
takes
at you.
here.
Is Tool a big-time band?
Yes. Grammy Award winning, but whatever,
Come on. Like, how big are they?
Pretty big, man.
Like what's their biggest, song?
I think they get the most radio play for a song called Stink Fist.
Well, sing it for me real quick.
I don't think that'd be appropriate. We have children that watch the show.
In any event, he played. Two guys were playing, and I was like, I don't know who these guys are. But then I hear, ay, mi amor, corazón. I'm like, wait a second, that's Ilya's song. That's Ilya's song. Was he trying to send a message? Was he planting the seed en route to the ring for his biggest fight ever? By the way, that's next level. Chael Sonnen somewhere was smiling because you always have to plant the seed for the next one. I thought, oh my God, is he swagger jacking Ilia Topuria? Is he sending him the ultimate threat? I'm the man now. I'm El Capitan. Anyway, Terence was asked about walking out to this song at the post-fight press conference. Here's what he had to say.
How you came to choose that song in particular to walk out to?
Well, it was part of my outfit. The outfit was inspired by the movie Desperado. As you see, I had the guitar and everything, and my great childhood friend, Rosendo Robles, he was the one that, carried the song out and performed the night. And, it was a wonderful night. Like I said, I got Mexicans and Latinos on my side as well. So, it was a beautiful night tonight.
Did you know Ilia Topuria walks out to that song in the UFC?
You said what?
Ilia Topuria walks out to that song in the UFC.
Did he? Oh, good. Good for him.
Shout out to Oscar Willis of the Mac Life for that great question. And so the question is, do we believe that he did not know?
No. Even if he didn't know to begin with, there's no chance with all the production and everything that had to go into that, hiring the band, that not one person, knowing the beef and everything, wasn't like, oh, this is Ilya's song. You're doing this on purpose? And he was like, wait, what? There's no chance this was not mentioned to him at some point.
The only thing I might say is Terence Crawford seems like a very singularly focused man. I don't think he even knows or cares what Ilia Topuria's walkout song is. That's my only piece of evidence that I submit for. I don't think he cares what Ilya walks out to,
but bro, he didn't have the aux, and he just threw on his iPod and just hit the button. There was production value there. This was ideas. This was discussions with production teams. There's no chance. No one was just like, oh, that's Ilya's like famous walkout song. Like you play that, especially for MMA fans. Like you play that, and it's immediately that's Ilia Topuria. There's no chance not one person mentioned.
I agree with this part. My only thing I will respond with is this is a very we are MMA-centric thing. I don't think
someone mentioned it to him.
I don't
You're
know.
fucking crazy.
We're gonna have to find out.
Not one person mentioned it to him. Not one person mentioned it. It's also he's playing the 4D chess there. I mean, he plays a song, Mexican ties. So, Latina fans, like even the ones cheering for Canelo aren't gonna boo that song. So he gets to walk out.
It's very Mayweather-esque.
Get some love, and also just putting that seed in the soil there for the Ilia Topuria fight, which would be a massive money fight that he would most likely come out victorious in.
Whatever the case, I'm happy he did it.
That was great.
Right?
It was great.
I'm happy he did it because it was like, oh my God. And now he could say he didn't know, and maybe that's true. Maybe it was just complete luck, and maybe he's playing coy. Ilya did respond Sunday morning to this. First, he calls me drunk. Then he walks out to my song, Crawford, whenever you want, I'll teach you how to dance the mariachi in the ring, and Canelo, I'll save you a round after him. Why does Canelo get the smoke here? Come on. He's suffered enough. Canelo afterwards, by the way, saying that Terence Crawford better than Floyd Mayweather, which I'm sure is going to be hotly debated on all the boxing shows and in barbershops worldwide. We'll never really know the answer, but golly, could you imagine Crawford in his prime versus Mayweather in his prime? That would have been incredible. True or false, we see this fight in 2026, guys?
Ilya versus Crawford?
Yeah.
I'm going false.
Man, I don't
True.
know. I kind of feel
maybe
True.
I don't know if it's 26, maybe 27.
But 27 leaves too much of a window for Ilya. If Ilya loses, this fight is gone. this fight evaporates.
Yeah, 100%.
So I think if it happens in 26, and I'll just say, fuck it, let's do it.
If they do fight, who gets to walk out to the song?
Oh my God. I think he's used it like one and done.
Yeah.
It's not his thing. It was a nice little shot.
But then he does use it because it turns out he was just a fan of the song and wanted to use it and it had nothing to do with Ilia Topuria.
Ilia Topuria walks out to it, ay. And here comes Terence Crawford, ay. They just walk out to the same song.
God, or maybe different renditions of it or different people singing it.
Yeah.
Who was the guy that he mentioned, Robles? Was it Robles' spine?
I don't know. I missed this.
He said it. So I was assuming, one of you
definitely not Robles the spine.
Cinephiles.
Who, me?
Would have said, "Oh yes, of course." He was referencing.
Yeah, two different pronunciations and neither correct.
What is it? What is it?
Cinna, like cinema,
Oh.
I haven't seen Desperado. I only know that song because of Ilia Topuria.
He was referencing the 2013 film.
Frankie would have done that whole thing, but he was still so reeling from the Tool part.
I have never heard Frankie talk so much on air in his life, and I've never heard a bigger, just like, the second they showed these guys from like 500 feet off, Frank was like, "Oh my God, is that Tool?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" He's like, "The two guys down there, that's half a Tool." He was loving it.
Literally, because I was like making a joke, like, "Oh, here comes Queen Latifah," and then instead I'm like, "Wait a minute, am I?"
Latifah.
Or Mark Anthony, like just someone, and then this was so random. I was so surprised.
Why was it 2, and how many?
These are great questions for Terrence.
No, but how many are in the group?
There are 4 members of the band.
Oh.
Some people in the community are joking that was actually only 2.2 members because only half of the drum kit was there. Like usually it's a lot larger of a drum kit.
2.2.
Yeah, so it's like a fraction of the.
Well, Bud had to pay the band to play the Desperado song, so he got 50% off on Tool to start it out.
What's funny, Veronica Hardy on her Instagram, I guess, was there during rehearsal, and she had no idea that they were playing that. We know she has like a friendship with the lead singer of the band. So
she
maybe
was at
we can
the
ask her.
rehearsals for the fight?
Yeah, she posted that on Instagram.
Wow.
Where she was like, I was just standing there, and then all of a sudden those two came out, and she had no idea.
Nebraska's own Tool.
Oh, is that why?
They're from Los Angeles.
Oh. Well, then what's the connection?
We'll have to find out.
And when you say the community, who are these people that you're referring to?
Just like Tool fans.
Okay, all right. Is there like a Tool Reddit page?
There is a Reddit page, a fan club.
Oh my God.
You'd be surprised, man.
Is this your number one?
This is it.
Wow. And it's like
seen them 18 times. Been listening to about 30 years.
Wow. Is it like heavy metal?
Nah, it's like progressive rock.
Is it like Disturbed?
No.
How many like Redditors do you think are in Tool's Reddit thread? Helwani?
Oh, did you just look it up?
Yeah, I got it.
2.3 million.
Oh, wow.
No?
Jeez, man.
239,000.
Oh.
It's Reddit. It's kind of different.
Wow.
Apparently not as big as I thought. By the way, Terrence has clearly broken through here after this incredible performance. Did you see the profile pic for the Nebraska football team over on X/Twitter? Paying homage?
I actually think just full on athletics.
Just athletics?
Yeah, the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Do we have that? Okay. A great homage paid to him, but also on the Netflix bio on social media, it just says Terence Crawford. That's it. That's the bio. I do wonder, for the sake of the conversation, do we have it or no? If not, no. If you go to the Nebraska Athletics page, you can see that they are showing love to their guy because he walks out repping Omaha, repping Nebraska. There's a member of his team that's always wearing the red Nebraska hat. So I thought that was really cool. And what's going to be really interesting is to see where does he go next? Does he stay at 168 pounds? Does he fight the likes of, David Benavidez, Dimitri Bivol? There it is. Look at that.
He's actually got the Nebraska logo on the mouthpiece there.
On the mouthpiece.
Yeah.
The end.
Good
That's
shit.
incredible.
Good shit, man.
That is amazing. Is it still up?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Shout out to the Huskers, man. 3-0.
3-0. Crushing it. Shout out to Tommy Frazier. Remember him?
Oh, yeah, sure do.
Legend.
90s Husker?
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nebraska used to be nasty.
Anyway, I wonder where he goes from here. What's happening here? Okay. So yeah, we just went through a lot of stuff there, a lot of content there, my friends. But that's why I said I think that this was a really, really, really interesting weekend, a really big weekend. And I'm really curious to see where it goes from here. Overall, it seemed like a lot of people were very happy with the show. Yeah, there were complaints that, the event went a little long. There were complaints that it dragged a little bit, but overall, it seemed like the boxing fans and even the casual and mainstream fans that were tuning in to watch this one singular fight, overall, it seemed like they were really happy. Overall, it seemed like boxing was represented very well. Overall, it seemed like boxing represented itself very well. It seemed like, there was no controversy. There was no judging. There was no opportunity to say, that's so boxing. It's so corrupt. This is why I don't watch boxing, all that stuff and more. It seemed like everyone was pretty happy with how it all played out, which was good. This is what we want. When the combat sports world has a massive spotlight on it, oftentimes weird stuff happens. We all remember in the world of UFC, the first Fox show lasted 61 seconds. If you guys remember that. We had Junior Dos Santos versus Cain Velasquez. It was a bunch of talking and the fight only lasted a minute. So overall, we didn't have anything like that. I thought it was a great night. And then you wake up and there's Naoya Inoue fighting. What a time. What a time to be a fan of a sport that some people are trying to tell you is dying. It ain't dying. It ain't dead. It ain't struggling. There's a lot of amazing fighters doing a lot of amazing things all over the world, now on different platforms. That's good. That's healthy. That's exciting. We can make the case that's not happening in the UFC right now, or at least in MMA. Different promoters, different fighters, different organizations, different platforms. That's not happening at the same level, at a dizzying pace right now. So that is very exciting. And of course, most exciting for us here on this program is the fact that the star of the weekend, the man who stole the show, the man who not only put on a master class against Canelo Alvarez and put an exclamation point on his resume, in some ways validated everything that he had been saying to all the detractors, all the doubters over the past 10 plus years, that he is the man, that he could be the face, that he is as good as he says and thinks he is. And that, of course, is the brand new undisputed super middleweight champion, the pride of Omaha, the one and only Terence Bud Crawford, who is kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon. Terence, my man, congratulations. Incredible stuff. Really appreciate you coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me again.
So what is it like? Can I ask? You just had a moment. We don't know the exact numbers, but we know for sure tens of millions of people were watching on Saturday night. You made history. Three-weight undisputed champion, the first male to ever do it, the second after Clarissa Shields, of course. You beat a guy who was fighting, some say, 3 weight classes above you, and you did it in virtuoso masterclass fashion. I never thought you would top the Errol Spence fight, and you did. 48 hours later, what does it all feel like?
I feel great. I'm just sitting back, enjoying my victory and just having my downtime to relax and just sit back and decompress.
Is it hard to decompress? I'm assuming you were on an all-time high on Saturday. Is it hard to come down? Like, did you even go to sleep on Saturday night?
To be honest, I went to sleep like at 6 o'clock in the morning and woke up like at 8 because everybody kept hitting me up and, coming to my room and things like that. But, everything else was cool.
Would you say that was the greatest moment of your career on Saturday?
Oh, yeah. It definitely was one of the greatest moments of my career. One of them for sure. Definitely.
One of them. But does it, take the cake? Does it top them all?
I don't know. It's tough. It's tough, because like I keep saying, becoming a world champion was so special to me. That moment, I don't know. You know, this moment was huge, but it's something about that first one that, you know, feeling that, you know, this little poor kid from Omaha, Nebraska, you know, set his sights out to be a world champion and had to travel all across, you know, the world to go become world champion, you know, in one night. All his dreams came true. So, you know, those two moments, you know, was definitely special in my career.
What about that sentiment that I was just talking about, the validation? Because it was well documented. You know, when you left Top Rank, there were things said. You were not getting the fights that you wanted. You weren't getting promoted the way in which you thought you should be promoted. Did you feel like Saturday was validation, was the opportunity to prove everyone wrong and to prove yourself right? And do you think you successfully did that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in all areas, you know, to be a fighter that they say can't sell or they lose money on and they say don't have no personality and they try to hurt your career by saying these things, you know, it definitely was a great feeling to see the turnout, you know, and see all the supporters for both fighters and, you know, the history making, you know, numbers. For sure, it definitely was a great feeling.
Did you use that sentiment as fuel in the build up to the fight? I'm going to show these guys, I'm going to prove them wrong once and for all. Do you think about that sort of thing?
No, it wasn't a sense of me not knowing that, you know, I could sell because of, look at all the fights that I done fought since, you know, being with Top Rank. You know, it was a sense of me proving everybody wrong that think that I couldn't win. You know, they was trying to put this narrative out in the air that it's not possible, that it can't be done. Nobody's never done it before. The bigger man always beat the smaller man. So I remember telling Max, I said, who came up with that? In my eyes, the smaller man always win.
Oh, he was cooking right there. We'll get him in a second here. Did we lose him? Okay. Looks like the internet paused on us as he was cooking right there, because there was this thought, this prevailing thought that the smaller man always loses to the bigger man. This was repeated time and again throughout the fight week. And he proved that that's not the case. Again, I hope you all recognize this was a 168-pounder fighting a 147-pounder. He had one fight at 154 last August, was the undisputed king at 147, beating Errol Spence in July of 2023, came back the following year, fought Israel Madrimov at the soccer stadium in Los Angeles, and then did everything he could to get this fight, played his cards the right way, and there he was, standing face to face against Canelo Alvarez, who did seem for the longest time like he didn't want to take this fight, and because there was great risk involved, because not only is Terence Crawford one of the all-time best fighters in the history of the sport, he's smaller than him, so a lot of people would be like, oh, of course you're going to beat the smaller guy, right? But I think Canelo recognized, yeah, he might be smaller, but he's that damn good. Like I said, switch hitter, boxing IQ higher than most, if not anyone in the game. Canelo 100% understood the risk. But there was so much attached to this, and there's still so much attached to Canelo. I don't subscribe to the notion, to the theory that Canelo Alvarez is shot, is done, is and never was. And quite honestly, Canelo, not a never was, shot, done. Of course he was. But quite honestly, Canelo can now go out and do whatever he wants because he's not tied to the belts. Let's go back to Terence. There he is. You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
You were cooking there for a second about the thought of the smaller guys not being able to beat the bigger guys, and then we lost you.
Yeah, I was just, you know, referring to when I had a conversation with Mac earlier this week, I said, who came up with that? He said, I don't know. I said, right. I said, everybody just listening to everybody. They just copy and pasting. And they just running with this narrative that the great big man always beat the great little man. I'm like, can we look at history when we look at all these great fighters that moved up in weight, and it was smaller guys that went into bigger divisions and beat the bigger guy, So, I just think that people just hear things and they just run with it and they don't do their research.
Can I ask, how much do you think, or maybe you know the answer to this, how much did you weigh on Saturday night?
I don't know. I didn't even weigh myself.
Okay. What do you think you weighed?
Probably like 175.
And what do you think he was?
I don't know.
How did your body, obviously you fought brilliantly, but did you feel okay with the extra weight?
Of course. I felt great. I felt strong. I felt, fast. I felt like I was in a lower weight class like I normally do.
You now have opportunities, massive choices to conquer at 168, at 160, at 154. Hell, if you want to go back to 47, you have great choices there. Where do you think you'll stay? Now you're the undisputed champion. Doesn't mean you have to stay at 168. Where do you think you'll stay?
I don't know. Like I said before, I'm going to talk with my team, family, and then we're going to make that decision, and then we're going to come back to you.
Yeah, you were asked in the post-fight press conference, or not the press conference in the ring, which kind of surprised me because the thought didn't even cross my mind, if this was possibly the final fight of your career. And to me, I know you just conquered a great mountain, but you're so freaking hot and so good right now. Why would you walk away now? Can you say definitively that you will fight again?
I don't know.
Really? It's still up in the air?
Still up in the air.
Wow, there is a chance that was your final fight.
Could be.
Are you just playing coy with us right now?
I'm just saying it could be. It may not be. I don't want to say, that it is and it ain't. I want to say it ain't and that it is.
See, you get a lot of respect and love for being a great boxer, great IQ. I don't know if you get the respect that you deserve for being a great businessman, because this is Terence the businessman talking, right? They got to pay the cheddar to make it better, right?
For sure. All money ain't good money, so you got to know that.
Okay, fair enough. I hate to use the word easy, but at times it did feel like you were, having a really easy time out there. Were you expecting it to play out that way?
Listen, it's never easy. Boxing is hard. We train so hard, and for this fight, we actually been training for some years. Preparing ourselves for Canelo Alvarez. It's never easy.
How about just the way it played out? Was that sort of how you were expecting?
In a way, yeah. We train we train how we fight, and training was real hard. I had some real tough sparring, and everything that we put into preparation came out, for that one night.
Did you happen to see that clip in slow-mo of you hitting him and him making that face like, damn, man, I don't know if I have any answers for this anymore? You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. Sometimes he was frustrated in there. He was basically like, damn, like, how I get hit with that shot?
Yes.
Sometimes, us fighters, we get frustrated, and, he was frustrated. He couldn't figure me out.
When did you start to feel like you had figured him out?
Early in the early rounds.
Because it's often said you take a few rounds to just kind of dissect and download the information, but I felt off the jump you had his number.
Yeah, for sure. I just think that, like I said, our preparation, me and my team preparation led us to, where we was at this Saturday, knowing what Canelo likes to do, what he don't like, and the things that works on him.
Oh no. We're fighting through it. Like working through a Terence Crawford attack here? Do we get in like 4-minute spurts? It's like going 3 rounds with him, and then you need a minute to dissect it all, to digest it all, and then you have to go back out there. That clip of him nailing Canelo with the shot, and then Canelo making that face, like, what the hell? How am I supposed to react to this? Oh, he's back. He's back.
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying this is like fighting you. Like you have to fight through the elements, for 3 minutes, and then take a minute to digest it all. He said afterwards, "You are better than Floyd Mayweather," and I know you don't like those comparisons. I know you don't like when people pitch you two together. But when you heard that, what did you think? How did that feel to hear that from someone like him?
I just was like, well, it's his personal opinion. He was in the ring with both of us, so a lot of people, they can say what they want, but he's actually been in the ring with both of us. One where he felt like he was at the best, and another where he felt like he was at a disadvantage when he had a rehydration clause and he was younger. So, I don't know, I don't go off of that. Floyd is the best fighter, in his era, and I feel like I'm the best fighter in my era.
One thing that I thought was really interesting about the fight, I always love watching you switch stances as effortlessly as you do. You didn't do that a lot in this fight. You didn't have to. Were you expecting not to have to?
No, I felt like I could have, but why do something when something else is working?
Easy answer. You still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you, Terence, one thing that I love about you, you always have the same guys around you. And I wanted to ask you about Wayne Sullivan, because I love this dude showing up with the Nebraska hat and the suspenders and the bow tie. The guy who's always by your side with the belts, of course. Who is Wayne, and what is his connection to you?
That's my little brother. That's one of my best friends. That's my bro. I don't get no thicker than that. He's always by my side. I'm always by his side. And, he gonna be at every fight with them suspenders on, repping Nebraska like he always do.
When did you meet him?
Oh, we met as, teenagers. It's funny how we met. We was in the church playing basketball. It was actually about to fight. We was gonna fight in the church, and then we just both sit down there and looked at each other and we just started laughing. And I was like, man, you're a cool dude. You know what I mean? He was like, yeah, man. And I was just like, man, we just got close. And, once we started kicking it, it was just like we knew each other for years. And, we was with each other every day. From fishing, the dirt bike ride, the four-wheeler, it didn't matter what it was. He was always, by my side. I was always by his side.
I love that he's always there as a part of the entourage. I'll ask you one more thing and then let you go. One more topic. Obviously, we're paying close attention to you and Ilia Topuria, the back and forth, the tweets, and then you walk out to the song that he usually walks out to. You were asked about it. He then responded yesterday via Twitter to you walking out to the song that he usually walks out to. And I know that you were asked about this, but this was his response. First, he calls me drunk. Then he walks out to my song. Crawford, whenever you want, I'll teach you how to dance the mariachi in the ring, and Canelo, I'll save you a round after him. Honestly, you walking out to his song, did you not know that was the song he always walks out to?
To be honest, I never even seen this dude fight. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm not worried about that guy at all. It's crazy how, things work, I didn't even know who he was. When he seen me at the UFC, he came up and shook my hand saying, what's up to me? I didn't even know who he was, but then I see him online talking about he had knocked me out in the first round and this and that and this. Well, if you want to fight me, you had the opportunity to tell me like, hey man, I want to fight you. What's up? Like, that's fake. If I don't like somebody, if I want to fight them for whatever reason, I would have been like, hey, what's up, man? What you think about me and you fighting? I'm not going to go hide behind, the keyboard and things like that, and then be like, oh, I knocked this dude out, this and that and this. I think that's fake.
Do you think he actually wants to fight you, or do you think, as the kids would say, he's just trying to clout chase?
I definitely think he's trying to clout chase. I think he'll definitely get in the ring with me for the right check. You know, that's what we all do it for. But at the same time, you know, I think, you know, he's I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I don't know what he thinking this way. You know, ain't even nothing to talk about.
Do you, now that this has become a thing and you see the interest, do you have interest in fighting him?
For what? What
money?
Listen, what money would I get out of fighting him? Tell me how much I'm gonna get out of fighting him.
Well, I know Floyd made a lot, obviously, to fight Conor.
He's not nowhere near on the level of Conor McGregor. Let's be real. Stop it. Don't ever compare him to Conor. Conor was here. He's here. Like I said, I don't know this guy. I never seen this guy fight. And I watch a lot of MMA, you know what I mean? Maybe, you know what I mean, I'm slipping. Maybe he's a good fighter, you know what I mean? I don't know. But I honestly never seen this guy fight, for sure. You know, and I've seen Conor McGregor fight a lot of times. Just saying.
Okay.
Him and Conor, like, it's night and day. It's night and day.
So you'd say that
you know it's night and day. Don't ever try to say they on the same level.
I'm just saying right now, you can make the case that he is one of the biggest stars in the UFC.
Okay, so how much we gonna make? How much we make? Tell me how much we make. How much you make? Am I gonna make more with him than I made with Canelo?
Probably not.
Am I gonna make close?
Probably not. But if we're talking about like a Bivol or someone,
what are we talking about? What are we talking about? We ain't talking.
I think you'd make more than like if you fought a Bivol or someone like that.
We're not talking about that.
I'm just saying compared to people not named Canelo.
Listen, tell that guy to, you know, keep up the good work in his career. I wish him the best.
Fair enough. When do you think you'll know if you'll fight again?
I don't know. I'm just chilling, relaxing, you know, enjoying my hard work pay off.
Did you see the Nebraska tweet? They changed it to your face?
No, I didn't.
This is the Nebraska Huskers Twitter page, and that's you.
Yeah, yeah, it's my team.
Yeah,
you know, I rep Nebraska every fight that I ever had. You know, I rep Omaha, Nebraska. You know, as a city, as a state. You know, as a whole. You know, and it's great to show that they, you know, supporting and repping me. You know, the same.
Yeah, the homecoming is going to be fantastic. Congratulations, Terence. Thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. And what a joy it was to see you do your thing on Saturday and to see you make history once again.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, much love, my man. There he is, Terence Bud Crawford, the undisputed super middleweight champion of the world, just defeated Canelo Alvarez. If you haven't watched it, go on your Netflix right now and watch it because it's an unbelievable performance. It's one of the all-time great performances that we've ever seen. All right, still to come, Eddie Hearn, Yoel Romero, Gable Steveson. In a matter of moments, we're going to have Dixon, tremendous boxing scribe, boxing journalist, longtime boxing journalist, currently at Boxing Scene, has been a member of the Boxing Beat for many, many years, the editor of Boxing News back in the day, which is a very, very, very prestigious boxing outlet, and has also written for The Ring Magazine and The Telegraph and many more, and has written several books, including Damage, The Untold Story of Brain Trauma in Boxing, Warrior, A Life of War, Boxing and Redemption, The Road to Nowhere in the Company of Kings, and most importantly for these purposes, Ricky Hatton, War and Peace, which came out in 2013. Someone who has covered Ricky Hatton for the vast majority of his career and then wrote this book with Ricky Hatton about 12 or so years ago. Wanted to have him on to talk about the one and only Ricky the Hitman Hatton. He's kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon. Hello, Tris. How are you? I really appreciate you coming on, and I'm sorry that it's under these circumstances, but we thought no better person than you to eulogize and remember Ricky Hatton. So thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ariel. It's been a tough 36 hours, and not just for me, but my heart goes out obviously to his family, his close friends, and I think of his son Campbell. I think of his brother Matthew, and all the guys that came through with him, like friends of his for 30 years, people like Matthew Macklin, Paul Smith, Anthony Farnell. There was a whole crop of guys from Manchester and Liverpool who came through at the same time, and they were all great friends together. Like they've been close to Ricky for 30, 35 years, and yeah, I mean, British boxing on the whole is absolutely reeling. I've never seen. It's hard to think of the public outpouring of grief that matches this.
And could I ask on a personal note, how are you dealing with it? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, not only did you cover his legendary career, Hall of Fame career, but I do believe you were friends. He was a good friend of yours, and you wrote this book, and I saw the beautiful message that he wrote to you in the book as well, which I thought it just screamed Ricky Hatton because he was thanking you for just being a good friend. How are you dealing with everything over the past 36 hours?
Yeah, not good at all. Not good at all. I think I cried for like 8 or 9 hours yesterday, and I'm not like not trying to be a man's man, but I'm not a crier. But it's funny, I spoke to, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, Jamie Moore. I've spoken to all those guys today, and they're all the same. Like no one can stop. And messages, oh God, we get messages on Instagram who never met him. I'll stop crying, and they didn't even know him. And it's it's touched so many people. And I just it's completely blindsided me. Not just losing him, but the emotion. Like, I just don't even know where it's coming from. But it just seems to be getting everybody.
Well, I think I kind of know where it's coming from. He meant so much to so many people, and he connected with so many people on a personal level, because what has always been said about him was he was the everyman. He represented the UK so brilliantly. He never put himself above anyone. Those stories of him at the pub, hanging out with people at the the local, as you would say, and just being one of the lads, made him almost feel like your best friend, but also someone that was doing superhuman things on a superhuman level. And so can I ask, in your words, because they're much more impactful than mine, why did the UK and why did the boxing public adore this man so much? Why did he seem to connect in a way very few star athletes are able to?
Because he had time for everybody. He made time for everybody. Even just looking through social media, everyone's got pictures of him. Countless pictures of him. There's slides, people who, are cursory cast members in his life have got 10, 15 pictures with him. You go through social media and everyone did and it was known that, he would obviously blow up between fights in terms of weight and stuff. And he was going down the pub and drinking with everybody. And after the fights, he'd meet guys in the pub and see all his friends and family, and he he's just so accessible. And I think that's the thing, when we started to write the book, Ricky wanted to be really, really involved with it. It wasn't where you get 3 or 4 hour into a 3 or 4 hour interview and then the rest of it's cuttings. Like me and Ricky we were basically spending every other week together. So but for about 6 months, I was going through a divorce at the time, so I was going up there like on the weekends when I didn't have my kids. I'd go off and see Ricky, and we'd sort of sit and do a long session on a Saturday, maybe break for lunch, and then I'd go back to crash, and then we'd reconvene and do a session on a Sunday, and then we'd go out to lunch 9 times out of 10, and I live a long way from Ricky, but when he was doing speaking engagements down in this neck of the woods, we'd meet up. And where I'm going with this, wherever we're sat, obviously in a public place, like queues forming to see him because he was so recognizable, his voice, his look, everything about him, and this goes back to what we're talking about in terms of his popularity. He had time for everyone, and we'd be sat there, or he'd be, people would just queue up to take pictures with him and do selfies and have things signed, and he just made time for everybody. And you could tell, like, sometimes it's like having his head down, it's like it's not going to happen, is it? And next thing you know, one person's seen him, everybody's seen him. and all hell's breaking loose, and he entertained everybody and did his thing, and and he was just so, that sort of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, in the sense that that's what he was like.
That process of writing the book with him, because he's very open, raw, honest. I've only interviewed him once, and I was blown away afterwards at how open he was about everything he had been through, and that was in a 25-minute conversation. To get that firsthand, and this is his book, this will be the definitive life story, and now is, to hear the things that he was going through, battling, having to overcome. What was that like for you as the writer?
Two things. One is it was obviously deeply sad, and the other thing is just I was also deeply privileged. The fact that he would confide in me and select me to do the job. So yeah, I mean it was like that really, Ariel. It's like just torn, just so privileged to build that relationship with him over the years, to the point he's like, yeah, you're the guy, you're going to do it, but to hear the real stuff, because the book was, that's the paperback edition that I've got behind me that you showed on the one with the gold cover with that brilliant Castillo knockout finish there. Like that's all his words. Like it's all first person, and it is an autobiography. Like it's not a Cuttings book. It's Ricky, and in fact, that was one of the things that Ricky always said to me. People would always go up to him and, this is just, trust me, it's not a sales pitch, but say like, I could hear your voice in the book. And I'm like, it is his voice, that's what it was like. And so those were the conversations that we had. It was very thorough and very personal, and it was his story, and he was proud of it. Hence that note that he wrote, thanks for writing a good book, or whatever he called it. It was Ricky, and I hope you do hear his voice, because yeah, I mean, such a wonderful book. It kind of takes your breath away.
When was the last time you spoke to him, Tris?
Well, we would swap messages pretty regularly. It was about a month ago when we swapped some messages. He'd announced his comeback in Dubai. We swapped some messages then, and then like randomly I would just check in on him. So it was about a month ago. I think he's been to Tenerife on holiday since, and but we would always check in. And you know what, like, because obviously when you lose someone like this, you scroll through your messages and you look, and some of the stuff that he would send, it was like, he always asked how you're doing, and he'd always say like, oh, I've seen you doing such and such on Instagram, like looking good, or like how, and he'd always ask after you. Like it was always very two-way. Do you know what I mean? It was never like me asking him, picking his brains and just saying, like, he'd always fire back like, how are you doing? Hope you're well. Like every time, even if I'd message him and Campbell's just had a fight, and I'd say, oh, Campbell looks good, and he'd be like, yeah, Campbell's coming on bit by bit. How are you doing?
Wow.
He'd always fire back, and just going to what we saw yesterday as well, like the grief through the nation was just outstanding. Early on, so I got a text from Brian Peters, Katie Taylor's manager, who said he sent me the link to the Manchester Evening News saying the news, and Ricky's so famous that you think it's one of those fake news things, and I saw it and I thought, I can't believe that's going around. I was driving, so I put the phone down, face down, and then like about 15-20 seconds later, I was like, oh no. And then it just sort of hit me. And then I thought, you know what, I'm not gonna look on social media, I'm not gonna go online. And then, a couple of hours later I looked, and then I actually started to take real comfort from the outpouring, and I kind of wished he saw it. And then I purposefully tuned into the Manchester City Man United game, where obviously everything came to a standstill in his honor. And he's such a Man City fan, but friends of mine who support Manchester United were there yesterday. One of them said, I'm pleased that they won because it's what Ricky would have wanted. Not sure he quite meant that. But also he said like he'd never felt such a united atmosphere at the derby before. And, you saw Pep Guardiola close to tears and everything else. And, it's just so hard. It's just, it's just wish he knew and hope he can see. And then you saw the individual stuff. Like I got such a kick out. Like there was some major A-listers leaving tributes to Ricky, but then you see like his idols, like Roberto Duran posted about him on Instagram, and his great friend Marco Antonio Barrera, and I was with them both in Canastota last year when Ricky was inducted into the International Boxing Hall of Fame, and they had this sort of brotherhood. And then you saw Ricky's great favorite footballers and his favorite singer like Liam Gallagher and Vince and company, and all the people that he would have wanted to have been sort of not seen to be, but all the people he was friends with, who he really looked up to and idolized. It meant so much to them. It wasn't just like it wasn't a one-way thing. It wasn't like where Ricky was like a fan of these guys. Like they were a fan of him, and it's just nice to see some of those tributes. And I saw a statement from the family earlier, and they said the same thing. And that's Ricky's home there, the Heartbreak, and that's where we recorded most of the book. Where we spent so much time, and yeah, it's been an incredible outpouring. In fact, I spoke to Lou DiBella a couple of hours ago, and I said, like, can you think of any other human who would do this? Like, who could take 30,000 fans to Las Vegas, who sort of united everyone? And the only person, and I'm not comparing them as fighters, but the only one that Lou came up with was Muhammad Ali. Like, who would take 30,000 fans to the other side of the world to for anything? It's just hard to fathom like how much he was loved.
What was it like being there for that Mayweather fight? The buildup was amazing. The 24/7.
Ariel, I didn't do that one. I was in. So I was the number 2 at Boxing News at the time. I was in Switzerland covering Wayne Alcock against Arthur Abraham.
Wow.
So yeah, that night I wasn't there. I covered lots of his fights from. I was there in 2000. I think it was like his 16th or 17th fight when he fought on the Mike Tyson undercard against Julius Francis. And then obviously I covered the Sinchenko fight where it was sort of in the dressing room, just me and him after the fight. And that was in the middle of writing the book. And, I thought Ricky was going to be really down. And I was like, I remember like he was looking at himself in a picture in the dressing room. Sorry, in a mirror in the dressing room. And he looked at himself and he's like, well, no, it's not there anymore. And I was like, he seems to be taking this well. And he did. Like it at the time, it gave him like closure. He's like, I would have beaten this guy in my prime. I'm not in my prime. There's no point. Like I've got the answers I wanted. And I really felt like there was a period there where he really let go. But I think the thing was he always kept a foot in it. He never fully embraced life after boxing. And, I've been thinking about this a lot the last 24 hours or so. We will never understand, obviously, what it's like to walk in Ricky's boots and to have that level of fandom where, everyone knows him, everyone wants to be with him, everyone like it's so we've got these superstars in the sport today, but no one is accessible or as relatable as Ricky was. And so like he was obviously, when he rode that crest of the wave, real life was a real challenge because it was so different. Whereas I think a lot of fighters keep business and pleasure separate. Ricky's life was, and his identity was being the fighter and being this everyman. And, and I think he couldn't shake that identity. He didn't want to shake that identity. Like he wanted to be that guy, but, time comes to us all where we have to either change or adapt or reinvent ourselves. And I think I was just thinking about this, like he trained his fighters, he went into promoting, he's done bits, he's obviously worked with his and helped Campbell, he's working with helping his nephew Jack, Matthew's son, and he never got a step out. He was always in it, and I think he always wanted to stay in it, but it's tough. I remember speaking to former world cruiserweight champ Johnny Nelson a few years ago. He said, like, when you retire, you need 5 years out of the gym just to detox, get out your system. And Ricky was never sort of afforded that, and he wouldn't have wanted it. He didn't. He was a boxing guy through and through, and hence I mentioned Duran and Barrera, like they were his guys.
If there's someone watching this right now who maybe didn't live through the Ricky Hatton era but wants to try to get a sense for why it was so special, which fight would you recommend they watch from beginning to end, walkouts included? Would it be the Costa fight that everyone speaks so glowingly about? It happened in the middle of the night. It seemed to be his coming out party to the rest of the world. Would that be the one, or would there be another one that comes to mind?
Yeah, I think, that was his defining night. You couldn't go with anything but that because it sort of encapsulated everything that he was as a fighter. But if I was saying to go and watch anything, I would probably, and I heard you talking about it earlier, go and watch the Hatton Mayweather award-winning 24/7. Like, it's great. It's great viewing. And, everything, I watched the Netflix stuff with Crawford and Canelo last week, and I thought it was really good. Like the build-up, the two shows they did. I thought that, and it reminded me a bit of the Ricky Mayweather stuff. But when you look at the personalities of Floyd and Ricky, like everything's tried to replicate that, but without those personalities, you're fighting a tough battle to try and make TV as engaging as that.
The closing segment of that final episode is some of the best TV and some of the best fight promotion that I've ever seen. I went and quickly found it on YouTube yesterday, and I think I've watched it 10 times since then because, again, the juxtaposition of their two personalities. But for some, they were magic together, and by the end, it seemed like there was a genuine mutual respect there. It's brilliant stuff. As of right now, I've been doing the show now for a few hours, so I haven't checked. Do we have a cause of death? Do we know what happened?
It's not been released yet.
Okay.
So, it's not there. I'm sure it'll be out in the next couple of days.
Do you have any idea how he was doing? I saw Darren Barker did a sit down with him just a couple of days ago, and he was talking about this comeback. Do you have any sort of sense as to how he was doing over the last few weeks?
Yeah, I asked Darren because I was with him in Belfast. We were at Crocodile together over the weekend with your man Pizzi. Actually, it was good to see.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really into stuff. I think Ricky looked in recent stuff like on the heavier side for me, and like I'd be really into stuff. But from what I hear, he was Ricky, and I wasn't necessarily really happy with how he looked, and because I think that his self-worth was sometimes tied into how he looked. But the thing is, Ariel, and this is the thing, and Ricky was such a big advocate for this when it comes to mental health, is it didn't matter what we all saw because he was, I'm loath to use the tears of the clown thing. I'm just trying to think, Ricky was the life and soul of the party. He wouldn't show us anything. It was, he'd go out for meals with us, he'd go out for drinks with his friends, and he'd be around his loved ones. But when the door closed at the heartbreak and it was just him, we don't know how he was and how he felt, and I think that's where he struggled, ironically away from the crowds and on his own.
That is a heartbreaking thought. You've done such a great job of remembering him, but I would urge everyone to go check out the book. I would also urge everyone to check out your podcast, which I had mentioned to PT last week, your conversation with Carl Frampton. I really enjoyed it. I also enjoyed your conversation with Dan Canobio. So I'm a subscriber and listener of the Boxing Life Stories podcast. You do a great job with that as well. And also, of course, on boxingscene.com. Can I ask you in closing, how do you think and how do you want people to remember your friend Ricky Hatton when it's, when we're looking back on him in 10, 15 years? I know he was asked recently by Darren about his legacy, but I'm curious from your perspective, how do you want people to remember the Hitman?
Yeah, I think there's two things, right? He was the man of the people, and he was a hell of a fighter. And I know he said in that Darren one, one of Britain's finest, and he's definitely one of those. And yeah, I mean, his legacy, and I know you've asked me to put it into words, but it really speaks for itself, right? Like, he was just ridiculously popular, hugely adored, and could fight his ass off.
Well said. Thank you, Tris. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. It's a immeasurable loss, not just to the boxing community, but to, I know, UK. The whole country is grieving right now, and just a great guy who, as you said, despite his trials and tribulations, always did such a great job of trying to advocate for looking after yourself, for mental health awareness, for trying to be the best person that you can be. And in my opinion, he walked the walk and talked the talk. So my condolences to his family and friends such as yourself. I know it's not an easy time. So really, thank you for coming on and talking to us about Ricky Hatton for a few minutes today.
Thanks, Ariel.
There he is. Tris Dixon of BoxingScene.com wrote the book on Ricky Hatton, has a great podcast called Boxing Life Stories that I highly recommend you check out as well. Some great conversations with legends of the sport, people who cover the sport, and sort of a refreshing look on the sport of boxing. So do check that out. And later in the program, we will also talk to Eddie Hearn, who did not promote Ricky Hatton. He was a Queensberry guy, but obviously someone who has been a part of the UK boxing scene for a very long time, who I'm sure will have a few thoughts. It's been amazing to see how he has been covered and talked about over the last 36 or so hours. Like, this is, I don't know who I would compare him to who here in the United States. Maybe we could think about a little bit that question, but he was beloved in the UK and in the boxing community. No one said a bad word about Ricky, even his opponents. Just a great guy, and every man, really, in every facet of the world. All right, we'll talk to Eddie about him in about an hour's time, but wanted to speak to our next guest about his big weekend. He finally had his MMA debut on Friday at LFA 217, and as expected, he was very successful. When Gable Steveson won the Olympic gold medal and was a two-time national champion at the University of Minnesota, I said, this guy is a future MMA champion. And he made us wait a little bit. He went the WWE path. He went to my beloved Buffalo Bills, but now he's in MMA. And I hope it's for the foreseeable future, because I do think that he will be, if he wants to be, an MMA champion. Let's talk to Gable about his successful MMA debut. There he is. Hello, my man. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on the win. Now one and done. You're able to move on. You got it out of the way. What is it like knowing that you're an undefeated MMA fighter?
It's good. You know, I went out there and did the best I could and came out with a dominating performance as predicted. So just it feels good to go out there and get locked into the cage and feel the real thing.
And so you've competed on big stages before. This was new for you. Correct me if I'm wrong. No amateur fights, right? You went right into it. And so how were you?
Zero.
How were you feeling? Were you nervous? More nervous than as a wrestler, even doing the NFL stuff? How were you feeling?
Just real confident. You know, I had a lot of good people around me. We prepared really well without any amateur fights or any pro fights leading up to this. So just having that confidence that I've always had and being able to go out there and show out and just be dominating is amazing. So we felt good. Obviously, big butterflies. You know, you're locked into in a cage with someone that wants to take your head off, but you got to do it first to him.
Yeah, the whole fight lasted 98 seconds, so it was very dominant, as you can see by these photos here. By the way, any of those tattoos new? Because I feel like there's some new ones there.
Back one.
The back one. Golly, what is it? What does it represent?
It's a half skull with a diamond in his eye with diamond teeth, kind of showing like you can not have everything internally, but have a lot of things in this world, such as money and fame and jewels and stuff like that. And the other side is the angel face, where it's kind of dying and can show that you can have a healthy life, but also cannot be kind of complete. You know, kind of my own little story.
Okay. I like that, and I dig it. When did you decide that this was going to be the path? Again, we had all been wondering when you would go down this path. When did you actually say, okay, I'm doing this?
I decided probably right when NCAA season came. You know, after NCAAs, I was going to put on the gloves and make that run, and I stuck to it, and I'm going to keep sticking to it.
Okay, so this is your thing now?
Yes.
And the decision to go down the LFA path as opposed to maybe some other paths, how did that all come about?
LFA is a great promotion. You know, a lot of the best fighters come from the LFA promotion. They put guys where they need to go, and I believe that we can create the same path for myself. So LFA, they did a great job with me this Friday, and they gave me open arms, especially in my home city. So just amazing, just amazing.
Do you think you will fight for them again?
Sure, I would like to.
Okay.
Of course, yeah. I would like to get back out there and keep showing the world what I'm made of. As you saw, the big takedown to the ground and pound, but man, there's so much more, and I'm excited for people to see.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Was there any part of you that was like, yeah, I love the fact that I finished this guy in 98 seconds, but I kind of wanted to show a little bit more, and are you eager to show a little bit more?
Of course, I'm very eager to show a little bit more. I just want to each time I want to add a little bit more to the game plan, to the process, and show the world there can be a completeness with me. And but the first one is got to be a big takedown. It's got to be what the people want to see. But also, I had a plan on standing up and going out there and showing the world that I have hands too. But the leg was there. You got to take it as a wrestler. Deep down, you got to take that leg and finish the shot and win that fight.
Did you enjoy the whole process, the fight, but also the training camp, like everything that goes into being an MMA fighter?
Yeah, it's a lot different than wrestling. You know, wrestling, you prepare for 1 7-minute match, and in MMA, you prepare for 15 minutes straight of just going out there and brawling with somebody, and someone's gonna fall. And that day, thankfully, it wasn't me. So it's different. It's a different rush. It's a different thing, and it's amazing to be a part of something new and enjoy it and go out there and be free.
Night and day from pro wrestling, right?
Both are great.
I just mean you don't have to worry about promos and all this stuff. You go in there, do the job. No one cares if you say anything.
I mean, you got to do a job in both things. You know, you got to do your thing in pro wrestling. You got to do your thing in MMA, and I'm going to stick to that.
Okay, fair enough. To have guys like, I mean, that picture there, you have John Jones in your corner, you have Brandon Gibson in your corner, Greg Jackson in your corner. I mean, like, this is like a Hall of Fame corner. What is that like?
Oh man, it's a blessing to be able to work with those guys. You know, Brandon Gibson, I met when I was at John's camp. Man, Greg Jackson too, and I've been knowing John for a while just from social media, and then he reached out to me in October to come help with the Stipe camp. So it's a one in a lifetime opportunity to be a part of those guys and kind of see their model and see how they do things backstage before fights and hearing them in the middle of a fight and also way before and being able to kind of dissect great minds. You know, it's amazing.
Those are some of the smartest people to ever be involved in MMA. Greg Jackson, Yoda, everyone loves him. Brandon Gibson, can't say enough. One of the nicest human beings that I've ever met, and obviously
all really nice, all really nice.
And John, obviously one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest in many people's eyes. So, are you going to be training in Albuquerque? Is that going to be your spot for training camps?
Yes, that'd be my plan. You know, I enjoy my time there. Like I said, I enjoy those guys, man. It's just to be around greatness. You know, I've been in wrestling a long time where we have great teams and have great programs, but it's new to be around guys that you've never really been around, and then they really know the stature and magnitude of what you can be. So, man, I believe in them. They believe in me, and I'm honored to be with them.
I'm assuming no injuries after this fight, right?
No injuries, thankfully.
And so, how quickly would you like to come back?
As quick as possible. I would like to stay active. I would like to keep being me. I would like to keep showing the world who I am. And you only get better by being in there, and I want to keep being in there.
So, fair to say you're going to fight again this year?
I would love to, yes.
I can understand why a UFC, a PFL, any organization under the sun, like if I was running them, I would say, let's just sign this guy now. Let's bring him in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Are those conversations happening, or do you want to take this slow?
I would like to take this slow. I would like to go where I need to go. I'm 1-0. I'm focused on being 2-0. Nothing else.
Okay, so you don't want to like jump. You're not one of those guys who's going to say like, put me in the UFC right now or put me in the PFL right now. I'm ready to go.
The last guy that did that took a couple knees, so no.
Okay. How far away do you think you are from like how many fights do you think you'll need?
Man, if it's there and the UFC looks at me or the PFL or whoever, you know, my goal is to be UFC champion. You know, I want to go out there and be with the best. I want to look the best in the face, and I want to go out there and show the world what I'm made of. And I know I can do it. If those fans think I'm ready and they want to see Gable Steveson and where he needs to go, of course. But in my eyes, do I have things to work on? Of course. And I would keep working on those things and keep showing the project as we go along.
Have you ever met Dana White?
No, I have
really?
not. I met Hunter Campbell, just not Dana White.
Okay. And the Hunter Campbell meeting, was that like a business meeting or just like a hi, hello, how are you?
It was a very nice meeting with good intentions.
Okay. Was that recently?
April, yes.
Okay, so not that long ago.
No, not that long ago, yeah.
Would you be okay if they asked you to go through the Contender Series first?
If they look me in the eyes and say it, then you got to do it.
Okay. But you don't feel like you're above that or anything like that?
No, you've known me for a long time. I've never said anything bad about any places. I've never tried to jump the gun. The younger version of me, I'm 25 now. If I was 21, I might have would have said, "Hey, man, throw me out there and let me see the Sharks." But right now, I know where I stand and I know where I can be. And I'm honored to be in a spot with great people around me: John Jones, Brandon Gibson, Greg Jackson, and I have a good team with me. And when they say the time is right, we'll be right there.
I was wondering if before or after the fight, if you heard from your old friend Brock Lesnar, who had a great run in MMA. Did he reach out? Did you hear anything from him?
I heard from Brock after his crazy, surprising WWE return at SummerSlam. Man, the crowd goes crazy for him. They love him. Whenever I see him, it's just a rush of like, wow, that's my favorite athlete. But that's about all.
Okay, would you be interested in training with him for this endeavor?
Man, I don't know. I mean, if Brock would like to, Brock would be a great person to learn from, of course.
Yeah. Well, he had a great run. He was very successful.
Great. Yeah, he was.
You were pretty young, though, when he was in the UFC. Did you watch at that time?
Pretty young, man. Brock was the beast when I was there. Just seeing him and kind of seeing him in person and just seeing the model that he's created for a lot of athletes is crazy. So, man, truly one of a kind.
Could I ask, how much should you weigh on the Thursday before the fight?
About 260.
Okay.
And I weighed in at 69. Or 259, sorry.
259. Do you think that's around the weight that you'll fight at, or do you want to be lower than that?
I am working on getting lower. It's been, when I remember when he talked to me about Buffalo, I was about 300 pounds. So I would like to maybe end up about 250 walking around, maybe 245, and then stick with that from there on out.
Did you have to cut weight for this?
No.
Okay. And just like competing for the first time without shoes, what was that like for you?
Fun. You like the shoes because you can kind of grab, you can take an ankle pick and kind of grab the shoe. But man, this really shows that you have to be ready in all areas. I could take a low single shot and a guy could slip out, and that just shows me that I got to take high end shots with high end opponents and really blow through those shots and get down and no problems.
I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about Craig Jones because you were in the news. Sure. You were supposed to compete against him. We've heard from him. We haven't heard from you. And so I'd love to know your side of the story. Why didn't that match happen at the end of August?
With who?
With Craig Jones.
Oh, yeah, that match was, we came about in February. Match was going to happen. We met up a few times. Everything was all good. Long story short, couple funky stipulations around there that we didn't agree upon. They wanted to keep it. I got turf toe and wasn't there.
Okay, can I ask what those stipulations were? What do you mean by that?
There was a look in the eye of saying, "Hey, can you do something for me?" And that's about all.
Can you do something for me? What are you trying to say? What does that mean?
You know what I'm trying to say.
Can I ask what you're trying to say?
Yeah, of course.
Are you implying that?
I'm just trying to keep it as nice as possible because when I came out of that match and I had turf toe, because I wrestled the whole NCAA season with a bad turf toe, which I got like the second duel of the season, and I went through the whole season with it, even the NCAA finals and everything. So it was lingering, but when it came back, I was like, I can't have another mishap of me falling to someone in a way that's not possible. So that's why I had to pull out. But before that, if you really want to know, there was a look in the eye of saying, hey, I'm going to retire after this match. I don't want to take this loss. Can you do this for me? And we'll leave it as that.
Okay. So in other words, you are saying that he asked you to basically lose to him on purpose, like to work the match? And you didn't want to do that. And so did you get hurt before that or after that?
I was actually lingering the whole time. And so I was kind of baseline and then just stepped wrong. And, turf toe, like Joe Burrow just got turf toe and he's out for 3 months. It could just pop up, whatever. And I was dealing with kind of a lingering battle and just tough.
When you were approached with this idea, and the reason I'm asking you all of this, Gable, is because, as you know, he's very outspoken on social media, and so he has said a lot about you, even in the aftermath of your win. So I just want to be able to get your side. Did that ever come up in the buildup? Like when you signed in February, did it ever come up that this was going to be asked of you?
No, I was looking at an exciting match. I was looking at a match that we were going to go out there and sell tickets for and go out there and put on a good show. Eventually, the question did come along. We sat, we thought, we disagreed. We went back to them as time got closer, just popped up with a bad injury and just had to focus on my next thing. And my next thing is putting the gloves on and making sure that I could take care of what I need to take care of.
There was an implication that the reason you didn't compete against him was because he's at odds with the UFC. Did that come into play at all?
No, I'm sure the UFC does not care. I mean, the UFC has UFC BJJ. They got to take care of their own business, and this is another person's business that we're talking about. So I don't believe so. I have no recollection of that either.
And you stayed pretty quiet as all this was happening in the build-up to his event. Was that difficult for you as you're seeing all of this probably?
No, man, you've talked to me so many times. I personally did not have any ill intention with pulling out of this match. You know, my foot, like, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to go out there and just limp around and not look good for anybody and make sure everything just runs down a hill that it doesn't need to be run down? I stayed quiet because I'm a man. You know, I'm not going to go out there and speak bad about somebody because something's wrong or something didn't go my way. I look at things in a different way. Maybe he doesn't because he hasn't accomplished anything in his field. He's lost to Gordon Ryan about 3-4 times. His team, the B team, won the Craig Jones Invitational, but probably shouldn't have. So that's a weird thing too. So I think he's got a lot more digging than worrying about me.
Okay. And is this something you're interested in exploring with him? In like, do you want to compete against this guy because it's gotten a little personal?
No.
Okay.
Leave him where he needs to be.
And if he never brought this up, would you have still gone through with it? Meaning, if the request, as you're saying, to maybe work the match was never brought up, would you have competed?
Sure, it was ready. I was ready to go out there and do business with the way business needed to be done. But as time went on, I just flared up. I can't walk a couple of days, and just it's just not in the best interest to do something like that. And with what I'm really trying to accomplish with myself.
Last thing on this, ultimately, was it because you didn't want to be involved in a work match? You felt like it was being sold as a shoot, as they say, and you didn't want to do something like that? Is that the reason why it didn't sit well with you?
Sure, it's a shoot, but I mean, I'm hurt.
Yeah.
I don't know what else we can get at, Ariel.
Okay. How is the toe now?
Good. You know, it has times where I go and I maybe step wrong in a wrestling room or on the wrestling mat or on the jiu-jitsu mat, and I kind of tweak a little bit. But as time goes on, it gets better. But it's just a lingering thing that just, if you ask an NFL player, just doesn't really go away. You just got to keep maintaining and taking care of it.
Going through, like, you didn't have shoes on, right? So you had no protection. Were you worried about that in the match on Friday, that he steps on you, he kicks you, something like that?
Sure. I mean, I was worried about more of the people in the comments saying I might lose by toe hold. And that was my biggest fear. But of course I'm worried. But I think the adrenaline was pumping and I was in the right spot. My feet felt good. My body feels good. I'm rejuvenated right now, and I'm happy to where I am.
You said earlier that you're focused on this MMA thing, which I think is great news, and I'm very curious to see how it plays out. But at the same time, this Real American Freestyle Wrestling promotion has popped up, like the first real time in a very long time that someone's trying to, build a promotion around legit freestyle wrestling. Did you see their first event? And if so, what did you think of it?
I thought it was a great first event, man. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan, first of all, man, just a WWE legend and a real legend of that entertainment business. But I saw the first event. I thought it was great. I mean, I think everyone wrestled really fantastic and good for them. Very good for them.
Do you have any interest in competing for them?
Right now, no. Right now, I had the biggest rush of my life putting on those gloves and getting that victory. I want to keep it that way.
Okay. Because we have seen, like Bo Nickel competed for them and Holly Holm. So we've seen people cross over, but you want to
shout out to them. Yeah.
You want to stick to MMA.
I want to stick to MMA. I want to take it one day at a time. I want to be I'm 1-0 right now. I would like to be 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, and then just keep it going. And man, just believe myself. You got to focus on one thing, and I want to focus on this.
And could I ask, Gable, because it's been a minute since we spoke to you, the match against Wyatt was a shocker, right? I mean, everyone just thought you were going to win again. Sure. How long did it take for you to get over that and to just kind of move on from that?
It's there's bumps in the road always. There's always going to be whether anything you do. That loss didn't really internally kill me because I was set on ready to do my next thing. Did I wish it would have went another way? Of course, but hats off to him. He did a good job, and hopefully he keeps doing his thing.
Do you have any interest in competing against him again?
If the worlds lined up, the worlds may collide, and there may be a chance. But I know he just went to the World Championship and he didn't bring back a medal for USA. That's going to be tough on him. I feel like he's got a lot of other things to worry about and set up a matchup with me.
Okay. And one last one, and maybe this isn't obvious. 2028, is that a possibility, or are you done with the Olympics?
I think the Olympics would be great, especially since it's in LA. Yeah. But like I said, my eyes are on keeping the gloves on and keeping myself in that cage.
Is there any chance we see you next month? Like early in someone's career, they may fight once a month. Is it possible we may see you that quickly?
I got a little thing about November, so I'm hoping around then or just before the new year ends.
Okay, love that. Well, congratulations on the first win, getting out of the way. Looking forward to watching your career progress and to see you on the big stage in, I think, a very, very short amount of time. It's going to be fascinating to watch. Thank you, Gable. And again, congrats. And by the way, I understand you're expecting a child, right?
Baby girl, yes.
When is that? There
January
it is.
3rd. Thank you.
Congrats. Congrats.
Look at those nice pictures of us. No, I
It's
appreciate
beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Congrats. And I hope everything goes smoothly. And, obviously you have a lot to be excited and grateful for. So well done.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
There he is, Gable Steveson, kind enough to join us, former Buffalo Bill. Yeah. Fascinating stuff. How long before Gable Stevenson's in the UFC? I mean, obviously, the path is right there to go to the UFC. He's got the people behind him. If I'm PFL, I'm signing him yesterday. Like, you remember when PFL signed Aaron Pico before he made his MMA debut? You sign that guy yesterday, and you give him all the money in the world, in my opinion. Are you kidding me? Like, that's a generational talent right there. 2-time national champion, Olympic gold medalist, four-time Big Ten champion. You signed that guy yesterday for the PFL, but I think he wants to be in the UFC. I mean, he said it himself. Fascinating stuff with Craig Jones as well. We're going to take a quick break. After the break, Yoel Romero, Eddie Hearn. Much more to come. Pete's going to join us. We have to talk about the White House card, Molly McCann, Yoel Romero, BKFC, Mike Perry, Jeremy Stevens. What a day it has been so far. Much more to come. Don't go anywhere.
Back in your life! Finally!
We have a lot to talk about.
I didn't care about a big fight or money. I cared about the heavyweight title. That's all I've ever been bothered about.
Join us for the entire first round live on Yahoo Sports.
This is the biggest shock of the draft.
Super Bowl 59 on Radio Row with Jaden Daniels.
Put me on the spot like that.
Here with first-time Olympian Stephen Curry. You and LeBron's relationship has had to evolve.
And see blood on the other side, but still have the utmost respect for who you're playing against.
You know, alerts on your phone. Oh, KD's thinking about leaving. Like, where's this coming from?
Coach Prime, Deion Sanders.
They don't put a gold jacket on your back and you don't know what you're doing.
The head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, Jim Harbaugh.
It's like being around greatness.
How does that feel when you hear that? Shedeur Sanders, future NFL
quarterback.
You're
the first one I ever hear say that. Like, that's why. I'm thankful.
And they're going to be here for a long time.
Now to a fun part of today's program.
Like, I literally went to college with Chris Paul. Like, he's still in the NBA.
He could not hit another home run all year. It'd be a great season.
Yes, correct.
I got to make an admission first, A-Rod.
Oh, God.
I grew up a Boston Red Sox fan.
I knew that.
I used to hate you.
I've gotten to a point where I can smell you guys.
And I think winning with the Buccaneers put him at a completely different level. He has the greatest resume of any quarterback in football history.
They have a chance to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and win it. The realist in me says that ain't happening at all.
I don't want to treat you like a regular journalist because I feel like me and you have a good relationship.
I would put Travis Hunter in that same category as those two players. The difference between he and Rome Odunze, Travis Hunter is just a special athlete.
I actually think this is a smart decision by them.
This is what we're going to bring in. This is who we are. This is the style that we're doing.
And it was a long, beautiful conversation.
What a fun interview, Dave.
Hey, thanks, Coach.
You not like all talked out after talking to people for so long?
This is my life.
Okay.
I could do this for 8 hours.
Got it.
Wow.
All right, back on the program. Matter of moments, we'll be joined by Yoel Romero, still to come. The great Eddie Hearn. I can't wait for that one. PT will join us back in as well. By the way, Yoel Romero made his successful, speaking of debuts, BKFC debut on Friday. Did you guys happen to see the weigh-ins? The Yoel Romero weigh-ins. Yoel Romero, may I remind you, is 48. What in the world? It's so crazy because if I wasn't looking at his face, I would think I was looking at myself. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy. April 30th, 1977 is this man's birthday. Look at this guy. The soldier of God. No forget Jesus. Look at that. That's a toy. That's an action figure. That's an action figure. You know the action figure where like when the abs look like they're bricks? That's an action figure. Golly. The knockout was something else. We have the knockout here. We could show it from our friends over at BKFC. Look at this. Knocked down. Oh. Here comes a nice little uppercut. Oh, yeah. Parting shot, baby. Shout out. Rest in peace. Good one, Frank. I like that one. Oh my God. I'm being taken into a different era right now with this music. Chills up and down my spine. Wow. Vicious stuff. They've got something here with Yoel. The ageless wonder, Yoel Romero. What a guy. They had another crazy knockout in bare knuckle where the guy like stiffened up. Did you guys see that one? That was scary. On the ropes, like the guy just stiffened up. It was nuts. Yeah, I have a feeling this story between Gable Steveson and Craig Jones is not going to end. It's just my hunch. What's going on here? No. That is just my hunch, my friends. Can we also just quickly talk while we're getting you on, unless we have him? Okay, the Terence and Ilya portion of the conversation I thought was really interesting.
Him just like being like, keep up the good work, sport. Like he just finished his first boxing class down at the local rec.
And just to be clear, do we believe him that he's never heard of him?
He claims that he watches a lot of MMA and says he's never heard of Ilya Topuria. I find that hard to believe. I was back here. I was like, all right, Terrence, chill out. He's like, I watch a lot of MMA and I've never heard of dude.
Yo, between Eddie Dana, Gable Craig, and now Ilya Terrence, the passive aggressiveness right now is on another level.
Yeah, I love Gable. He's like, we'll just leave it at that. And then went on to explain
those fighting words.
What happened.
But also the B team shouldn't have won, and Wyatt, lost in the Worlds and all that. Like, oh,
yeah, I would imagine if Craig Jones gets eyes on that interview, he'll probably have a rebuttal.
Well, based on my WhatsApp, I think he has eyes on it. Well, I will leave it at that. I will leave it at that. Golly.
Will you leave it at that, or will you pull a Gable and tell us?
No, for now we'll leave it at that. We shall leave it at that. I did mention Mike Perry and Jeremy Stevens at the BKFC event, which Yoel Romero won. Check out this little tete-a-tete with the two who will be headlining here in Newark, across the river. Here it is. Do we have audio on this? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, in the neck. Oh! Let's go louder, Frankie. Oh. Oh my God. Mike really wants to get it. Look at this. Mike's fighting it off. Oh my word. Oh, this is great. I can't wait for this. What a day October 4th is going to be. Yo, can you bet on BKFC? Are there BKFC lines?
Yeah, we'll get some.
Does it exist?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It'll usually come out a week of. Oh. Yeah, I was betting on Knucklemania back in January.
Who do you think's the favorite in that one?
You'd have to imagine Mike Perry.
Man, Jerry Stevens look good.
I mean, he's looked good, but if I'm not mistaken, Mike Perry's still undefeated in BKFC.
He is, yeah. Bigger also, historically. Although we learned this past weekend, bigger doesn't always mean better. Speaking of heavyweights, we didn't really speak about it. Actually, Gable, so I could say that. What about Rico and Tom going at it at the beautiful Champion Training Center, I do believe, in Manchester? I mean, this is, without a doubt, the nicest gym in all of MMA. These two guys going toe-to-toe. I'm talking about Rico Verhoeven and Tom Aspinall. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at this right here from Rico. Takedown. Does he land it? Oh, what? What is that, Tom? What is this? He got the takedown. Tom is screwed. Cyril Gane's going to see that.
And I have to say, the Champion Gym, it like feels like Tom Aspinall's beat the video game, and like he's at the end of it, and he's got the custom gym now and the sponsorship and everything. That gym's unbelievable.
It's really something else. It really is. It's in Manchester, right?
I believe so.
Look at that.
Wigan proper?
I don't know. I haven't quite figured it out. Is Wigan in Manchester?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. No,
Tom must have been happy about the derby.
Yeah, he's a big city guy now.
They're going his way.
Son was happy. Foden back on track.
Manchester is blue.
What about our Forest? I mean, not exactly the best. It was nice to see you watching it. You and Jake were watching it this time.
I was up at 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, so was I.
I try to catch all the games, but you know.
Ange Ball, not exactly translated right now.
Nah.
It's a great success. I mean, you had something. You had it. You were perfect. Why did you mess it up?
I got faith in Ange.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. I mean, the guy had one training session, and they play Arsenal. Maybe the best team in the Prem. Maybe second best at worst.
80% of the training session was just intros too.
Hi, hello. How are you?
Hey guys, I'm Ange.
My favorite color is purple. You know, just getting to know each other, really. Have we figured out what the nobody sausage situation is? What is this? This is
you sat down with the man and you didn't even ask.
Can I tell you? I swear to God, I was gonna ask the Tool question, but then I swear.
So you're saying
But Rick then told me we had to wrap, and I was like,
"That's the perfect time to do it."
No, I don't want to. I don't want to get on their bad side. Here's the nobody sausage.
How much is Nobody Sausage paying for this? 1.7 million views on this tweet, 109,000 likes.
Yeah, what the hell?
And then we got the video.
What's the video?
I don't know, bro. I don't know what this is.
Yo, this is.
I didn't point it out, but some people have been pointing out
that it's a sausage.
The chest on the sausage is wild.
What is it? Oh, it looks like Bobby Lashley. What?
Yeah, I guess Bobby Lashley.
Bobby Lashley has got a huge chest. Look at it. Wow, it is wild.
Yeah, that's
the
chest.
Anybody
is crazy,
can be nobody. Now, can I ask you a question? Ooh, that's a cool little collab. Should it be?
Terence has got a pretty cool logo.
Should it be nobody can be anybody?
No, I think the whole thing is like it's cool to be nobody.
Why is that cool?
Because they're different, bro.
Oh,
actually, we keep asking. Why don't we just Google it real quick?
Yeah.
Nobody sausage. It was also on his shorts as well. Him being kitted out with Off-White all week is also sick.
Yeah, that's big time.
Oh, it's a musical artist, it says.
Let me tell you something. My son both my sons were like, we want to stay up. It even broke through to them. That was the crazy thing about this.
So I think Nobody Sausage is just a viral character. 7.6 million followers on IG. 3.3 million subscribers on YouTube.
I think the issue is, or the thing is, like it's I think it's like a vegan sausage, right?
Oh man, I don't think it has anything to do with being an actual sausage company.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like, wait, what is this? What is this from?
Just want to make humans laugh.
Nobody Sausage originated as a fictional TikTok character created by Kale Gabriel, known for surreal humor and absurdity. I thought it was like Impossible Burger. What?
Nah, bro.
Serious?
Yeah, it's just like a YouTube character. I've seen it before. Yeah. Oh, that's a cool collab, man.
Yeah, no.
Got us talking about it. We got their money's
artificial
worth.
intelligence, but rather a virtual animated character created by Brazilian creator Kale Cabral. Wow. Who knew? Anyway, by the way, did you guys see this tweet from Bilal Muhammad regarding Jared Gordon? Jared Gordon lost on Saturday, and afterwards, Bilal tweeted, Jared got hit by a car yesterday, popped his knee, he didn't want to pull out and fought like a warrior. What the hell? And he was, in fact, wearing a knee brace in the fight.
Yeah.
Crazy. Noche UFC flew under the radar, and I was kind of going back and forth. There was Lewis Crocker. There was my son's soccer game that I was at. There was prelims that I was curious about regarding the ring card. I didn't see a lot of like Mexican love letter to Mexico like we saw at the Sphere card or even the first one. Did you notice that? You were locked in on Georgia, Tennessee as well.
Was locked in on Georgia, Tennessee. Had Noche on a side TV until like 3 fights to go. I mean, they had the ring girls and the custom kits.
The ring girls were cool. The custom kits were cool, but I didn't see like packages and all this stuff.
No. But I don't really remember it being that.
Even Joe Martinez wasn't even there.
Yeah, which was a little crazy. Was it that for the first one that wasn't the pay-per-view? I know they had
it was a little bit more.
I know Alexa Grasso got the custom belt and everything, but.
Oh yeah, that's right. But
Yeah,
no belt on the line.
Yeah, I don't know if there was that much.
Anyway, David Martinez with the big win. Took the fight on very short notice, replacing Raul Rosas. Yo, he's very good.
He's
Second fight in
fast,
the
too.
UFC.
Rob Funk growing his hair back out.
Yeah, you don't like that?
A little fucked up, man.
Wow, jeez.
I mean, he joined the Bald Beard brand, posts about it.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, we followed each other on IG. We were
You were chatting about it?
Oh, we were being friendly. We're part of the brotherhood. Now no more. He walks out there with a full head of lettuce. So I was like, all right, Rob.
Rafa Garcia beat Jared Gordon in a fight that I thought maybe went a little bit too long, a little late on that one. But a big-time win for him. And if Jared really did get hit by a car, and I don't know why Bilal would make that up, that's crazy. And what the hell happened?
Well, speaking of going too long, the Rob Font fight
literally
went too long.
Literally, yes.
That was crazy.
Dan Mergliotta missed the horn. Now, I think it was just because it was really loud in there, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you got to have some sort of awareness on how much time is left. There's got to be some timers that he could have gotten his eyes on.
Yeah, that was bad. I think it went I think they honked the horn twice.
Martinez had to have landed like 6 or 7 shots after the horn.
What about that pop for Diego Lopez when he walked out?
Kid's a star.
Now, some people said it was the and John Silva's walkout was great too, but Lopez came across like a superstar.
And then he put on that performance. And then he hopped up on the cage, gave the double birds. I mean, that was yeah, right now it's my fight of the year.
Diego Lopez has a little Dominic Mysterio to him with that mustache and the hair.
Yeah.
He's a big-time star as well. He competed on Friday at the Worlds Collide event. I mean, there's so much going on. But no, he has really come into his own, and the place absolutely loved him. And he was able to connect with the Mexican audience as well because, of course, he lives there now and trains a whole team there. Yeah, he came across as an absolute stud. Kelvin Gastelum did not have a great weekend. Yes, he got a win over Dustin Stoltzfus, but he missed weight by 5 pounds, which in a day and age where we see people turning down fights, like credit to Stoltzfus for taking it. Who knows why he did? 5 pounds coming in at 191 for a 186-pound fight. I mean, it is just egregious, right? I mean, that's bad.
Yeah.
At this stage, guys had issues making weight. Like, what? 191 is crazy. What about El Gran Chango? I mean, what a revelation he's been. What a turnaround for Alexander Hernandez. Big win for him. Second round stoppage against Diego Ferreira. Very impressive. We'll be joined by El Gran Chango. I enjoy his, what is that line? The cut of his jib? I enjoy his style. Chango.
Yeah, I think I actually mentioned on Thursday I enjoy the cut of his jib.
You said it like that?
The exact. I bet on Alexander Hernandez solely because I enjoy the cut of his jib.
I was listening. What do you want me to say?
No, thanks for watching, man. No, we appreciate it.
I literally was I wanted to know if you got the reference.
Yeah.
Santiago Luna defeated Kwang Li, via first round knockout. Dusko Todorovic beat Jose Medina. I think the Mexican fighters went 6-0 on Saturday.
Yeah, they sure did.
Joaquim Silva split decision win over Claudio Puelles. Wait a second. Peru. Yeah, should have known. Should have trusted myself. Tatiana Suarez beat Amanda Lemos. Jesus Aguilar beat Luis Garul. Zach Reese and Cedric Dumas ended in a that was kind of tough. Dumas said that I think he said he couldn't feel his right ball, which is kind of my nightmare to have that happen to me. Daniil Donchenko won the Ultimate Fighter finals. Congratulations to him. Montserrat Rendon beat Alice Pereira. Everyone was enjoying that one, it seemed like, because they were pushing Pereira. She's the youngest women's fighter in UFC history. Age 19. 19, man. 19 is very young. And Alden Correa beat Alessandro Costa. All in all, a good show, which on a regular weekend would have given us a lot to talk about, but it was just completely overshadowed, right? Just kind of tough when like the face of the UFC is not there and he's at another event. but you get it. You get it. Do you think the fighters cared? Do you think anyone was like, man?
There has to be a level of understanding on the size and the impact of the events. This is a fight night, and this is one of the biggest boxing fights in history.
Wow. Tell that to Diego Lopez.
All right, Diego.
All right. Still to come, Eddie Hearn, Yoel Romero. I do want to talk more about other news and notes that happened over the past week. Obviously, this White House story. Dana White is asked literally about the White House story every single interview he does. I almost feel bad for him, but he doesn't seem to mind. Dana White was on the Zach Gelb show. Zach does a great job, knows his stuff, asks pertinent questions, and asked Dana White about Jon Jones. And in that conversation, Dana White said something that I thought was very telling regarding Jon Jones. In case you missed it, here it is.
You said Jon Jones called you, and he apologized. What was that conversation like?
Well, it wasn't a conversation. He reached out. He wrote, like a text saying, "Listen, sorry how this all played out or whatever. I want to fight at the White House. I'm serious about that, and just one of those type of."
Has that changed your view? No, not at all.
No.
So there's no chance he's going to be on the White
I
House
appreciate it. I appreciate him reaching out and doing that, but I need people I can count on for this fight, and I know who they are. I know who they are not.
Gotcha. Well said.
And so Dana White revealing that Jon Jones apologized to him, to me, is extremely telling. What is he apologizing for? I'll tell you what he's apologizing for, as I've said multiple times, and by the way, has not been refuted by anyone. At this point, you'd think someone, if it wasn't true, would have refuted it. Jon Jones wanted a lot of money. The number that I was told was $30 million. The UFC said no, then they said yes, then they got the money. They said, we got you the money, let's go, you versus Tom Aspinall. He said he was in, took a few days, said he was out. I've told this story a million times now. No one has refuted it. By now, you hopefully believe me. And Dana White alluded to this when he made the announcement that Jon Jones had retired and they were stripping him of the belt, or he was vacating the title, whatever semantic you want to go with, and Tom Aspinall was now the new champ. He said he gave us his word and he backed out. And now Jon Jones is apologizing for doing that, or at least it has been revealed that he apologized for doing that. And what I think is very telling about this is, as I said last week, that interview that he did on the red carpet with his PR person, Jon Jones has buyer's remorse, or at least, what is the opposite of buyer's remorse? He didn't buy anything. He has some kind of remorse. You know what I'm saying?
FOMO?
Maybe FOMO is the word. Thank you, Frank.
You're welcome.
He does not want to miss out on what's happening next June, next July. It sounds like June at the White House. And he realizes he should have stuck around. And so he is apologizing. And look, I'm not saying that Dana White won't do this. He seems to be pretty damn steadfast on not doing it. Here's the thing, though. They may need him. Donald Trump may ask for him. Like, there's other factors involved here, no doubt about it. I also know from Dana White, he can hold a grudge. And when he says that he feels a certain way, he tends to stick to that. And so this is all very telling. But if you're wondering why he's apologizing, it's for that reason. He said he was in, and then he said he was out. And I think Dana White doesn't like to come out in front of the media and say this is 100% happening and then look like he was a liar, because I think he believed that if we got him the money, he was going to do it. And they did. And he didn't. And he'll remember that. And now he knows how much he wants to fight on this card, and so he'll say, no. You want to fight on another card? Great. Let's get a $25 million gate at the T-Mobile Arena. My big question is, do we think that this is going to be the International Fight Week event, or are they going to do this event and also an International Fight Week event? I wonder, because part of this thing with T-Mobile is they have an event usually in June, July. They've said 5,000 people is going to be at this event, or are going to be at this event. They will be missing out on a lot of business if they don't do a Vegas. People aren't going to be able to attend like they want to attend a UFC in the summertime. And so I do wonder if they're going to just replace it for this particular year or do a back-to-back. I wonder. One guy who wants to be on this card is Conor McGregor. He has made that very, very clear. Dana White said that once they start to put together the card, he said this to Wade Plem, once they start to put together the card in February or so, if Conor is available and if he believes he could fight on the card, he is interested in having him on the card. He was very, very, very positive towards Conor, saying that he could always count on him, saying that he never has let him down, all this stuff and more. And shortly thereafter, Conor spoke to Adam Glynn, who does a great job of finding famous athletes and people all over New York City, and this is what he had to say about the White House card.
Both. UFC's coming to the White House. Are you excited about this? I mean, have you thought about it? I mean, it's a pretty cool thing.
I'm ecstatic the Mac is back. And what better event than to grace the White House lawn for a straightener? What I do best. I'm very, very excited, very eager, very motivated. Bring it on, baby.
Do you think that's when you maybe come back? I mean, what about come back for you as far as fighting?
I'm very happy. I'm very happy that it's June. It was on in July. Now it's a month earlier. Even better. Bring it to April, why not? Let's celebrate the birthday early. I celebrate my birthday months in advance. So
we could potentially see maybe possibly White House Conor McGregor.
That's a definitely.
That's awesome.
For sure. That's my event.
That is your event. That is
for sure.
So there you have it. He is fired up. He's revved and ready to go. Celebrates his birthday a few months earlier. It says, do it in April. We'll see. I think there's a lot of people who are saying, I don't buy it. I think they'll try to make it happen. Just like I told you they were going to make the White House fight happen, I think they'll try to make this happen. Does it ultimately happen? I don't know. But I think this would be the ideal scenario for them. Now, if you're wondering how this will affect Conor's plans to become the president of Ireland, he has, as of, I do believe, this morning, officially withdrawn from the race. How am I supposed to read that, guys? No, I'm kidding.
Just squint your eyes.
Wait, I do have the tweet somewhere.
Yeah, it's right up on the screen.
No, I can't read that. Unless I walk up to the screen. Wait a second. Oh, here it is.
I recently announced my...
Oh, I wish we had Pizza here to read that first line.
Yeah, just skip
I recently announced my sincere and genuine intentions. Very passionate. Gail, take great pride in our country. This was not an easy decision. Following careful reflection after consulting with my family, I'm withdrawing my candidacy from the presidential race. I will not contest this election. My commitment to Ireland does not end here. So I think there was some sort of like vote or something. We need PT on here to explain to us how this all works. I will continue to serve my people by using my international platform to promote Irish interest abroad, to strengthen our economic opportunities, and to advocate for transparency and responsibility in public life at home. This campaign has sparked an important conversation about democracy in Ireland and about who gets to stand, who gets to choose, and how we can ensure that the presidency truly belongs to the people. This is a marathon, not a sprint. I will continue to serve my people on the global stage, lobbying for Ireland's best interests socially and economically. Of that, there is no doubt. So there you have it. So I guess he's freed up now. So let's see how that plays out. Does Conor McGregor fight on the White House card? What are we saying? What are we putting the odds at right now?
Probably not 1,000,000,000 to 1 like John Jones, but it feels unlikely.
John Jones is actually negative 1,000,000,000 to 1. Well, 1,000,000,000 to 1 that he won't compete.
Yeah, 1,000,000,000 to 1 they won't compete. And
but I asked,
he's still taking $5 bets on that.
I'm saying, what? Where?
In that interview.
Oh, in that clip. That's right. That's right.
Give him $5. If John Jones fights on it, you'll get $5 billion back.
There's almost like two lines here. There's, are they going to try to get him on the card? I think is like a minus 500. Does he fight on the card is the question. I'll have it at like a...
This is Conor you're talking about?
Yeah. I'll have it at like a minus 175.
He fights.
Yeah. I've always said, every interview that I've ever done, I've always said he will fight again. In some way, shape, or form. Would that be in a fight against the KSI or Jake Paul? Would that be a bare knuckle? Would that be a White House card? This seems to be something that would motivate him enough. You know, the question is against two, this, that, and the other.
There's only one answer.
And what is that?
God bless.
Conor McGregor! Like, I mean, there's only
See
one
at the
guy.
top.
See at the top.
I do. we've been unfair to. That's right, Michael Chandler. We've had to switch things around, so PT kind of got screwed. But hopefully we'll still hear from him back in.
Yeah.
He did text me. He was due to be heard by counselors this morning and pulled out before it. Didn't even make an attempt. So.
I think he fights on the White House card.
Yeah, me too. I think so as well.
I think John Jones does too.
Wow.
John Jones and Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
Fight. Do you think they fight each other?
Too big.
I don't know about that one. I think Dana is actually telling the truth and sincere in saying we can't risk it. We can't have egg on our face on this one.
What would you line it at?
But why is John Jones unreliable, but Conor McGregor is reliable? I don't understand the logic.
John just screwed him like literally 2 months ago.
Okay, but that doesn't answer
what have
my
you done
question.
For me lately? Okay, what would you line it at?
Neither of those guys is reliable.
What would you line it at for either of them to fight on this card? So you're getting one or two of John Jones.
Oh, minus 1,000.
Wow.
Wow. You're getting one of those guys.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
The truth is, if you're not getting one of those guys, like what is worthy of an event that big?
Well, you could always do the like UFC 300 where it's like you're never gonna believe this, and then it comes around and you're like, we did our best.
By the way, I heard you guys actually talking on the BITB about Kayla Harrison and Amanda Nunes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the plan.
Oh.
I don't think Kayla Harrison is going to wait till July or June. I think the hope is that she beats Amanda Nunes and then fights on that card.
Interesting.
That's fine. That works.
So we have what? Kayla Harrison, Raquel Pennington?
On that card.
Paying your rematch, baby.
Norma Dumont?
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Now we're talking
American
White
versus
House.
Brazil.
Bring Aspen Ladd back.
Hey, where is she now? Oh, she's in BKFC. So you say right now.
Breaking news.
Well, you guys didn't know. You're saying right now Conor and Jones are fighting. That's Rick's stance as of September
one of
15th?
those guys will fight.
Okay,
One of those.
all right. Sounds like he's.
Let me change my.
And Conor, what's your stance?
You say minus 1,000 that we get one of them. I'm
One
gonna
of them.
say like maybe like minus 175.
Wow.
You have to put one of. There's only two names that move the needle in the UFC at the
Correct.
moment.
It's just difficult to get these guys in the octagon as of late.
But yeah, but that's why I also
throw
don't
one out?
understand the like Conor versus John. Like neither of those guys. In fact,
Yeah, throw it
John's
out,
shown
man.
up more recently than Conor. So what is Conor's reliability? I don't understand that part. Like I don't understand why he's the rock solid guy versus John, who has shown up and fought for you to like what was it last November?
Yeah, it was last November.
MSG.
Yeah. So why
What have you done for me lately? Ilya Taporia, Terence Crawford.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah.
In MMA?
No chance.
Make it a
UFC card.
Listen,
No.
Terrence got great wrestling. He's got great hips.
The
His
Terrence wrestling has been inflated to the point of absurdity.
There's one
Terence
video.
Crawford from Dagestani,
There's one
Nebraska.
video of him on someone's lawn.
Yeah, he's wrestling. It's
Wrestling
great.
some guy, and then it's like Terrence Crawford almost made the U.S. Olympic wrestling team. I don't know if you guys
No,
know
he
this.
did make it. He just decided to
Oh, right,
box.
right.
Wrestling his drunk uncle.
Yeah. No, I don't know if
the
you
front
guys know
yard.
this, but he was actually a 4-time Big Ten champion. He just never publicized it.
He doesn't talk about that.
At Nebraska.
Yep.
Big MMA fan. No idea who Ilya Taporia is. The Terrence Crawford lore is unbelievable.
Nobody sausage. Is it vegan sausage? Is it not?
Also,
We'll never know.
credit to Terence Crawford. We got a it's stuff out of him.
Did we?
Oh, yeah, you asked him something. He was like, stuff.
Wow. Well played. Jared Gordon has tweeted about this car accident. This past fight week was weird. 2 hours after weigh-ins, I was standing in the street while a car was backing out behind me. I was looking down the street away from the car. The driver was looking the other way as someone is helping him back out, waving him on. The front end of the car started turning, and the right wheel ran my right foot over as bumper started turning and buckled my knee inward, spraining my MCL. Whew. I thought about pulling out, but decided not to. Was it the wrong decision? Maybe so. After a hard, good camp, I didn't want to pull out. It is what it is. I'll move forward. Sorry to all my fans for the performance. Golly, that is some bad luck. And Jared Gordon has had some bad luck. Most notably, the Paddy Pimblett fight. Damn.
Yeah, it's insane.
That's crazy. Poor guy. Yeah,
Think
and that
he
was a
told
tough
anyone
loss.
within the organization?
That's a good question. Probably not at that point, right?
I don't know if they'd let him. I feel like
Yeah,
yeah,
why
keep
would
that
you?
one under wraps.
Because if you tell the commission or something like that, they're going to pull you from the fight. The weigh-ins are over, so you don't have to meet with them or anything like that.
I feel like I had a friend in high school get his foot run over by a car, and it like broke his foot.
Yeah, I could see that. That's awful. Speaking of the main event on that night, Alex Volkanovski did react to it. In case you're wondering how he's feeling about everything, here's what the champ had to say.
Incredible performance from Diego. What is next? A lot of people are going to ask me, who's next? You know, I think the UFC will wait and see what happens with Jean Silva and Diego. I know Lerone Murphy's obviously one guy that coming off a big KO against Pico. You know, I obviously said to that one, yeah, see you later. But then we're waiting around. So I'm guessing we're waiting around to see what happened with this fight. So I don't know. Does Diego get a rematch? Crazy win like that. Wild fashion again, doing what he always does. I know the UFC absolutely love him. Whether they push for him, we'll see what happens. But either way, you guys know me. Whoever it is, you know. So I'll just sit back, see what the UFC say. You know, obviously I just fought Diego. Does it make sense to just rematch straight away? But you never know what the UFC want. I'll have a chat to him. I know Lerone Murphy's there. Let's see what happens, eh?
I think his head is in the right place. I don't think that they're going to run it back with Diego. Seems like Lerone is there. Mosar has no momentum behind him. That seems to be the fight. What a guy, that Alex Volkanovski. What a freaking legend. But that seems to be the fight, 100%. And he did tweet after Lerone knocked out Aaron Pico back in August. Let's do it essentially in December, right? He said, see you in December. I would love to see that fight in December. Also this weekend, Matchroom had an incredible show at Windsor Park in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Our own Pete Carroll was there. We'll hear from him. Did a great show, a post show for the Crack podcast, audio only. Go check that out whenever you can. It's a really nice look back. Has a great conversation with Gavin Casey as well. Of note, among the many great performances on the card, came from our very own Molly McCann. Her pro boxing debut, and I have to say she looked fantastic. Her opponent, Randomska, even threw a kick her way, tried to create some space here, said, get the hell out of here. And she was unbothered, not fazed by it all. Look at that. A little teep, a little Anderson Silva, Vitor Belfort. Referee didn't even notice it. But look at this scene, and then she gets the knockdown there in the fifth, and eventually gets the stoppage here. The referee jumps in. There were a couple of quick stoppages there on the night. But Molly McCann now 1-0. Thrilled for her. Seems to have found something. Eddie behind her. The fans are behind her. Let's see where she goes. Bantamweight, super bantamweight. A lot of options there. Pat Brown, who I absolutely love, doing great. Once again, the guy just hits like an absolute truck. He looked fantastic, winning once again, remaining undefeated. The former GB Olympic team member, big-time signing last year for Matchroom. He remains undefeated. And then in the main event, it was the big grudge match between Lewis Crocker and Paddy Donovan. And in the end, it was Mr. Crocker on the left getting the dub. Knockdown here in the third. Great fight. Not obviously as controversial as the last one. Here was another knockdown, flash knockdown. The crowd, the atmosphere, phenomenal. Despite all of this, I still thought Paddy won the fight. You see him doing some work here in the ninth. And this is the end of the fight, and I thought it was elementary at this point. Crocker gets the win, and you see the emotion afterwards. Look at this scene. At Windsor Park, outdoor show. There was some talk of potential storm coming through. I don't think it rained. There was one shot. Oh, I forgot to grab this. There was a shot of Pizzi. There's so much to grab. Pizzi sitting behind the commentary table with a massive grin on his face. Pizzi was having the time of his life out there. It was great. Great stuff. A great scene, a big show, and what turned out to be a great day of fighting. From that show, then to Noche UFC, to, of course, the big show over at Allegiant Stadium. If you would have asked me at the end of the night, at the end of that very busy 12-hour stretch of fighting, who was the number one person I wanted to have on this program, without a doubt, easiest answer, if I could have picked anyone on the planet, anyone involved, from the biggest names to the smallest names, it was this guy, Mr. Eddie Hearn, the face, the head of Matchroom Boxing, kind enough to join us on this Monday evening. Oh, repping Monaco. I like it. How are you, Eddie?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, mate?
I'm doing great. We have a lot to talk about, Eddie, so I really appreciate the time. And it's been a minute since we last spoke. How are you doing? Everything okay?
Yeah, all good.
Okay.
A great night. I mean, very busy. A great night in Belfast on Saturday. Historic scenes, crazy scenes. And obviously a great night in Las Vegas as well for boxing. Ben Eubank presser this Wednesday. And then just gearing up for the next show, thick and fast. It's red hot times for the sport of boxing. Obviously as well, saddened by the loss of Ricky Hatton. It was kind of... after such a great night on Saturday, it was just such a brutal blow for the sport and so many that knew him and loved him, which was pretty much everyone whom his life blessed.
And so I'd be remiss if I don't start there before we get into all the business, so to speak. I know you didn't promote him. He was a Queensberry guy, but obviously you have been in this game for so long and obviously knew him. When you think of Ricky Hatton and his legacy and why he meant so much to the British public, what comes to mind?
Just a real, honest, working class hero. I think that's the best way to describe him. I mean, he was a fighter that was really the last of his era who wasn't built or didn't care or because it didn't really exist in terms of social media. I mean, so many people now, that their key is to build themselves on social media and become famous on those platforms. This was a guy who just built himself through being who he is and built himself in his own city from just being a genuine individual. I mean, crazy to think, Ariel, that he had the support and following that he did, even in the days before social media. And that was because of him as a person. This was a guy, to his detriment sometimes in his boxing career, he would literally finish his fights and that was it. He was one of the lads. He was out with the boys. He was in Tenerife. He was in Manchester. He was in Las Vegas. But he had time for everybody. He never came from an era of trying to, do good gestures whilst everybody's, watching it unfold on social media or have a content team behind him, watching him do this and watching him do that. He did it with a clean heart. And, I knew him well over the years, but I really got to work with him closely with his son Campbell, who we promoted, for a dozen or so fights. And Ricky just had time for everybody, and I think probably, although he often needed to work on himself and help himself, he was always more interested in helping others. And that's a mark of the man, a real selfless individual and someone that, I said earlier in an interview, but you know what boxing's like. Every combat sport, every sports industry is very fickle. I've never heard one person say a bad word about Ricky Hatton. Oh, Ricky's this, I don't like Ricky. No one ever said it because he gave the same amount of time to, someone with extreme power to the same amount of time he'd give someone to a young kid in the gym. He was a lovely, lovely man. And it's really, really, really sad. And, you can see and feel the response from the boxing industry, particularly in this country. It's affected everybody. It really has. And there wasn't, like I said, there wasn't anyone that didn't know him and there wasn't anyone that didn't love him.
The tweets, the tributes, everything that everyone is saying, from legends of boxing to even, the Gallaghers and footballers and stuff like that, an immeasurable loss, really. And I appreciate you talking about him in such glowing terms. Allow me to transition to your event if I can. We were just talking about Molly before you joined us. Molly McCann, obviously, great UFC fighter, beloved UFC fighter. If Ricky's an everyman, she's sort of an every woman, right? Everyone loves Molly, Meatball Molly. A bizarre second round. If you would have, maybe placed some odds, Eddie, on who would have thrown a kick in that fight, maybe we would have said Molly, but she received the kick. What do you think of her performance overall? I saw your thoughts in the ring. You talked about her switching stances, maybe a little bit too much, but now that you've had some time to digest and probably talk to her backstage, your thoughts on her performance and the ceiling for Molly McCann?
Yeah, I think there was massive pressure, to be honest with you. I mean, like, I spoke to her in the hotel after. She was like relieved that she's got a victory. I mean, firstly, she's coming off defeats and she goes into a new sport, if you like. Really, if she gets beat at that stage, and she fought someone that, we could have chose a lot easier opponents. It wasn't an opponent that's going to do any damage on the world scene, but still, it was an Irish girl, who was definitely coming to fight. And I was pleased with her performance. I think once she settled down, I said, look, sometimes you're a bit keen, you're switching stance. You can fight orthodox and southpaw, but once you're getting into a rhythm in the orthodox stance, you really don't need to be switching to southpaw. And she has significant experience in boxing through the ABAs, but this is in the amateur code, almost probably a decade ago. So switching back is difficult. You're doing it in a stadium, in front of 18, 19,000. There's a lot of pressure, a lot of eyeballs. And I think she's going to be good. I think she's going to really settle down. She can punch. And she's going to need those probably 6 fights that we plan to give her in 12 months. And after that, that's her opportunity to learn. She's free after that to spread her wings and try and challenge for a world title. I'm convinced she will be at world championship level, and I'm convinced she'll be challenging for one within 12 to 15 months. And then it's over to her. But now we just got to give her the ring time. And Molly, she's, like you say about Ricky, she really is just an incredible person, and everybody loves her. And, she's got a massive fan base. She's extremely popular, and she can fight, and she will keep on improving in boxing.
I thought Paddy Donovan won the main event. I'm not the only one. Who'd you have it for?
I feel like more people thought Paddy probably edged it than Lewis, but I think sometimes people don't quite add up the scorecards given the knockdowns. I mean, someone said to me today, Paddy won that easy. And I said, really? I said, how many rounds did you give Lewis Crocker outside of the knockdowns? And he went, like, only 2. I was like, okay, so you gave him 2 rounds plus 2 10-8 rounds. This is a very, very close fight. And, I'm the same, probably giving Crocker 2 to 3 rounds, probably 3. And if you give him 3 plus the knockdowns, I believe he wins it by a point. So I think, whoever lost that fight was going to be kicking themselves, because Paddy Donovan at the turn was a million miles behind. Now, there is an argument he won, virtually every round of the back half. But for me, he should have been trying to force the stoppage once he got his legs back, and it was a big knockdown in the 5th. And for Lewis Crocker, if he would have lost the fight, I think he would have been kicking himself for not putting his foot on the gas from the 6th round. That was, like I said, that was a very, very heavy knockdown, 2 10-8 rounds. And I think Lewis was probably coasting a little bit, thinking, look, I'm miles ahead here. But Paddy was dominating the back half of the fight. So, honestly, when the bell went, I had no idea who won. A lot of people were split ringside. Some had Paddy winning by 2 or 3, 4 points. I don't see that at all. I see the winner of that fight by literally 1 point either way. And it could have gone either way.
Did you stay up to watch the Netflix card?
No. Quite amazingly, I actually went to bed within probably like 45 minutes or an hour of getting back to the hotel, which is quite unusual for me because you're so pumped from the show. But I had an early flight in the morning, and I was quite shocked at how late the fight was, because I think I woke up at 6 or 6:15 UK time, and I went straight to Netflix and put it on, and I think it was round 7 or 8. So I managed to watch the fight from, I think, 8 or 9 through to 12, and I didn't really know where I stood, because you've got the Netflix commentary can be extremely biased one way or the other. I don't think that they had an agenda or anything. And when I turned it on, the narrative was that Bud was miles ahead. And I watched 9, 10, 11, 12, and Canelo was really forcing the pressure, but Crawford was just too sharp and too good. And I kicked myself really, because I thought from the get-go Crawford would win this fight comfortably. And then just the last 2 or 3 days, I got caught up with the weigh-in and everything. I was like, no, it's Canelo. He's the guy. He's the bigger guy at 68. And I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would have been kicking myself, because I really felt like Crawford would use his skill to dominate the fight, and that's what he did.
Did you go back and watch the whole broadcast?
No, No, I haven't. No.
Okay, I was curious your thoughts, but obviously you didn't see it. Is there any part of you that thinks, because we had Terence on earlier, and he's playing coy as to what his future holds? Do you think he's done, or do you think there's no way he walks away from this?
I mean, it's really what you want. I mean, he's 38 now, is he? I mean,
37. Canelo. 38, and Canelo's 30. Yeah.
38, yeah. So no spring chicken, and he's the thing is with Crawford is his CV has never allowed him to achieve what I think he could have achieved if he had better dance partners. I mean, before the Canelo victory, like he always says, to me, he says, my best win was Ricky Burns, who was our fighter at 135 pounds. But he's never really beaten a lot of true elite guys and champions, even though he has all of the ability to beat them. Like I rate him as a generational great fighter. And I feel like the Canelo fight was the first flagship fight, maybe Spence, but I think Spence was slightly damaged goods in that fight, where he could show his true greatness. And the greatness wasn't that he just beat Canelo Alvarez. The greatness was that he went from 135 all the way up eventually to 168 and dominated the fight up there as well. So he's a guy that can hang with any generation of talent. Floyd Mayweather, even the four kings of that period with Leonard, Hagler, Hearns and Durant. He really is a superb fighter with a tremendous IQ. And what's next? I mean, the only kind of division he hasn't ruled is 160, if you like, in between the 54 and 68. I'm biased, obviously. The fight that I believe is the best fight in boxing right now for him to be involved with is Jerome Boots Ennis. I really feel like these guys are quite similar in terms of their skill levels. And I think that Boots is actually the guy to take over from Crawford moving forward. I mean, Boots is just 28 years old. Crawford is 38 years old. So, but if Boots wins on October the 11th, he becomes the mandatory challenger for Terence Crawford's 154-pound title. I know that it's unlikely we'll see him return there, but for me, there isn't really any challenges for Crawford at 160 majorly. I mean, Janibek's a great fight, but I don't believe he's going to take that fight. But he may choose to go there to try and win another championship. And I don't know who's there for him at 68, if I'm honest with you. I mean, Crawford is all about fighting for money now. And obviously he's had the Errol Spence fight, even the Matchroom fight was extremely well paid for, and obviously probably received a massive paycheck on Saturday. Who's going to deliver him that kind of money again? And I don't see a lot of mega fights. I mean, I heard a lot of people talking about Dimitri Bivol at 68 or maybe even 75. I mean, Bivol's obviously our guy, and Bivol Crawford is just an unbelievable fight. But, I think it's going to come down to money, and it would be a great way to bow out. But he also proved that he's still got plenty in the tank because it was a great performance.
There was so much to take in and digest over the course of the week. But to me, the most interesting story of the week, and I'm not gonna pit it, Eddie, as Eddie Hearn versus Dana White, but it was Eddie Hearn and Dana White, because what's going on here. There's competition, but both of you continue to preface your comments with compliments. But there's something that we've never seen with you guys. Like we just did a whole 30-minute breakdown on every single clip of you guys talking about each other last week, and there was a lot of passive aggressiveness there. There's something going on here between you two. And so, can I ask, what is the state of your relationship with Dana White right now?
No, honestly, our relationship's good. Like, I've never had any kind of falling out with Dana. I can't stress enough the respect I have for him. I've done it on this show many times before. I feel like he is, certainly the greatest MMA promoter and arguably one of the greatest combat sport promoters of all time. The business that they've built is absolutely incredible. The team of people they have there are first class. But you can't expect me, a guy who's extremely competitive, to not want to roll up my sleeves and see who is the best in boxing, because I believe I am the best in boxing. I mean, we're the only global promotional company in the world, and I believe I'm head and shoulders above everybody as a promoter. Call that delusion, call that arrogance, or call that the truth. But that's what I truly believe. And, I'm excited to cross swords with Dana. There'll never be any disrespect, if I'm honest, and I'm not. You're never going to see me slagging him off or talking down about him. I'm excited by the challenge because I think it's a real challenge. I don't expect Dana and TKO to come into boxing and just, sit in a corner and deliver some decent numbers for shareholders. I think they're going to want to have a presence and try and dominate the sport. It's the ego that they all are blessed with, So, yeah, I think people like it, and it's good for me in many ways. It's good for me personally to have that competition. It's good for my profile, I guess, if it's Eddie v. Dana, and I'm more than happy for that strap line. But it probably will be. If he really has ambitions to try and dominate the sport, it is going to be me and him duking it out. And I don't think that's bad for boxing, honestly. And he probably believes that he can dominate boxing, dominate me, dominate everything. And I feel the same. So you've got two guys with a lot of ambition, with deep pockets and big egos. So in a pleasant way, let battle commence.
When you hear the things that he says, 2 out of the 3 biggest fights, I will have the only, deal. No one has. DAZN does some fights, but no one has a deal like I'm going to have. When he talks about these things, when he talks about coming in and changing boxing, you take it personally, right?
No, because he has to think like that. He's a winner. He can't come in and go, I'm not sure whether we'll be successful in boxing, or we're going to give it a good go. He's going to do exactly what I would say. Look at me when I got my DAZN deal. I came out bullet. I mean, I look back now, I think I might have even got it wrong, but it's the only way I know. We're coming to dominate. We're coming to take over. We're coming to put everybody out the game. And it's taken us 5 years to get in a dominant position in America. Right now we sit as the boxing promotional company that has the biggest budget currently in boxing in America. You have all these major boxing promotional companies with dozens of world champions and a roster of great fighters who have no broadcaster. They're completely on their arse. And we are in a fantastic position. So, I think that when he talks about he's delivered 2 of the biggest fights of all time, I mean, if you really want to come into boxing and call Mayweather-McGregor one of the biggest fights of all time, please. It was an exhibition. It's not a fight. And by the way, Crawford-Canelo was not Dana White's fight. It was Turki Al-Sheikh's fight. And he was invited to be the promoter. Well done. Good. Well played. I'm sure you made a few quid. But let's not get it twisted. The work that Turki Al-Sheikh has done in boxing has paved the way for Canelo Crawford. Without Turki Al-Sheikh, Canelo v. Crawford never would have happened. In fact, it wouldn't have even been a fight that Dana White would have even considered or thought of making. So, well done to Dana, well done to TKO. But let's give the credit of Canelo Crawford to Turki Al-Sheikh, the man that truly paid up for the fight. The man that truly had the vision for 2 generational greats to meet in a ring. Because I didn't believe that fight could get made. He went out and made it. And yep, Dana turned up and sat in the front row and went to the press conference. But, if you're taking credit for Mayweather-McGregor and a fight that ultimately someone else paid for, there's a long way to go.
Do you think they'll be able to coexist?
Who?
Turki and Dana.
Working with Turki Al-Sheikh is a wild ride. And Dana works at a high level at Mark Shapiro, Nick Khan, all these people. I mean, they're very, very good at what they do, very smart. But they also like to do what they do and what they want to do. And Turki Al-Sheikh, I'm just being straight, he doesn't really allow you to do what you want to do. He does what he wants to do and you follow. And I've learned over the years of working with him, your advice mainly falls on deaf ears, but I've also learned that he's definitely not an idiot. He's a very smart guy. And there's a method to the madness. But the traditional ways of going on sale through tickets or announcing the press conference or even announcing the fight is just not the traditional way with him. And I think they're going to clash. But money's money, isn't it? I mean, you know, it depends if sometimes you're prepared to keep your mouth quiet and do as you're told. I am. Are they? I mean, that's the difference for me. You know, I feel like sometimes I know what side my bread's buttered on. You know, and I'm not too proud to say sometimes I will do as I'm told with these guys because it's a massive opportunity for my fighters, for the sport, and for our business. I don't always agree with what they do. And by the way, I won't keep my mouth quiet. I'll tell Turkey and I'll tell the team around him that I think you've done it wrong. Whether they want to listen or not, it doesn't really matter. But let's be honest, look at the progress that the sport has made since his involvement. You know, everybody's been better off in the sport of boxing. The fighters, the broadcasters, the promoters, the fans. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't really know enough about those guys to see if they can stomach it. But it's different. It's very, very different. It's fun. It's tiring. You know, I mean, when you wake up in the morning at 4 o'clock in the morning and you've got 6 missed calls from Turkey and 3 text messages going, why aren't you picking up the phone? It's not for everybody.
When you say it's been great for the fighters, the fans, the broadcasters, you can add the media to that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Credit to you, credit to Frank Warren, credit to you do media with everyone. Sometimes we've joked that maybe it's too much of you with all these websites, but you answer questions and you don't shy away from them. I wish I could say the same. The old Dana White did that. The new Dana White, not so much. Doesn't have to, although this past week you did see him do a lot of media. That interaction at the press conference was quite telling because I thought they were legitimate, fair questions, and he viewed them as being an asshole and showboating. When you saw that interaction, because you know all these characters, you know the boxing media, what did you think?
I mean, look, firstly, when you're taking the floor, you know, questions from the floor, which is something that sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, because after the press conference, I will do every outlet individually, basically, for 3 hours after. I don't really take questions from the floor. I allow them to ask them questions to my face away from the press conference, which enables them to ask a broader range of questions. So I have to be honest that, you know, the pressing of that question, whilst it was a very good and valid question, is not necessarily relevant to the Crawford-Canelo fight. The issue is that Dana doesn't do all those interviews. He doesn't give the media access like that. So when they get the open floor, they want to have their opportunity to ask the questions that people want to hear. The issue is, you know, if was it Sean? I think Sean Zittel from yes. Fight Hype. If I'm Sean Zittel, I'm now firing in the email to go, you said in front of the world to come and talk to you and question you and do an interview with you. When would you like that to take place? You know, I will say as well, Ariel, you know, that they are a stock listed company. It's not, for me, you know, I've got nothing to worry about saying nothing. It's on me, right? You know, when you have a company that size, I think corporately you do have to be a little bit more careful. And although, you know, I think Dana's pretty good and honest in most of his replies, he's pretty straightforward and blunt. But this is a very sensitive topic when you're talking about the Muhammad Ali Act. I mean, you know, not knowing the full details, the way it's being reported is that TKO are trying to have the Muhammad Ali Act altered or abolished, which is an act designed to protect the interests of the fighters and to make sure ultimately that they aren't taken advantage of. So the question is, why are you trying to get that act changed or removed? And the strange thing about that act is that on every show, you have to declare to the fighters on the card the revenue of the event, which is quite unique. I mean, very unique. You imagine that you've got every fighter on the card gets to see the revenue of the show. And clearly, there isn't really a problem with that in the boxing world, because a significant proportion of the revenue is paid to the athlete, the talent, the fighter. So maybe when there's a bigger TV deal, the split of that revenue is not paid accordingly probably with the tradition of the industry. And I don't think they're going to go with the tradition of the industry. I think they will think that fighters are overpaid, because they are in relation to the UFC and MMA talent. So how is the model going to make the money they need it to if that percentage portion of revenue is given to the talent? And you won't know what that revenue is without the Muhammad Ali Act. So, I would love to see the sit-down interview between Sean Dittel and Dana White. I hope that they can do it. It'll be great viewing. But they don't really need to do it. That's the reality. I mean, when you're going into a new market or you're trying to establish yourself, you want to sit down with the outlets and you want to talk face to face with fans and tell them what your mission statement is, what you're trying to deliver in the sport to the fans and for the fighters. They're not interested in that. They don't want to put their point across. They don't want to canvass, the strategy in boxing. They just want to say, we're going in there, we're going to dominate, we're going to have a massive TV deal, we'll do whatever we want. That's it. And maybe, again, boxing is a very strange world that there is that access area. Like you can effectively turn up and get accredited to fights. I'm literally going down a row of people, probably 70 or 80% I know because they're big outlets, but the other dozen people I'm talking to, I've never even seen them before. It's a new outlet here, but you've got to give people their opportunity. Every Cougan Cassius, every Charlie Parsons, every Sean Zissell, every Fight Hype started as a startup channel at some point. And you've got to give these guys the chance to get access because they're there to support the sport as well.
Would you benefit from the fact that the Ali Act gets abolished? Would you like for this to happen?
I mean, I've never once thought, I could really do with getting rid of the Muhammad Ali Act. I do find it quite fascinating that you're disclosing the revenue of the show to the fighter. But if you haven't got anything to hide, I don't see why that's really a problem. I mean, the margins that we work off are, I think, and clearly fighters think as well, because they've never had an issue. No one's ever looked at the numbers on the show and gone, oh my God, I can't believe how small the purses are in relation to the revenue of the show. So we haven't really got anything to hide. So I've never, I must admit, when I started working in America, I was quite astonished that does happen. But at the same time, it doesn't bother me because I think what we do is extremely fair. And the purses that we pay are extremely fair in relation to the revenue of the show. Sometimes too high, I think, but it is what it is. And that's the market. And, don't forget as well that if this league comes, that I expect the prize money or the purses to be quite conservative. Yet, what's the TV deal? I mean, you just said there, we're going to come in, do a massive deal. It's going to be bigger than anything before. Yet you might be doing a league where, that doesn't even, that whole card doesn't even cover the main event of a standard show because of the cost and the market rate and value of purses for championship fights. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So, and that's probably what it smells like to some people. But I don't know what the league, I mean, it's been a while now since it was announced and I don't know what it, they were talking last week that it's more like a contender series, is it, or something like that. And, I never said, I think Dana said in his interview, Eddie Hearn said it's going to fail. I never said it's going to fail. And I'm sure it's going to be a big success. I just don't think it's going to change the sport. I think fans want big fights, championship fights, great 50-50 fights. You know, can we build stars in a league format? Yeah, I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can build stars anywhere, but it's not changing our strategy. And, you know, we're very focused on the continued global expansion.
He said in an interview last week that they have already 70 to 80 fighters under contract. Any fighters that, you know, had a fight left with you or at the end of your contract that you want to say where you were now looking at negotiating against them? Did you hear of anyone that was once on your stable?
I mean, I know probably half a dozen to a dozen fighters that have signed with them. And there've been a lot of fighters that are, you know, we've been looking to use as opponents, you know, in the third, fourth fight down, and, you know, good, exciting guys who will fight anyone. And I'm sure there'll be some undefeated guys as well. But I think they want, and I don't think it's a terrible idea, I think they want talent that are prepared to fight anybody. And you're not going to get that from elite talent that are trying to strategically maneuver a career up the world rankings and are also receiving significant purses as well. You know, I think these guys are going to want people to come in and say, yeah, just tell me who I'm fighting and I'm up for it. And and that's going to be exciting as well. I'm not knocking it, but it's just very different.
Do you think there'll ever be a point where Turkey only works with them?
My gut feeling, no. But, you know, who knows? Who knows what the future holds? You know, who knows what the long-term strategy is for Turkey al-Sheikh and Saudi Arabia? I mean, they've brought some tremendous fights to the kingdom. I think with Turkey, one thing that people don't realise is, I mean, he's ruthless, but he also has a extreme passion for the sport of boxing. You know, he really cares about the sport. He cares about the fighters. He's got a tremendous engine, you know, of work that he gets through. I mean, don't forget, boxing's only a small part of Riyadh season. And, you know, but it's definitely the thing that he has the most passion for. And Turkey will do what he wants to do. And I'm not sure whether he'll exclusively align himself with anyone, if I'm honest, because I think he likes working with a number of people. And I think he wants to keep people on their toes. And, you know, I think that he likes to have that versatility to do different stuff. You know, you got Riyadh season, you got ring cards, you know, you had the Underdog series the other night, which is just launched. You know, you got Ben Eubank coming up as well. You got the league. So I don't know, unless he just decides to focus on one thing particular, I fully expect to continue working with him. And I think if you've got a roster of fighters that are of a high quality and a high level, he's going to want to work with you. But, you know, our business, Frank Warren's business, all these people, you know, but they were going great pre-Riyadh season. They're just going better now. And, you know, it's been an honor working with these guys. And I think that, yeah, for me, if I didn't like working with him, it would be very different. But I do. And I think he's very funny. I think he's got great energy. Will we fall out? We fall out all the time. All the time. But it's quite brief and it's quite fast. And, you know, he'll be over for the Ben Eubank presser on Wednesday, and we'll catch up with them and see what they're thinking.
Last question on this particular topic, and I'll just sort of re-ask a question that I asked prior. As you said, you're competitive and you're a proud guy, and you've invested and devoted your life to boxing, your father as well. And by the way, I do want to urge everyone to check out your series that premieres on Netflix this Wednesday about that particular, there it is, Matchroom, The Greatest Showman. Can't wait, and very excited that it's airing here in North America because I saw it right under the module. I thought it might be a European show, so this is very exciting stuff. Very, very much looking forward to that. The reason I asked if you're taking it personal is because you live and breathe boxing. There's a level of hubris on that side of the fence that is like, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to show you guys what's what. And I did it there. And you see Max talking about how he's the savior and all this stuff. There's got to be a part of you that's like, no, you're not. Right? Like there has to, like you're defending your turf. That's the way I'm reading it. Am I wrong?
I mean, I saw it all. I heard it all. And, you know, I like Canelo's comments particularly, but I can't tell you that I listened to anything that was said, and, you know, the stress levels went up and said, no, you're not, I'll show you. I mean, it's just, you know, I don't mean it disrespectfully when I say I think I'm on another level in boxing. You know, you can see that on the deliverance. You know, like when Dana delivers his UFC stuff and his MMA stuff, it's the same kind of passion that I probably have inside for boxing. I can't go into MMA and just deliver it in the same way. You know, whether you think that you've got a history in the sport, it's just not the same. It's 24/7, 365 days a year. Live, breathe, boxing. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing I don't know about my fighters' careers. The opponents they've faced. You know, BoxRec is the king of my browser. I've been sitting, watching, learning the sport for 40 years. And, you know, it's different. When you come into that territory, but what they do have on their side is very smart people and excellent contacts to deliver significant TV deals for a lot of money that would enable them to be successful in the space. And as I've said before, they will not be successful in the space. They're too good. They're too smart. And like I said, Eddie v. Dana, Dana v. Eddie, there's nothing personal about it. I just love the sound of it. I mean, even since I saw those interviews, I can't tell you the level that it's sort of just buoyed me to. I'm buzzing. You know, I'm getting up. I got up early this morning. It's nearly 11 o'clock here now. I've got about another 3 interviews to do. I've done about 40 interviews today.
I thought this was an exclusive. I thought we were.
No, don't be silly. I always do you last, right? But you know, I'm fired up for it. I'm excited for boxing, and his inclusion is fantastic for the sport. Fantastic, because they're serious players. They're going to be making an investment. Everybody's talking about it. Why is Dana White getting involved with boxing? Because boxing's red hot. We've had this conversation for the last 6 months. It's much hotter than MMA right now, in my opinion. And great times. So yeah, I'd be shocked if you saw me over the next 3-6 months slagging off Dana White, because I always treat people how they treat me. And I've told you dozens of times, he's been fantastic to me over the years. You know, I've never asked for it. He's always been extremely hospitable. We've got on very well. I think we'll continue to get on well. But I do think it will be a rivalry that will be great for the sport. And, you know, we're both fairly young men. Hopefully we've both got a lot of time left in the game. And I'm up for rolling my sleeves up, working harder than ever and competing. And I look forward to it.
Okay, a couple more and then I'll let you go. Thank you for this very much. You said maybe 10 minutes ago, when you came in with DAZN, there's maybe a few things in retrospect that you got wrong. I rarely hear you say that, you getting something wrong. What were you referring to there?
I just feel like, you know, we signed a $1 billion deal over 8 years, right? And it was a massive, massive deal. And sometimes I think to myself, could I have gone in quietly? You know, spoke quietly to fighters, tried to build the stable, or was it right to sit there at the press conference and say, this is the biggest deal in the history of boxing. We're here and we're going to completely take over the US market? You know, I don't know the answer to that. All I can ever tell you is that was me. And that was me being me. That was me being real. And I can't change and I can't fault myself for that. But maybe now with a bit more experience, maybe I could have done it a little bit differently. The issue that we had was we launched with a new brand, a new broadcaster that no one could even spell or pronounce, let alone, you know, has watched before. And, you know, I was joking today that, you know, I was sitting down with fighters. I remember, you know, a meeting with Mikey Garcia, and he says, so what is an app? And I'm like, oh man, you know, and you got Heyman telling these guys, you're getting double, but, you know, are you going to throw your career away by fighting on some app? Streaming, what is that? And I'm saying, I truly believe streaming is the future of live sports. And a lot of those promoters, you know, who joked and, you know, laughed about the platform and what we were doing. I mean, some now have no broadcast deal, and many are writing to that platform and asking if there's any chance they could get a TV deal or dates. Or some who are completely out of business and I don't think have done a show for 2 or 3 years. So I have to be honest, I'm really proud of what DAZN have done. And DAZN is something quite personal to me as well, because there's a lot of great promoters on the platform and the content is second to none. But it's been 5 odd years of really hard work to build to this position. And I've given a lot to the platform. I've pushed them a lot personally. I've gone above and beyond to help. And their success is not all down to me and Matchroom, that's for sure. But I am, you know, I truly believe I have to be up there as one of their great ambassadors because I believe in the product. I've always pushed the product, even when people were talking down about it, even when people were laughing that, you know, dead zone and, you know, and now it's sitting there as a extremely profitable part of their business, fantastic numbers in all key markets, and a schedule that has never been seen before in the sport of boxing.
What are the chances Ben Whittaker's next fight is under the Matchroom umbrella?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I think, you know, for me personally, we won't get involved with a fighter that's not contractually clear. I think Ben Whittaker is a fantastic talent. I think he has it all. I think that he is probably has all the potential to be one of the big stars or biggest star in British boxing. And I think he's a guy that can make significant noise globally as well. And we have the opportunity to do that. I mean, obviously our relationship with His Excellency, but more so the ability to fight him on major cards in major cities in the US. You know, and I look at someone like Ben Whittaker and go, that's easy work for me. Easy work. I can make you 10 times bigger than you are now. So if he was a free agent, I would be extremely interested to talk to him about his future. And I like Ben a lot. You know, he was actually very close to signing with us. I'll actually tell you a funny story. I don't even know if this has been told. I'm sure it's not. We actually filmed a promo with Ben Whittaker. We pretty much agreed terms for his signing when he turned pro. And at the death, Boxer came along and pulled up some extra cash and he went with them instead. And that didn't even leave a bitter taste in the mouth. It just, you know, every time he fights, I just go, And we've flirted with each other a lot over the years without ever speaking. And, you know, if that opportunity presents itself, I'd like to finally make it happen.
What a story. Wow. Okay. Something to look forward to, potentially. I saw you and Katie and Brian Peters together.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about her future plans?
We had a lovely lunch. We really had a lovely lunch. I mean, she's a very, very special person, you know. Brian is a really good friend of mine. I mean, every manager should be really annoying. And Brian and Sam Jones, two really annoying people that just call you. But that's their job, you know. And we just kind of sat there and had dinner we're in a place called Carlingford in the middle of nowhere in the Republic of Ireland. And we just talked about the whole journey. And it's just the most special journey. We talked about her fighting again. We talked about what's left, what on earth is there to tick off any kind of box? And the answer is we just don't know. You know, I think time will be the key decision maker in the process. And she's definitely not going to fight this year. You know, I think any fight would be spring, summer of next year. Look, a Croke Park fight, I mean, you know, we've talked about it for forever, haven't we? But that's definitely, of course, something that would still be of interest to her. She may never fight again, you know? And if she walked away now, part of me would be unbelievably happy, you know? I think she has such a lot of these fighters, I think they have so much to give to the sport. You know, I said to her, "Was you ever coached?" "Oh, I think I'd be a terrible trainer." I said, "What? How?" You know, and not just that, but, you know, she turns up to support the other female fighters. And, you know, Tia Ayton, one of our young stars, she was championing her the other day. And I don't think she sometimes realises the effect that she can have, not just even on young amateur fighters, but even professional fighters, because everybody's hero from that code is Katie Taylor. So I don't know how the story will go from here, but it has been one of the great journeys, certainly of my career. And she's just a tremendous individual.
Would you like to see her fight again?
I mean, if the opportunity presented itself at Croke Park, I think that would be something that would just be so historic. And I know how much it means to her. But at the same time, after the Serrano fight that we just had, you know, and she is approaching the, you know, dare I say, the 4-0 at some point soon. It was the kind of conversation where it was like, it's been unbelievable. And if it ends here, thank you. You know, thank you for everything. And, you know, it's just, we were like saying that so much of what we've done is just a blur. You know, you have to remember when she turned professional at Wembley in 2017, 2016 in November, we got laughed out of town. Oh my God, Eddie and Matchroom are putting a woman on the car. I can't believe it. You know, fast forward to Wembley Stadium, Millennium Stadium, you know, Philadelphia, Boston, and of course headlining in Ireland, Madison Square Garden twice, AT&T Stadium. I mean, like we said we never ever expected, ever in our wildest dreams, to take it to this kind of level, from an interest perspective and from a financial perspective as well. She's made a lot of money, and I'm really proud of her.
2 last quick ones. AJ, we saw the IG story, the Fury thing and all that. When do you think we'll have an answer to the question of, you know, when he fights again and against who? When do you think that comes down?
You know, I don't think you'll mind me saying it, but I spoke to Nikisa today. I mean, they want to make the Jake Paul fight, you know, and I said to Nikisa, look, we were right up for that fight and we would do it, but we can't take that fight without seeing what happens against Tank. Because if you get flattened by Tank, don't even think we can make an AJ fight. But I don't know. I mean, right now we're planning to return in January or February, and it's been well documented. We've had that approach and offer from Ghana, and I think it would be the most tremendous thing for AJ to fight in Africa. I really do. I mean, when you look at what he's done in his career, I think the scenes are, I mean, it would just be wild. And he needs that fight. You know, it's been a year now that he's been out of the ring. If we're going into a Fury or we're going into no idea, Dubois, Usyk, whoever it's going to be, and there will be a major fight next summer. It has to be, because that's what we're going to do. He needs to get back in the groove against a top 20 guy that he can go in, blow the cobwebs off, look good, and gear himself up for the last big roll of the dice. So right now, I would say January or February in Africa is very, very common. And I would be looking to head out to see AJ next week to try and finalise some plans.
Do you call him Femi, by the way, or do you call him AJ?
AJ.
Okay. I guess inner circle call him Femi, but...
No, I mean, I've just always known him as AJ, you know, so... but I will say, when I saw that IG story, I was over the moon.
Yeah, that was...
Because there has been a lot of soul searching since the Dubois defeat, and the injury was a big blow, because it was just heal it on its own, then it was no, it needs an operation, and that was like a 3 or 4 month period. And couple that with the kind of, you know, I just feel like sometimes people don't realise what a loss can do for a fighter, especially for someone who's not used to losing, especially a loss on a massive stage, you know. And when you put so much work into something and it comes crumbling down, it's personally very, very hard to accept. And, you know, it definitely took him a while to get over that.
Okay, last one. You announced you won't be at the press conference on Wednesday for Ben Eubanks.
You know me better than that. You know me better than that. I mean, this is so funny. I mean, I was actually quite pleased that I pulled Chris Eubank Jr.'s plonker with it. As if Eddie Hearn is not going to a press conference for the biggest fight of the year. Never, ever, ever in a million years. I mean, I doubt I'll be able to get a word in anyway, but I'm never not going. You know? So roll on Wednesday. I'll see Mr. Eubank there, and we gear up for Eubank Ben 2. It's going to be a great fight. The first one was one of the best we've seen. And, you know, despite our differences, I respect what they both did, but I respect what Junior did in that fight because he had to show a lot of heart, and it was a brutal, brutal fight. And they're ready to lace him up and do it again.
Okay, so for the record, he took the bait. He tweeted, "You're a smart man, Edward. You know, if you show your face on the 17th, I'm going to just embarrass and expose you again. If I was you, I wouldn't come to my press conference either. Breaking news, you will be there."
Of course. That was Coogan saying, well, what do you think? I said, I'm not going. And then it just blew up. Wow, Eddie's not going to the presser. I was like, guys, you know me better than that.
Love it. Thank you, Eddie. And good luck on Wednesday at the presser, but also with the release of the series. Can't wait for it. Appreciate the time, as always.
Thanks, Ariel.
There he is, the great Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing. Very kind and gracious with his time. A fascinating chat about all the comings and goings in the world of Matchroom. And yeah, I did see that clip. This is the tweet from Chris Eubank. He, I guess, took the bait and thought, in fact, that Eddie wasn't going to be there. But he is going to be there, which makes for must-see television or streaming viewing come Wednesday for that press conference. All right, a few bits and bobs, or is it bips and bobs? I'm not sure.
Bips and bobs.
Bips or bits?
I think either one.
Champing or chomping?
Champing.
Well, a few more things to clean up. I do want to let you know, because I knew we were going to go long with Eddie. Yoel will join us tomorrow. Yoel Romero will join us tomorrow. Just made a hell of a lot more sense than to have him on at 5 o'clock. So stay tuned for that after his BKFC debut. The man who kicked off the whole, and now we're allowed to say it, Eddie v. Dana Fight Week feud was the host of the critically acclaimed podcast, The Crack. That was the guy who did it. He was there at the presser. Mike Flagg and all. Yeah.
What a time. I mean, someone has to ask the hard questions, you know what I'm saying? Someone has to get in there and ruffle a few feathers. I don't mind being that guy, as you all know.
Yes.
So yeah, I started a combat sports war, it seems.
When the whole story is said, and then when we do like a 1 year breakdown with all the clips, we have to start with that interview. That was the first.
Of course.
That was the seed. What do you think, PT?
It was.
We weighed in. You think something's happening here? They always, even now, like, it's a few shots and then it's a few compliments. It's a few shots, but it's a different vibe, right? Is it not?
Yeah. When Eddie said, like, I'll be very, like, I can tell you one thing. In 2 or 3 months, you won't hear me saying a bad word about Dana White. I was like, really? Really? I think it's going to kick off. These lads, and I love how we broke it down. I love how we broke down the relationship with Turkey as well. Like, he's explaining how difficult that is. He's explaining the needs on him to kind of take a back seat to some degree there. Like, these are the things that we pointed to as soon as this relationship was first brokered between Turkey and Dana. Like, these guys are two alphas. They want things to be run their way. And, you know, I know people are looking at you did a great job of breaking down Dana's demeanor. There was the situation at the press conference, and even the picture that's gone viral now of him sitting alongside Mr. Beast and Jason Statham at the event. It would say to me that Dana's not having a ball out there. You know, it's
the one where it looks like he has a big, bowl of popcorn on his.
I didn't see that one. That's even the one I'm talking about. Oh my god.
He's like, oh,
that's the one.
Is it? Did it not seem like Turkey, Jason, and Beast were having the time of their lives?
What's Dana's pose here? Like, everyone has a theme going.
Mr. Beast's face does not look like he's having the time of his life.
Mr. Beast was part of the revolving door. Statham was the surprising mainstay the entire card.
Mr. Beast looks like a hostage.
Bro, I've seen a lot of Mr. Beast. He's having a good time. That's
all right.
That's his happy face.
From the Mr. Beast expert. All right.
This looks like a Mr. Beast body double.
Yeah, this does
is
not look like
all my kids talk about is Mr. Beast. Like, he is their Like for me as a kid, my dream was to meet, Patrick Ewing. This is their guy.
Dana, fair play to him. He looks like he hates these guys. That's the face that he's making. One more time, look at that. He's thinking, look at this corny ass.
When did Dana transition from the button-down shirt look to the T-shirt under the jacket look? There was a period where he would always have the high collar, 3 buttons open. Now he goes.
And style is ever evolving. Yeah, it's 2025. You got to keep up.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's going to be a fascinating story to follow. How was Windsor Park, PT?
Oh, it was great. The weather stayed off.
By the way, they say a picture is 1,000 words or whatever they say, right? We saw the way you looked there. Look at that face. Look at that face. What was so funny there? What was happening there?
Well, what you can't see, right? Do you see on the right hand side of this picture, there's a certain gentleman wearing an orange hat here. Do you know who that is?
I can't see his face.
It is your good buddy, and you call him Al Foran. We call him Al Foran over here. He has been on your show
Was
many
he hitting
times.
you with some impersonations?
He was hitting me with never heard before impersonations that I'm not allowed to speak about.
Okay,
this is what is happening here, right? And then he has his friend, the person he was working with was a girl called Kellyanne, who was sitting directly to my left. And what I'm laughing at there is there was a dude during the chief support of the night, Ishmael and Agiaka was fighting Akiva, and there was a fella shouting, like, no matter what time it was in the round. So we had a big screen in front of us. This guy has the same line of sight as I have. And it would be like 2 minutes, 30 seconds left in the round. And for whatever reason, every single round, this guy was just like going, Kevin, last minute. And I know this doesn't sound funny, but when it happens in every single round and there was never an actual minute left in the round, it tickled me tremendously. And that's what I'm laughing at in that exact situation, I think.
Well, it seemed like you were having a ball. Some of the boxing media royalty was to your right over there. So you were full. I think that's Coogan, right? Isn't that Coogan right next to you?
No, it's not Coogan. No, it isn't. But listen, I was there. Look, I'll tell you what. There is a boundary between the pure A-list media guys like Ade Oladipo with the suit on. Like I felt like I can't even approach this man. Like we're in two different worlds here.
Yeah.
I'm still, back here. He was being brought. Like we were freezing. It was Baltic out there. And the whole media road, it gave us ponchos, fair play to them. But, we were just shaking there. There was lads dancing between rounds to try and keep themselves warm. Ade's getting handed like Starbucks. Do you know what I mean?
All day. Yeah. Diva Oladipo. That's what we call him.
And I was like, just throw some fucking boiling water on me here. Like, I'll take anything at this stage. But, look, it's a tier system. Someday I'll make my way up and to be able to shake hands with Ade, and that will be a massive day for me. But honestly, all jokes aside, all the boxing media were so lovely. Really accommodating all week to me. Matchroom really accommodating as well. Getting that spot with Eddie was great. But it's just great to see boxing in a town like that where everybody is transfixed on the fight. Like you mentioned you talking to friends in the lead up to this Canelo Crawford fight and you saying to them saying to you, like, what do you think of the fight? It was only one fight, right? For you, it was Canelo Crawford. Up there, I went in with a similar tactic and I told you about this. I was texting you about it. I was just saying to people, who do you think's going to win the fight? 1 in 10 people mentioned Canelo's name to me when I asked that question because the whole town was transfixed on Lewis Crocker v. Paddy Donovan.
Wow. I love that. And you did a great job with the post-show pod. I love those. So shout out to you. By the way, Molly, what do you think?
Yeah, I was talking to the boxing media there, and her opponent, like that is not an easy fight that she got there. This is a very experienced opponent. I believe we saw this lady fight before on Katie Taylor's undercard before. She's a 10-fight veteran. They were very impressed with her in the fight. The kick was a bit wild. I mean, that's taking a chance against Molly McCann doing that. But
referee totally missed it also.
Yeah, she's in great spirits. It's such she's like a seasoned vet now. Like, I mean, I know this is her pro debut, but you could tell she's learned so much from her UFC career because I remember that debut in Liverpool when she fought Gillian Anderson, and she was just so excitable. She was bouncing around. She wanted to. She was giving the media all of her time. She was giving every fan all of her time. She was full of energy. Every time you saw her, I saw her at the press conference, and she was cooler than the other side of the pillow. You could tell she was like, I'm protecting my energy to a degree. And she went in there and she got the job done. I thought she looked very good. And I was speaking to people from Matchroom, and they're very impressed with her. They're very impressed with how she's gone about her business. She thinks she's very easy to work with. So I think she has a good thing going there with Matchroom, and based on what Eddie said, they really want to plow ahead and give her the best possible chance to fight for world title. So that's everybody singing off the same hymn sheet.
Oh yeah, what a line that is, by the way. Singing off the same hymn sheet. I love it. By the way, I want to ask you more about the differences between covering a major boxing event and an MMA event. This is a quick plug. Next week, we'll be debuting a new series right here on the channel. You know, a lot of people ask me about the MMA beat. Where's the beat? Where's the beat? I say, just go watch The Crack. That is the MMA beat, essentially. Well, I'll be hosting a bit of a roundtable with Pizzi, with Ben Folks, with Chuck Mindenhall, and we'll do this from time to time. Who knows? It might turn into a thing. It might not. And it's really focused on journalism media. We'll be calling it the Beat Reporters. So a nod to the old days, the MMA beat days, and a nod to the sort of the catalyst for that show, which was the Sports Reporter show on ESPN. That will come out next week. So stay tuned for that. If you're a fan of this sort of thing, media, etiquette, war stories, much more of that to come. And I am looking forward to it very, very much. By the way, do you think Terence Crawford and Ilia Topuria actually fight? What do you say? We all took a stab at this. What do you say?
I listened to him. Like, I don't even think he's lying, man. I just think he was a fan of MMA when MMA was exploding over there with the Conor McGregor and stuff like that. You remember people used to be talking about Terrence's wrestling chops as well. This guy can shoot a beautiful double leg. He was a great wrestler in school. I think he was really probably taking a closer look at that stage, because I believe it was around the time when he was having those contract situations you were mentioning with Top Rank. And I think he was just looking to stimulate every angle he can. Being around boxing this week, and I know it wasn't the fight in Sin City, but there was nowhere I would have rather been. Honestly, it was great. They don't know shit about MMA. You know, the bare minimum. I mean, they know. Look, some of them, the guys like Lewis Thompson and stuff like that, they cover both. But I'm talking about the pure boxing people. You know what I mean? They don't know an awful lot about it. So it wouldn't surprise me if Terence didn't know that he also comes out to the Desperado song. I would not. That would not surprise me at all.
All right, let's see. Fascinating times, so much. Tomorrow will be another great show. We do have to answer some super chats. I do see a tweet here from an interview or a podcast from Sugar Sean about him potentially fighting Song Yadong in December. Not heard about this, but that would be a good one for Sean to come back to. I do like that. Anyway, do we have any super chats, Mr. Frankie?
Super chats. Certainly do. Hunter,
Cool.
go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just,
No, all right.
it was a pause.
It's tough.
Oh, what was that?
X-Boys.
That's Terence Crawford saying.
Let's hear it again.
It's tough.
Okay, nice. I like that.
Hunter, tell Lopez he has the next title shot.
Okay. Which Lopez is he talking about? Teofimo or Diego Lopez, who spells his last name Lopez, not Z?
Please write in another super chat with clarification.
Yes.
Thank you.
Make it at least $14.99. Thank you.
Sleeto says, I can't wait until Thursday to know, can the boys explain what happened to GC in the 12th round?
Oh.
Camera cut to Rick, single shot for the rest of the watch party, and never once mentioned that GC's absence.
Do we have to wait till Thursday? I mean,
I think we addressed it off the top.
We already addressed it?
Yeah, lead story.
Definitely wasn't the 12th round. It was like the 3rd or 4th round. And, sometimes you just got to make executive decisions. The decision was I didn't think I was going to make it to the end of the fight. And so I had to excuse myself. It's stuff that I apologize to Rick. He did a great job carrying it. Apologize to
Terrence,
to the audience, to Terrence, to everyone. Yeah, I mean, when nature calls, when nature demands, you must take action.
GC,
Wow.
I'm sorry that you're having to fucking answer this again.
No, it's okay, actually.
You
It's
actually are the one who asked him the question. You could
Yeah.
have skipped that one.
No.
Oh,
He'll protect you from everything. He'll skip everything for you, even if you don't want to skip it, but he
Well,
won't.
they call him a D1
No, I
geezer.
actually,
I mean,
I aappreciate addressing it here. Yeah, it was.
Could I break the fourth wall?
Yeah, please.
So we had a very busy day on Saturday. We were all over the gaff, right?
Same.
And busy day on Sunday. You guys know MetLife. Hanging with Deion Dawkins with the boys. Bills. Scorcher of a day. Holy smokes! My skin is still frying from it. Anyway, we're watching the event. We're very excited. We're watching a lot of fighting. We're very excited. And My kids were actually really into it. Now, Walter, the middle child, beginning of Mbili, out. Just completely out. Didn't even make it to round one. Oliver, the older one, actually made it to Callum Walsh. And to his credit, fast forward, the next morning asked me, did the Irish guy won? So it was something about Callum spoke to him, which I thought was kind of interesting. Now, my kids have never shown interest in a fight before. I don't even know why. Not even like a Jake Paul fight. This one crossed over for some reason. Beginning of first round, I'm on the couch. Now, what time did the fight start? Like 12:45?
12:50-ish.
Yeah. I did the classic move. I'm just gonna go lie down and watch on my phone.
That's always a great move.
That is a death sentence, dude.
How could you possibly have thought that that's going to work?
If I had gone horizontal,
It's never worked.
even on camera.
You have probably done that 50 times in your life, and you're 0 for 50. And
You've done it with
this
us.
is the time.
You've done it with us.
This is the one.
I put the pillow here and I sat
Never.
up.
Oh, yeah.
Never are you
for
going to
sure.
make
That's
it.
the
It
one.
was a
You should actually do the inverse where you stand up and start pacing around with it on.
Has anybody in human history ever successfully pulled that off?
You probably
I don't
crank it
think
up
it's
warm
ever
in the
happened.
room. It's never
0 for 10 billion.
Come the third round, I said, I swear to God, I'm actually telling myself this. I said, I've listened to the radio in
I'm
bed.
just going to close my eyes.
I'm just going to listen to this.
Close your eyes.
Insane.
And they're never
Why didn't
going to
you
open
tell Terrence
again.
this while he was on?
I do this shit all the time myself. I know exactly.
Y'all are insane.
Okay.
Why lie to yourselves?
Okay, then,
Be honest.
enjoy the fight.
It's easier than just quitting. It's easier than just going,
No,
you
just
know what,
quit.
give up.
Who the fuck cares? Be real.
No. I was locked in. I mean, once the song started playing, I was like, holy shit, this is incredible.
End of the song.
Just listening to it, yeah? Just listening to the song.
Then I woke up early because I wanted to get us ready for the tailgate for the game. And I saw a text from On Air Jordan, which read, yo, GC missed the fight because he wasn't feeling well. Any interest in joining the post show? And I read this at like 6. I was, oh no, what did I miss? This is crazy. So I go into the YouTube channel. There's no post show there. I'm like, oh gosh, what happened?
You rewind.
I go to the watch party, and then I see single on Eric, and then I see nothing for the rest of the show. No camera changes for the rest of the show. I'm like, oh my god, did this guy die? What happened?
All right, so like if you go back and watch it, if we're just gonna give all the gruesome details,
Sure.
I like it was having some indigestion, went and burped
to throw up.
Throw up in my mouth. I was
Oh,
this was like this was before they were even making the walk. I was like, whoa, man, that was sketchy. And you can see it. I go and grab like a ginger ale or something to try and ease it.
That's when you started walking around.
Normally, I take a couple sips of that bad boy, and I'm like, all right, I'm good. I'm all good to go. I got about 3/4 of the through this thing, and I was like, whoa, I still do not feel great. Kind of started having the laboring breath, started getting a little bit sweaty. And then Frank, I knew it was bad now. Frank comes into my ear and he's like, hey, man, are you all right? You don't look so good. I was like,
some labored breathing going on.
I was like, no, I think I can make it, man. I think I'm all right. And then just like as the fight was going on, it was getting worse. And then I was like, yeah, just take Rick a single. So I had to
army crawl.
Stomach just bubbling. I'm having an army crawl under the camera. But listen, man, decisions had to be made.
In hindsight,
you didn't have to do that, man.
In hindsight, I do remember him going very quiet. I was like, man, GC's not giving me much here.
Whatever the last round that I was watching, there was moments where I was like, I think
it was the third.
I don't think I've said anything in 45 seconds. I have to say something.
Joe, what it was?
I was like, boxing's happening.
We're writing the score down for one of the rounds, and that's when it just went to the single.
Yeah.
You know, you were doing the scores with Rick, and I think you were writing the score down, and then it just goes to a single. And of course I did. After he said at the top of the show, I went back and watched it, and you could see it, like the indigestion issues and shit. And I was like, fair play, man.
I didn't pick up on that
there for a long time.
It wasn't Gorgonzola, but it was Gorgonzola-esque.
Rick on the drive home goes, how long did GC last? I didn't, I was just talking to myself, it felt like, and then all of a sudden GC was gone. Had no idea.
By the way,
no, it wasn't that I had no idea GC was gone. I didn't track the sweating. Ginger. Like when he got the ginger beer, I was just like, oh, GC's just getting a ginger beer. He's relaxing. He's having a good time. I didn't realize he was in hell by then.
If we're on air and I crack open a ginger beer, it means I'm in problem. I'm
That's code.
Like that is code for like, oh, he's not doing too good. Like he's fighting through it. And the worst part is I'm in the bathroom fighting through it, and I have Rick in my ear the entire time. Just like,
the IFP.
round 5.
Here we go.
Well, I'll say I'm happy you're okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Massive props to Ray. It's not easy doing that at 1 a.m.
No, he killed it. I felt so bad. I felt horrible.
It is tough. I get that text. I reply to Jordan, but I'm assuming all of you are sleeping at this point because it was a late night and all that. I text you. I text Eric. I text Connor. I text Jordan back. Get nothing. So then I go downstairs.
What do you mean get nothing? I texted you right back.
No. It took by the time I wasn't expecting you. I just wanted to you to see it. Point is, I go downstairs and I watched the fight from the beginning because I really I knew who won, but I wanted to see how great this performance was. I was blown away, and I was actually happier to watch it like that just to be able to appreciate it. This is I wake up at usually 6:30. 8:13 a.m., I get my first sign of life from the team, and it's a text from Frank, and it's simply a Reddit link behind the scenes of how an NFL team travels for a game at 8:13 in the morning. That's the text. And my reply is Connor okay? This is my first sign of life, and it's Frank sending me a Reddit clip.
I mean, what are you getting at here?
But my point is, it was great to hear from you, and then we talk, and then you say you're going back to bed, and so I'm still confused as to why you wook up, texted me this, and went back to bed.
Slept yet?
You were up
8 a.m.?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes to stick through these
how do you not
these watch parties, I just shotgun some yerba mates, and I even turned to Andy. I was like, well, guess I'm not sleeping until tomorrow night.
So good.
You're crazy, man. I got home, took a shower, and then I got up at noon yesterday, and I was like, Helwani's already at MetLife? What the fuck is going on?
Ariel needs his Bills content. I was there to feed it.
Anyway, by the way, did you see? I sent you guys watching Josh Allen throw football.
He's pretty fucking good.
No, it's unbelievable. It reminded me of PT, the way he was moving his body.
Reminded you of
it? Reminded
we use a very similar action.
Yeah, for
it
sure.
is. It is actually. It is jaw dropping to watch that man. First of all, how tall he is. How big and strong. It is really something.
I got James Cook tearing it up.
James Cook was so close to us. And then at the end, Ty Johnson and Ray Davis were shout out to them. They were both throwing balls to kids. And then one of them said to one of the Bills guys, who should I give this to? And the dude went like this, he pointed to my two kids, he did it subtly. And I think it was Ty. He walked to them and then he walked to a younger kid. And I was like, that would have been.
Yo, who
great.
took the pictures of you? The Bills official photographer?
Yes.
Yeah, those were
when they sent it to me,
quality.
I was like, this looked like a studio shoot.
It's crazy.
I couldn't believe it. There were 1 million people there, and somehow, shout out to them.
I wish we had that ball situation play out on video, because then me and GC could have broke it down on Boys in the Back. I would love nothing more than to see that.
Us not getting the ball?
Yeah, there's controversies around the.
I know the breakdown. By the way, it was very Luke Thomas circa 2018 at the video wall.
You guys are in trouble now that I got the laser pointer here.
Oh yeah. Oh
Jesus. I need it.
Tremendous
By the way,
stuff.
shout out to the Globe.
A little.
Okay. What else?
I'm not certain on this. You got to bring to get
You do have to bring
You have to bring ass to get ass, in reference to Max Kellerman's call on Saturday evening.
Oh yeah, there were some moments there.
That's very kind.
The post-fight interview was interesting.
He was thinking on his feet, man.
What else?
If I was a UFC fighter, I would be disappointed that my boss has chosen to attend a boxing event ahead of my UFC fight this past weekend.
Yeah, I don't feel the same way.
It's tough.
It's tough.
It's his boxing event, and it's the biggest thing in sports.
Play them back to back again.
It's tough.
That's very good.
Tough.
It's tough.
It's tough.
It does sound like you guys are having a conversation.
Yeah. What else, Frankie? What else?
You become best friends with two of these gentlemen, but the third hates you. Josh Allen, Jalen Brunson, Howard Stern. Which two do you pick?
Easy pick. Allen and Brunson. 100%.
You just let Howard Stern hate you?
Yeah, he's a little bit past my...
those fighting words.
He's a little bit past my age bracket at this point. I've given him a lot of love over the years. Don't exactly agree with all the things he says these days. And I'm best friends with Josh Allen and Jalen Brunson.
These days.
The two men that are going to lead my teams to championships in the very near future. Are you kidding me?
How old is Jalen Brunson?
Jalen Brunson is probably, I'm going to say 29.
And Josh Allen's in his 20s as well, right?
Are you saying they're too young for me?
Just saying, you want to have some 20-something friends, it's fine.
Oh, wow. I nailed Brunson.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Josh, I'm going to say 27. I think I'm too. I'll say 28. 29?
Also
What?
29.
Yeah, you gotta,
I love those guys. Josh Allen breaking his nose, getting the thing up there, back at it.
Because he's 29 and it just bounces back.
They carved up those Jets. I mean, it was what a time. What a time. I dreamed of days like this. What else, Frank? What else?
With the damage that Lopez caused to Silva with those 12-6 elbows, do you think more fighters will take advantage of the new ruling? And will it be used more frequently, like spinning
Are you laughing
elbows?
at the picture?
No,
I'm laughing at Frank sounding like he's reading a second language.
What the hell does that say? Caused or caused?
He obviously means caused. 12-6 elbows.
Sometimes I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me or if they're really saying that.
I just don't think you can read.
What else, Frank? What else?
You didn't answer the guy's question.
Yeah, whatever. Yes.
They're going to use them more.
So I struggled through all of that
Yes,
for you to
they're
just
going to
be
use them. Why wouldn't they use them? For God's sake.
You mentioned the Paulo tweet already. I'm tardy.
Oh, yes. I see a Paulo tweet right here. Thank you very much. After Shara pulled out, I got some news. Somebody hurts in the main event, so UFC called me to fight a top 5 in few weeks for 5 rounds. To be fair, I proposed 3 rounds due to short time. And guess what? He said no for 3 rounds. What the heck? Cowards. Going to expose them. My vintage version is back and people are scared. Oh, wait a second. So he's saying Shara's out?
No. He's saying
one of RDR or Anthony Hernandez is out.
No, he said, after Shara pulled out, I got some news.
I think he means like didn't want to fight me.
Me to fighting and top 5 in few weeks for 5 rounds.
After Shara said no, basically. After Shara was hokey pokey.
But wasn't that fight like already announced?
Who?
Shara versus Paulo Costa.
It was never officially announced.
Was it?
It was mentioned by Paulo Costa.
Yeah, I don't think that was a real fight yet at any point.
Really?
Yeah, Paulo was just beating the drum for that.
Well, he says he pulled out.
No, yes.
And also, what event was that?
Was
that Rio? He's saying someone hurts in the main event, but why are you assuming that RDR or Anthony Hernandez is the one that he's talking
Because
about?
that's the closest to a top 5 middleweight clash that's coming
That
down
is-
soon.
Yeah,
It's the only one there would be.
No, let's see. Should I ask his team?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. What else,
Yeah,
Frank?
October 18th.
Oh.
Let GC know he dropped his pen in the lobby early Sunday morning. He can find it at the front desk.
What did he think about the fight? That's from your
I haven't talked to him yet, actually.
Yeah, let him know
I'll see
he's
him
on the
tomorrow
wrong
morning.
side of that
But
one.
he promised me Canelo rounds 5 through 7, take it to the bank.
Wow.
I won't be able to pay the rent at said apartment because I put it all on that.
Wow.
Only kidding. Only kidding.
What else, Frank?
Lastly, felt more like Dana White was the Vanna White of ring
Wow.
boxing than it being his event.
It's funny.
All I could say is, let's see how this all plays out. I'm fascinated.
Shout out to Vanna White, too.
Shout out. Yeah, she's a legend. She's still on the show, Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
She's still there.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Wow. Incredible. All right. Well, a great day has been had. We'll talk to you guys. Who's on Monday Night Football tonight, PT? Well,
I think it's Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Bucks
and-
Texans.
That's right.
NFC
yeah. And
South,
there's another game, isn't there?
Let's-
Chargers,
yeah.
Raiders, yeah.
Wait, there's 2 games tonight?
Yeah, doubleheader.
Yeah.
Let's go Texans.
One at 3 a.m. my time. I think I need to,
Golly. Frank.
I thought that was an Atlanta top you were wearing earlier, GC.
Yeah, it is, bro.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said let's go Texans. I didn't know what the fuck was going
Yeah,
on.
let's go Texans.
Atlanta, very good.
We wanted to
Bijan,
beat
man. I was waiting for
See
him.
that defense last night?
Yeah,
And my
surprising.
dogs on Saturday. Let's go weekend. Good weekend.
I didn't. I
Mark
don't watch
was all
college
over that. I saw him.
much.
Yeah,
Speaking
Mark
of
Ramon.
tops,
Yes.
shout out to our boy PJ
PJ.
from
James
Fight
Tuno?
Merch. Says
Great
it
shirt.
all. Says it all.
Now,
Thank you for sending this.
are we allowed to wear that because it technically has someone's IP on there?
It's tough.
Someone's IP, their name in text.
Terence, it's tough. Crawford is my new favorite fighter.
His intellectual property is his name.
Yeah.
Well, all I have to say is we are going to make a ramped up version of this.
Okay. More to come?
More to come.
All right.
The design is finished, but yeah.
I did want to end on this note. Obviously, we talked a lot about Ricky Hatton with Tris Dixon. with Eddie Hearn. Spoke about him as well. Some of the tributes, we went through the tributes during the Tris one, but I did want to highlight a couple of them just to show how much this legend was loved. Just go in the order, and I'll read. Here's Anthony Joshua, R.I.P. Hitman, one of the best to do it, our British hero. Amir Khan, today we lost not only one of Britain's greatest boxer, but a friend, a mentor, a warrior. Ricky Hatton. As fighters, we tell ourselves we're strong, we train, we sweat, we take hits, we get up, but sometimes the hardest fight happens in silence, in the mind. He wrote more there, but it got cut off. Such a sad day for combat sports. This is Tom Aspinall. A sad day for Great Britain, a sad day for Manchester. I remember as a young boy staying up late to watch his legendary career, the original People's Champion, one of us, rest in peace, Ricky Hatton. That gave me chills. He really was the People's Champion. Rest in peace, Ricky Hatton from Conor McGregor. Eddie Hearn, everybody loved Ricky. May he rest in eternal peace. Our deepest condolences to Campbell, Matthew, and all of the Hatton family. Liam Gallagher, absolutely devastated to hear the news about Ricky Hatton. It was an absolute honor to know him and carry his belts. Rest in peace, champ. Live forever. LG. Manny Pacquiao, who, of course, fought him over a decade ago. I'm deeply saddened to hear about the passing of Ricky Hatton. He was not only a great fighter inside the ring, but also a brave and kind man in life. We shared unforgettable moments in boxing history, and I will always honor the respect and sportsmanship he showed. Ricky fought bravely, not just in the ring, but in his journey through life. He truly had a good fight, and we are all blessed to have been a part of his wonderful journey. My prayers and deepest condolences go out to the Hatton family and all his loved ones. May the Lord give you strength and comfort in this difficult time. May he rest in peace. Just a handful of incredible tweets, tributes. Sorry I wasn't there for you. Love Billy. Of course, that's Billy Nelson. And that it hits like a ton of bricks. This is outside his home. The Man City colors on display. The gloves on display. This is the tribute before the Man City Man United game yesterday. I tweeted out one of his famous walkouts where he walked out in the sumo suit. The Blue Moon. Ricky Hatton, the man who wrote that song, actually tweeted me back, which was pretty amazing. In MMA, we know about there's only one Conor McGregor, but it started with there's only one Ricky Hatton. And please go watch that 24/7 if you want to try to relive what made him so great. The build-up to his fight against Floyd Mayweather in 2007 was so great. A man who was a part of all of it was Adam Smith, the great play-by-play man, then for Sky Sports, now for DAZN. He was front and center. He'll join us tomorrow on the program to talk more about Ricky Hatton. But I wanted to end with this. Back in 2022, when I was doing interviews on the YouTube channel, with the help of my good friend On Air Jordan, we had an opportunity to speak to Ricky Hatton. The only time I've ever interviewed him. Ant Evans actually hooked us up, and I'm eternally grateful for that. It was an amazing conversation, one of the best ones, one of my favorite ones that we did over the course of that year, because of how honest he was. And mental health is a topic that I'm, obviously very interested in and passionate about, and I've talked about. We all deal with mental health. We all struggle with mental health, and we use that term, and it can mean a million different things. But we all have bad days. We all have doubts. We all feel down. We all feel like we can't get out of ruts. We all wish that we could go back in time and do things differently. And some of us deal with it better than others. And some of us deal with it on a global stage like he had to. And he was always very open and honest about those struggles. And in talking about them, I viewed that as inspirational. Because if someone like Ricky Hatton, the hitman, superhuman, world championship boxer, could deal with these things, then it's okay to deal with them. And if someone like him can get over them, we could get over them too. Because there isn't that kind of spotlight on us. And that's what made him relatable and lovable and the kind of guy that you want to root for. And so a large portion of that conversation, which was centered around the return fight against Marco Antonio Barrera in 2022, was about his struggles and about getting better and about being an inspiration and about lessons learned and advice that he could give to people worldwide. And he said something that I went back and saw yesterday, and I thought it would be a great way to end today's show. We talked about Ricky Hatton's legacy. Ricky Hatton's legacy should be about everything he did in the ring and outside of the ring, but it should also be about how comfortable he was in talking about these things and about the lessons that he tried to teach everyone who followed him about taking care of yourself and about seeking help if you need help. And so without further ado, I wanted to play this clip from the late, great Ricky Hatton, who tried to share some words of wisdom to anyone out there who is feeling down and who is seeking some help.
Best advice I can give to anyone is do what I did. I went and spoke to someone. I went and saw a doctor. I threw myself on my knees, put my arms around him. I said, I'm going to kill myself. I said, I can do anything in that boxing ring, but I said, I can't. I'm struggling with life and everything. I said, I want to kill myself. And if you can't tell me what to do, I said, it's going to happen. And bit by bit, that's where we are today, you know, come out the other end and doing an exhibition with Marco at 43 years of age. When I look back at maybe 10, 11 years ago, when I nearly wasn't here, makes me feel very proud.
And he was proud, and he should have been proud. And we don't know the cause of death, and there have been assumptions made, and I don't want to go there. But he never shied away from his past. And I love the fact that he would say that, because it's very hard, especially sometimes for proud people, for men, for anyone from any walk of life to go seek help. I know I struggled. I remember my breaking point. I remember when I felt like I could not function anymore. And we all have those moments. And he had ups and downs, and it seemed in that moment like he was going to come out of it and be in a better place. And when he fought Barrera later that year, he looked to be in phenomenal shape. And he had plans to fight again later this year. And so the heart breaks for Ricky Hatton, for his family, for his legion of fans, for the country, because he was a good man. He was obviously a man who had his demons, had his issues. But as Eddie Hearn said, no one ever said a bad word about Ricky Hatton. I will never dare say that I knew him on a personal level, but it was fun to watch him do his thing. And after that conversation, my respect for him grew tenfold. So rest in peace, Ricky Hatton. May his memory forever be a blessing. All right, now we can play the music, Frank. I said at the top of the show that we needed 7 hours. In the end, it was 4.5. But we could have gone longer. But the beauty of having a daily show is that we get to do it tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to it. A couple things in the hopper. Oh, yes, I said, what did I say? I said Billy Nelson. I meant Billy Graham, sorry. Just like superstar Billy Graham. Billy Nelson is another man involved in boxing. My apologies. Thank you for that, pizza. Yeah, bummer. Watched the fight. Got a little sleepy. Woke up just in time for the Inoue fight on Facebook. That was really weird. I went on the Top Rank Facebook page, and it was just like in their story. I was like, how is this possible? But you know what was annoying about it? You couldn't swipe out. Like, you know, on Twitter, when you watch a video, or on YouTube, you could swipe out and the video still stays there. It didn't stay there. So you had to stay on the Top Rank YouTube page and see a bunch of like craziness in the comments. It was like a running chat.
I don't even have Facebook anymore.
It's been a while, and I had to, and it was just there. It said live. It was very easy, but it was very inconvenient, and you couldn't stream it on your TV either. Not great, not ideal. We'll see what happens with those guys. In the hopefully in the near future, we'll get some kind of word on their TV situation. A great day here on the program, a sad day as well. Appreciate everyone who stopped by today. Gable Steveson, Dixon, Eddie Hearn, Pete Carroll. There was someone at 2:30, and I don't remember who it was.
Terence Crawford.
Terence Crawford, of course. Who was after Terence? I usually have this in front of me.
Tris.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Pete. Appreciate that. Well, that's it, guys.
All right, see you, man.
Frank, you want to play that music again? Back tomorrow, same time, place. Say peace. I'm out of here.